By a group of people when I entered a voice chat and they called me a good girl. Oh, Callie, it's just the way that it happens, man. One just read a bit of Student Body Sonata and she was so nice and complimenting and all the stuff. I should just keep writing. You should, Callie. See? It's good. I'll confuse you all the fuck I want. Flashback. My oldest brother took me to bingo with some of his gay friends, and one of them called another a motherfucker, and I instantly asked, wouldn't that be a fatherfucker? Busted out laughing. Nice. Man, you're really fucking bad at this, man. You turn that gun around, point at your fucking self. You don't have guns in the UK. You can't even hunt in the UK? Like, you can't have, like, a hunting rifle?
The fuck you was though. It's you leading me to my death all the time. Fucking piece of shit. Streamer, bro.
Yeah, Smokey says he's a streamer, and then he streams, he gets 500 viewers, makes like $1,000, and then doesn't stream for the next month. I gotta go onto TikTok and promote myself and interact with the community. I gotta go onto YouTube, interact with the community. I gotta go onto Twitch and interact with the community. I gotta go onto Discord and interact with the community. I gotta go on to X, Twitter, and work with the community. I gotta go onto Rumble, and I gotta work with the community. And when he comes back around and does this whole thing, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna point back to it and be like, no, this is what you said. Right, Smokey?
I ain't got a clue, or you ain't got a clue.
Yeah. That's exactly what I thought. Alright, guys. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Oh, sorry guys, I fell asleep for a second there. I think a YouTube channel like that, where you're dealing with hypothetical situations in politics with the state of the world right now, I think that could pop the fuck off. Because I'm starting to realize my biggest problem is I'm all over the place. And now they cry. Now that artificial intelligence is taking away their commissions, their easy applause, their crumbs of prestige, the sudden indignation of so many artists against AI is deep down nothing but the a burjoyous shriek when his wallet is touched. Gamer girl, oh, she's the best girl in the world. She's the best player in the world. She's played this game forever. She knows absolutely everything about this game. Oh, well, now she's reincarnated into the game. Networking is hard, though, because making friends with other streams is difficult. They aren't always so welcoming to become friends with people. Yeah, that's why you gotta find the people that you vibe with, right? Alright, that's another Book Fox video, guys. Give him a like, give him a view, give him a subscribe. He is our main source of improvement for our writing. And I'm reminded of the rush I experienced when she saw me as a statue. She's able to crush me. And even if I'd been made of Belfry's heaviest metals, she'd be able to lift me up. Your mom? Definitely. That's why we get along so well. Buying Scotty a bidet. I repeat instead, maybe 30 seconds with a 40-year-old cougar. Smoky heels. Heel lifts. Wait, what are you doing? You're killing a boss?
And I'll hold the day.
Taking you guys seriously, guys. I will literally make an OnlyFans. Yes, Callie, it's a good idea. Alright, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for sticking around. You guys are fucking awesome. I fucking love you. Remember, you guys are the reason for this. You are an amazing community. You guys are Atlas holding up the fucking world. The stream is the world, and I may live here, but you guys are the soul that turns this house into a home. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say? Yo, 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 what's good, everyone? We back at her again. My camera's fucked, though. As always, alright, there we go. Nice and easy fix. But how's everyone doing today? What is up? And Callie, that sucks! Won't connect to certain things, like, just, like, glitch out on, Discord, or to just like go on and off, but it just refuses to stay at the level you need it to be. Is there more Brian Evanson? Where the hell was Sisters? Is that in this one? H. 35 stream streak. Jesus, Callie, that's insane. That's insane, bro. That's some crazy ass shit. Okay, what are we looking for? Where the hell is it? Is it Talk Stories? Oh, I'm so confused. Where is Sister? Where is Sister? Oh, I'm right here, retarded. Yo, what's up? Yo, chillin'. How's it going? Welcome, welcome, brother. Welcome back. It's going good. You know, we just getting started here, trying to find a good story for the day. Oh, hey. So we made these today. I'm streaming. I'm screen recorded. Hell yeah, brother. That's what this is about. Look at this stream if you could, if you want. We'll just drop the link in the chat there. Those are basically our main three, and then we kind of go into like this odd side realm. So we got lots of options and different things, but I feel like some of them are too cluttered. This is why I need to get like a thumbnail designer. Just drop the link. Go to your channel and then drop the link in the chat. It's just really annoying looking shit up on stream, so I just prefer it if people just drop it in the chat. Then I can just click on the URL and not have to worry about it. Any of those stand out to you guys? The best ones are this one, and this one. Lurkin, Retribution, thank you for the lurk, always a good time. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate it. So we don't need any of that anymore. But yeah, that's something we were working on today, trying to get those out of the way. Because we got all of our stories lined up for the next 2 videos. So we're like kind of one step ahead. And then for this one, we're going to do like all 4 of these. We got the Unraveling, Sisters, Room Tone, Shirts and Skins, and The Tower. We're going to do a 5 section, and then we're going to do the first one on, I went to my channel, and now what? Well, you take the link, and you copy the link, right? And then drop the link in the chat. So, if there is no one who wants any beta reading right now, then we shall move directly into the first story. Brian Evanson, our new research. First, we need a toke. Toke, 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 tokety toke, toke, tokety toke, 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 tokety toke, 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 toke. What do you know? It's a toke. Here we go, getting the joke. I don't know about you, but it'll take a little more than a poke. But I know I got my smoke. 3, 2, 1, poke! Hell yeah. Well, there you go. Sick stuff. Ball! Toke, toke, toke a ball! Hit your fucking bong. Merry, Maryland, Maryland, Maryland. Your life is like this song. Hell yeah, Sean. That's what it's all about. How's it going today, good sir? How are you? Your stream is up. What the fuck? What the hell is this shit? What the fuck is this shit? Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean, chillin'. Not sure what you mean. I'm screen recording. I don't know then. Don't know what to tell you, brew. All I know is we gotta get into this. Right? These stories ain't gonna read themselves, guys! That would be a miracle if they could read themselves. Then there'd be certain things, you know, that we wouldn't need. People that are watching my stream can see what I'm doing on my phone. That sounds like a very, very dangerous move. Want to see something you may not want to have, you know what I mean? But it is what it is, right? You can't get too far off of it. Oh god. I'm not getting on Pornhub. No, I'm just saying you press P on your keyboard and it instantly autofills to, you know. Yeah. Never press the P button. That's the scariest button on the keyboard. Oh god. Damn. Did it work? Did it work? I'm booked. I'm cooked. Oh, that's sweet. That's fucking good. I clicked the link. Lol. That's funny. That's too funny. Alright. Alright guys, so today Today we were doing exercises to try and find your inner tone. And it turns out I have been talking in the wrong tone my entire life. I saw anime girls getting railed. Damn, nice. Fuck yeah. Is it Fuda on Fuda? That's what I'm talking about. The fuck? What? Hmm? Hmm? Huh? What? I didn't say anything. I don't know what you're talking about. True. It's just me, right? Alright, okay. Let's get into it, guys. This is Brian Evanson, Room Tone. Ooh. Let's see how this one goes. Get me bricked up. Excuse me. Alright, here we go. The last possible moment. Hold on. Did I just hear? Hold on. Let me see if I can get this resonance. This resonance. And then try and match that tone. Feel the vibrations. Let me go to the website again to get you bricked. Okay, I've got it pulled up off stream. You can go to the website now so I can check it out. And I'll tell you what my preferences are. Come on. Don't be a pussy. Do it. Do it. Go. Pussy. You're not gonna do it. You're not gonna do it. Before you say anything, yes, of course I'm a pussy. I'm not gonna fucking do it because I don't want to get banned. Welcome, Connection Line. How's it going? Chippy, choppa, choppa, doobie, dooboo, fuck, yeah, hi guys. True. Do it. Just had to watch twice the amount of ads due to Twitch black playback crashing. Oh, that sucks. Is it true, guys? Do I have pre-rolls or not? Because, like, I shouldn't have pre-rolls. Do Pornhub? See, my thing is, my PC is clean. Watch what happens when I type P in. You guys ready? Are you guys ready? Well, that was boring. I have to watch ads to watch your stream. Could we pull up, like, incognito and, like, try this? Can I, like, open new incognito window? What the fuck? Why am I getting a pre-roll? Twitch is so fucking stupid. I literally have the ad set so that I don't get pre-rolls. But it's still giving me pre-rolls? Okay. This is fucked up. D Mimi Eve. Hello, May. Love your stream. Would like to be a fan and friend. Oh, shit. Well, that's an instant, that's an instant shadow ban right there. Bye-bye. Boop. Sorry, I'm not friends with clankers and wirebacks. Okay. Okay, this is pissing me off. What the fuck? Why do I have pre-rolls when I have enough ads to remove pre-rolls on Twitch? What the fuck is this? You are seeing pre-roll ads because there is a delay in the pre-roll free time a streamer's ad breaks provide, or because the way pre-roll ads are served. Running an ad break doesn't immediately disable pre-rolls for all viewers. Wait, what? But that's what my settings literally say. Like, if I go to my settings, and I go to monetization, and I go to ads, it says, to enable to have ad managers, and then it says pre-rolls fully disabled. Run 3 minutes of mid-roll ads per hour during your stream to fully disable pre-roll ads. Fully disabled. Well, if they're fully disabled, then why the fuck am I getting pre-rolls? Get your fucking shit together, Twitch! Like, what the fuck? That's such a fucking joke. Cause then anyone who clicks on the stream's like, oh, I'm the fuck out of here. Like, I click on a stream, I see pre-rolls, I instantly leave the stream. So I'm like, what's the first thing you do? You get the fuck rid of pre-rolls. But apparently not. That is the stupidest fucking motherfucking bullshit. Raymond Dow, yo, what's up? Ray, did you get a pre-roll when you joined? Because apparently I'm getting pre-roll ads when I shouldn't be. The fuck is this shit? Have you guys always gotten pre-rolls? Okay, I gotta try something. Okay, we're gonna press the ad button, guys, and we're gonna see what happens, okay? So I'm giving you guys a minute ad, sorry. We just gotta test this. Pre-roll ads are disabled for 21 minutes. What the fuck? Joining a stream, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes say 15 seconds before or after ad time, I probably will get a pre-roll. Yeah, but Sean, we're not even in the midst. Well, at least. Ah, man. The pre-roll caught me. Fuck, fish. We're not supposed to have... Well, I mean, technically I just did a thing, but... Okay. So, once this is done, then we're going to prove and see this. Or this is some fat-ass bullshit. And if this is some fat-ass bullshit, you know what guys, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to have my, like, spam ads for myself in incognito and see if that gives me ad revenue. And maybe I can cheat Twitch and use their system of fucking motherfucking bullshit pre-roll ads to, like, exercise a fundamental abuse of their ad system. And I'll say, well, the only way that the ad system could be abused is if you guys put pre-rolls on. And you guys don't have pre-rolls on, right? Because, like, I have the settings that say, the pre-rolls are disabled. So if I have pre-rolls disabled, then how could you accuse me of abusing pre-rolls? I'm very confused. And you guys see how good I am at gaslighting people. This is just stage 1, right? And this would all be on a legal stage, right? I just told you I was caught by pre-roll. I couldn't hear your reply, though. Okay, so we're back from the ad. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go here, and we're going to go incognito. And we're going to go here, and we're going to see if we get a pre-roll. We didn't get a fucking pre-roll. So I think... So okay, let's... I think maybe what I have to do is I have to run an ad immediately once I go live. And then if I run an ad as soon as I go live, that should auto disconnect the pre-rolls. Or in my case, incognito. True fish. Kids, if your parents have Amazon Prime, make them an account on Twitch and sub to me. True. True. Absolutely true, Raymond. That was epic. Best Subaru ad ever. They're doing the dog driving cars ads. This one has all but the driver going crazy, but you see why. They're passing the Wienermobile. True. So now let's see if we get the ad break on the half an hour and see what that does for pre-rolls. So we'll wait for the ad break. Until then, we'll just fuck around. So again, guys, we made these today. So let me know what you think. Every time I hear Subaru, I think of Rally. I think of hack sign. Dot hack. Hell yeah. Not that 13. So we made some new thumbnails today. So what do you guys think of my new thumbnails? This is my favorite one. Goated for real? Welcome back to Blue Horror Stories. Like and subscribe or something bad will happen to you. Yup, that's the whole point, Fish. I gotta guilt trip you into subscribing, liking, and commenting. Okay, that kid looks creepy. You are now in the blue. You are now entering the blue. Sup, fuckers? 4 to 5 stream streak. Hell yeah. The hell? Did Botrix break again? I don't know. Don't scare me. I play black in MT Magic the Gathering. I really like the first one. Yeah, I think the first one's definitely the best. 100%. And then we kind of got like all these random side ones. Gets the point across without seeming corny or anything? Yeah. But welcome, Relic. How's it going today? Do you have Chapter 3 ready, Relic? Man, what's with all this call an ambulance, but not for me, ask screen card? Call an ambulance, but not for me? That's probably just a link to another video, Fish. I want to make my magic card Elven Crypt Plague Zombies. Power and toughness equal to all creature cards that have been or are in the game that have the term plague in their titles. I have chapters 125 done. Working on chapter 26 right now. No, your title card. My brother wrote this. I am an only child. Oh! You mean the heading. Would you like chapter 3? I can post it in that doc. Yeah, we can do chapter 3 because no one else has said anything. So I'm guessing Connection Line wants me to do his story first. But I don't think anyone else besides you in here has a beta read ready. And since in that case we're waiting for this ad break, and since everyone's here, we might as well skip over Brian Evanson, and we'll just move straight on to the beta read since everyone's here. But we'll just wait for that thing. So yeah. Callie, I don't have ads. Well, ads haven't started yet. We still have a minute before ads start. So we're just chilling so that the story doesn't get interrupted in the middle of the ads, right? Oh, creepy. Your twin was stillborn, but they wrote something. Your brother wrote it. But you are an only child. Your ads have been working on my screen a lot. I don't know what it is. I'm not a sub, and most of your ads don't hit me. That's good, Relic. I wish I didn't have any ads. Also, because I'm a gay fruit little guy, I'm gonna kind of ask to refer to me as they, them, because I'm, you know, always, you know, anyways. Oh, yeah, no worries, connection line. You're a dom who scares the ads away. True. True. Guys, I don't make enough money from ads for it to be worth the 3 minutes an hour that it fucking interrupts the stream. If I made like $11 a day, $12 a day from ads, I'd be like, okay, yeah, you know, it's like, it's an inconvenience. But I make like 35 cents. 35 cents is not worth the interruption to the fucking stream. Because over the course of the stream, that's like 45 minutes lost. Like, that's a lot of fucking lost time over an 8-hour stream. And look at that, we only get a 30-second ad because I already played a minute of ads. No ads have got me again! Not ads! Oh god, ads! They're taking me! They're taking me away from me! No! How is it possible? Like, no! Please! Not the ads! I suppose this is karma. I told you karma exists, fish. It's there for a reason, man. It's there for a reason, because nobody gives a fuck. I feel liberated. Over-medicated. What about underrepresented? Okay, so now we shouldn't have any pre-rolls. Unless you're like within the like 10-minute gap period of the ads. Then it's technically you just hitting the ad roll, not a pre-roll. 3, 2, 1, toke!
$13.012 shared X1. Thank you so much. $13.012.
Fuck
Your
yeah.
support is much appreciated. Less than 4.
Smoking
less than
sexy
4
style.
Smoking sexy style.
Really appreciate the bits. Thank you, 13.
You, my earth germ.
You are a hero among
I'm gonna kill
men.
you with my cold. Die, alien.
I'm an alien,
Okay,
so weed, I'm a
this is
henchman.
viewer
You're not a venture, brother. Who the hell are you?
stories.
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm
This one.
Brock Sampson's long lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
Could run because I got a
Where
lighter
is
up my ass.
connection?
Okay,
Oh, right,
now
connection line
I
isn't on
believe
here.
you.
A hero? He's not. We're just normal men. We're just innocent men. What is about to be in your ass if you don't fix it. True. I don't know why Scrivener is so retarded and he just keeps popping this shit up. It's kind of annoying. Okay, we need here. Hold on. Give me a second to find this. Nope, that's not who I want. Okay. Why can't I... What's up? Why can't I find you? In here. Oh, I'm retarded. I'm not looking for Somnia. I'm retarded. I was like, what the fuck? Why can't I know it's here. Are we all excited for August 23rd, 2026? The heat death of the universe as predicted by SpongeBob AI. Damn, connection line. That's the end of the world? I won't have run out of money by then, which means I never need to go back to work. Guys, I'm set. Oh, sweet. I'll never have to worry about going back to work. I am so happy. Holy shit. Yes. Yes. I'll never have to work another day in my life, guys. I'm so happy. Still need to change my Wattpad account name. Okay, we just gotta wait for this shit to load, because it's gonna take a bit, probably, to fucking load out the rest of the page. My SoundCloud and Newgrounds. Ah, hear what I said, son? Type "we're just normal men" into YouTube. What is this? Just normal innocent men. Is this what? Is this the thing? Y'all, the story art?
We're just normal men.
What do you mean, normal men?
We're just innocent men.
Just dying.
We're playing for HTQ a little bit later on. So if you'd like to play HTQ, email steve@bbc.co.uk.
Oh, you do it. Do get permission and leave your phone number, because by jingo, it'll be worse than this if you don't. Oh, you're just kidding, you love this.
I don't quite get it. But it is what it is, right? I'm like, is it because they're saying he's a man, but he's a fucking puppet? Like, I don't understand. Is that supposed to be British humor? No, I'm not high enough. And I love the cover art, by the way. Connection line. It looks, is it Xenosaga? It's got these this epic color scheme to it that just like screams to me Xenosaga. The colors of the this it just gives me the vibes. Now why can't... So I can find 3.3, but I can't find 3.4? Oh, 3.5? Where's 3.4? Or 3.6? I'm so confused. Where the fuck is 3.6? Why is it not? Oh, because it's got a fucking period after it. You're a normal man, for Christ's sake. Stop clicking and read. I'm not normal. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm like the farthest thing from normal. If you think I'm normal, I'm fucking scared for the fucking world, guys. That's not good if I'm normal. Like... Eepers. Eeper, deeper, weepers. Oh, yeah, I look normal. That's the facade. You gotta be able to know to look deeper, to be like, he looks normal, he's obviously fucked. You don't look normal, you look dirty. Oh, well that's true. Yep, 100%. I feel that. Okay, well. Here we go. You guys ready? Connection line story, chapter 3.6. Thursday. Okay, let's try to get this resonance. Tell me if this is an improvement to my voice using this tone. Nightmare. I had another nightmare. Not a dream. I will stop this. And I'll sleep peacefully tomorrow night. Getting out of bed, I rub off any tiredness and sleep still caught in my eyes. Before getting ready for the day, Araya was already downstairs eating breakfast. So I joined her, talk with her about tomorrow. I took in everything she said, noting it and doing my best to also stay in the moment. Surprisingly, yes it is, because it's like, they're like basically like, it's like a low volume hum, and then try and find the note that like reverberates the most in your chest. And I was like, that's like, like that note. So it's like, but I normally talk in like, which is like the wrong tone for the reverberation of like my chest cavity. It's a tornado where I'm at. I'm scared. That sucks. Chilling. I've never been in a tornado. After a while, we started talking about other things as we both get up to leave for school. You gonna go see the new trains? Araya asked me. I know you're a huge transit nerd. I take a moment to think about what I should reply with before nodding. Yeah. I'll be there. Just somewhere else. Get me twisted, and I'll turn into a tornado. You can stay, but I will let the AK go. This might be the last time I comment on your channel. Well, Chilling, I salute you. If we never hear from you again, we know that you might be out there writing a book, or you might be in the sky somewhere, sadly. The K is jammed. Good. Relic's like, fucking karma, bitch. Right. Araya nods, smiling, as almost always. We get to the school entrance, and Araya gives me a hug before running off to class. I get my phone out, texting Milo. Pretty sure it was just to have a good day. I then text Lucas that I'm here, and put my phone away while I wait. There's a tornado right next to our house. It breaking our house. Oh god! I'll jam this. I mean, never mind. Lucas walks out of the school, sitting down beside me as we chat before class. Training today? You think we'll have enough time to get it done? Get it down? He asks. I shrug, before thinking about it more and nodding. We have to. Right. If me and Mira did everything right, we should be fine. Lucas nods. Come on. We should get to class. Standing up, we both head inside and towards class 3 minutes before the first bell rings. Half of our house is gone. Shit. I could make a really bad joke, but skill issue, high key. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, oh, well, isn't that only like 3 tiles and 1 wall? You're living off of 3 tiles and 3 walls, bro. I mean, it's not much, but it's still, you've still got 2 walls, right? I'm such a dick. I just assume Chilling's from a third world fucking country. I'm holding on hard to a pole. Oh, I was gonna say that reminds me of that Sora AI with the stop sign that the guy pulls out. If there's a tornado coming, make sure to walk outside and try to troll it. I promise it will work. TLC, Neonix, come to show love from TLC, new member, streaming live myself. How's the stream going? It's going great, Neonix. Feel free to, if I can do this on the first try. There, go check out Neonix, guys. TLC is the epicest of communities, best Discord ever. Go check them out. I still gotta get a fucking invite link for it to put in the panels underneath, but... The loyal community, run by Taxman. Absolutely fucking amazing community. But yeah, we're just doing some beta reading. I'm trying to test my new tone shift for my voice for resonance, so I can feel in my chest the full voice extension of my body being presented across it. Shout out my barber. Hey, this is my son's phone. He has died, he is gone, and his mom's gone. Sad, damn, Chilling. So, like, are you a writer? Chilling's dad? Do you want to write a story? Because we could write a book about this. You know, use your emotions to really sell it. I think it could be a top 10. I'm the mom. Oh, you're the mom? Oh. Okay, well then never mind. I'm not interested. Class was uneventful. Lunch was eventful. I survived too. Damn, I thought I had my silver fox, but nope. Yes, Mom. Master of Madness from Kingdom Hearts. Ah, there you go. See, now you're thinking 13. Why is Chilling a mod? Relic? Because he asked. In my channel, all you have to do is ask. That's what I'm saying. When we've been talking to my son, he's dead. Rip, rest in piss, will be missed, won't be missed, rip bozo. Fucking Chilling should have run away. No connection line. Chilling's a bitch. Oh my god. Chilling! You're not supposed to do that! Yeah, they're timed out enough, yeah. I'm like, shit, I don't even know how to...
You little cuck boy.
I don't even know how to untime you guys out. Your talking limits up. Why is there just normal men? Guys, how do I bring you back? What do I do? I've never been in this situation before. Wait, 600 seconds! No, there's gotta be a way to click on their names, because their names are gone now. They will be fine. You can only blame yourself for this.
Remove Chilling mod.
Okay, guys, fine. Fine, okay. I don't know how to bring you back. I don't know how to bring you guys out of the shadow realm. Oh god. Okay, there you go. Sorry, Chilling, you abused your power. You have been debadged. Are we gonna have another Valium boy on our hands?
He'll make your real death happen, little buddy.
Okay. See. Mod me. Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, here it comes. We got mod wars going on, guys. Relic's gonna be our new mod. Oh, this is so fucking great.
What if you give me kick mod so I can be extra greasy?
Oh, there you go. I can do that. I can do that. I'll also give you editor role. So then you have even more privileges, Relic. I went in the ASMR category on Reddit. Get in the soup ASMR. Why am I doing this? Because Callie, ASMR is the bangers. You can take it away now.
I am gonna reality travel to Twitch using my mod powers.
Bangers and mash. Can we also take away your breath? Bangers your pulse, perhaps? Oh man, how do I bring him back, guys? I don't know how to bring someone back from the Shadow Realm. What's their name is gone. I don't know what to do anymore. Fuck. Well, I mean, you reap what you sow, right? I mean, guys, this is why we try to have fun here, okay?
Relic, thank you.
We try to have fun. Bing Queeling. Oh my fucking god. Wait, now he's gonna make another account! Man, fuck author. Scotty. What is this story about? This story is about someone who kills themselves and gets transferred to an alternate reality. So it's an isekai where they have like a parasite with shadow powers and they're trying to take down a corrupt government in a future world where there's multiple planetary things. Banning me during my story, bruh. I know, right, Connection Line? Like, what a cuck. Now, how do I use Kick? Channel, roles, moderators, add Connection Line. It's still Connection Line on, yeah, on Kick. There you go, bro. Okay, you're now a moderator, Connection Line. Oh, that's this one? Read it! Shadow Powers, you need to read it! True. Okay, guys. I know we're like fucking around, but we should get to the story, right? Because we're gonna have like ads in a bit here. Connection Line is timed out. Wait, Relic, how did you do that?
Relic, if I ever see your hoe ass pull up, I am spinning your block.
Yeah. How did you remove their timeouts? Because without them being in the chat, I don't know how to bring up their profiles. Because I normally just click on them.
Chilling.
Oh, the command! You can use a command for it. Ah. Okay. I know how to do it. Ain't nobody spinning no block. Sit down, boy. Fuck you, author. Can I ban them too? I did it. I mean, you reap what you sow, Chilling. I mean, you're gonna go and time people out. You gotta expect they're gonna reciprocate in some way. I'm on Kick now? Hell yeah, bro. We all know Kick has better payouts than Twitch anyways, even without ads. I make more money on Kick than I do on Twitch without ads. It's insane. Kicking ass. True. Class was uneventful. Lunch was uneventful. But during my class, one kid got into an argument with another over conflicting answers. It escalated until one of them had to be taken out of the classroom. With the bell ringing, I head outside and wait for Lucas so we can walk to the hub together. While waiting, a few kids ask to take a pic with me, to which I almost always awkwardly nod and get into frame for the selfie. Feels weird when people know about you, but it's a welcome weirdness. You can't have all this fucking around without the finding out to go with it. Connection should be able to talk now on Twitch. Remove the timeout that Chilling put on him. True. As much as I hate to say this, line Chilling, the former actually writes. Thanks, guys. The latter is a Twitch mod. I got you, bro. Everyone knows being a Twitch mod is a bad thing. No one wants to be a Twitch mod. I was watching Asman, because he had the DSP on today, Darkside Phil, and is funny because Asmon thought that DSP was banned from Twitch, but DSP actually just closed his own account because he was like, I fucking don't like Twitch. So he's like principally against Twitch, and he said the only way I come back to Twitch is if Dan Clancy stepped down as the CEO. Guys, we had a shit ton of sexual harassment. Okay, we're gonna donate to some charities. SSL, you cannot have mod. You have not, we know it's you, Chilling. We have scouted you out, and no, you are not allowed mod. You've abused your shit. Timed out Chill on the kick buddy. Got whole week of corner time. We need to put up the toe signal. Haven't seen toe in ages. Toe came in actually like 3 days ago, Sean, or something like that. Tell you to get out of the door, because whenever I shut you my dick, you say just kittle more. I was here yesterday. Everyone shut up and get back to reading and writing. Never forget when DSP straight gooned on live and didn't know. Straight legend. Yeah, he had his camera on and you could just see his face gooning out. Oh man, I miss Toe. Yeah, Sean, you miss Toe. Seriously, you're trying my last nerve. Go talk at a restaurant or a party. I need to know if Toe liked Thumb Wars. True, Sean. Didn't even wash his hands. What's up? Yo, what's up, Celestial Worker? Toe animation. I like animation. True. My toes are very animated. He's white. Why would he? White privilege! The bell ringing. I head outside and wait for Lucas so we can walk to the hub together. While waiting, a few kids ask to take a pic with me, to which I almost always awkwardly nod and get into frame for the selfie. It feels weird when people know about you, but it's a welcome weirdness. As I'm taking a picture with someone, Lucas photobombs it last second, putting one hand up and a peace sign as he bobs his head to us between me and the other girl. She didn't seem to mind and thanked us both for the picture before heading off. By the way, just call me Bomb Dropper. Of course, Bomb Dropper. I think he'd like to read more so I can dig in. Guys, what do we think of the 2 seconds of story we've read so far? I'll call you Shut Upper. No, you should call him Upper Shut. Look who's famous, Lucas toys. As we start to walk. I'm not famous, I reply, fixing my hair. Right, but you will be soon, he chuckles. Excited for training? Sure, yeah, I nod. I wasn't exactly excited per se, but I wasn't dreading it either. Should make a kick account and ask for a mod, then fix the problem over there with Bomb Dropper. Hey, there's nothing wrong with Bomb Dropper. Bomb Dropper's fine. Relic and Queen are my favorite. Well, there you go, Callie. I mean, you're allowed to have your favorites, right? Your favorite male and your favorite female. And then there's me, your favorite in between. Isn't it the same person? Wait, Relic is Queen? Dun dun dun! The twist. How long has Relic been in the community? Like 4 days? 5 days, as far as I know? I'm aiming for 1,000 years. Yeah, 4 days? Bro, I wasn't even talking about you, Relic. It's okay. Relic is radicalized by chilling. So it's completely understandable. What? I was here longer, bro. Of course. You're 17. He's also been here for more than 17 days. What's your followage, guys? Do your followage. I'm not following my own channel, because you can't follow your own channel. I'm so confused. Is Celeste Bomb Dropper is also chilling? Who are these people? Different. No. Chilling and Bomb Dropper are two different people. Oh, so he has autism. No probs. Bomb Dropper is an OG. Okay, the reason I called Chilling Bomb Dropper yesterday was a meme because they're both like 14 and they both sound like they're 8. So they have like the same kid voice. So that's why I made that joke yesterday. Sorry if I wasn't clear about that. Two different users. Alright, I'll catch the VOD. Be well. Alright, Fish, take care, brother. We assume these things are facts anyways. True. Oh, a Celeste Reader! Thank you for the follow!
700 septillion.
Yay! Let's boost those numbers with fake account, guys. Chilling is not cool because he's not funny and timed me out during my story, and when we put the joke on him, he went to kick on 2 accounts and said, fuck you, author. True. Showing the true man's colors. Right? All you have to do is give a man a mask, and he'll show you his true face. That's why I wear this. N-word. Nuclear. Can I have a mask? Yes, you can have a mask, Callie. I'm the Dark Overlord! Jar Jar Binks! If you want to get rid of someone who claims to be your friend, loan them $10, then try to get it back. You'll never see them again. Shh. Sean, I'm gonna cry. I hate the Niagara Falls. It's always full of dirty trash bags from those damn tourists. Ads! Oh, Sean, you're making me depressed, man. I'm sad. Why did I have to do that? And now every day that I use Scrivener is another day I remember that Beezus is gone. Can we call Stream Elements a clanker and treat it like a spam chat scam bot as our little inside joke? Yes, you can absolutely do that, Connection Line. 100%. That sounds amazing idea. Let's make that canon. I have a completion competition this day, so if I win, I go to the next event tomorrow. Hell yeah, Bomb Dropper, that's fucking awesome. I hope you win, bro. I hope you knock the competition off their fucking rails. Feel like 2 clanker messages a stream just doesn't scratch my clankerphobia itch enough. Well, it's because, like, they're set for an hour delay after a 5-line of texts, and then every 20, 40, hour and a half, all 4 of the messages will overlap, depending upon how important each of the messages is, how often it's spammed. 3, 2, 1, toke! Okay. But yeah, Sean, you're gonna make me cry because every time I remember that Beezus is gone, and then I put Beezus put $80 above our friendship. That I didn't even like. I don't even really care. He doesn't have to give me the $80. Come back to the stream, bro. That's all I want. Should I carry Abdullah with me? So I'll sabotage the other contestants with a little gunpowder. Yes. Do whatever you have to win, Bomb Dropper. Because your opponents would do the same to you. So never forget that. Always do what will get you the best result, no matter what. Always. It's probably one of the most important lessons to ever learn. I almost was like, what the fuck, till I got the connection between what you were saying and my ditching a friend comment. Yup. It's brutal, right? Oh, wait. Soba in ig in is prohibited. Sabodig ing? I don't know what that is. No idea. Couldn't tell you. Not up my alley, I'll tell you that right now. Sabotaging? Okay, we'll do the beginning. We'll do the beginning. True. Workers fearing automation toss their wooden shoes called sabo into machines to stop them, hence the word sabotage. I did not know that's the origin of sabotage. Did not know that. Name of Cheetah and Tarzan. True. Based. Hello. 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 You sure? Lucas raised an eyebrow. Well, I'm neutral on it, I admit, as we get on the bus. Right. Guess that checks out. We both sit at the back. Turn this back on. Hello. We are reading Connection Line's story. We're a futuristic city. The buses sure do rattle a lot, at least the older models do. The one we're on is so square, almost like if a box was painted black. Black, green, white, and blue, and was sent out to drive around the city. The lights were also square, cornering the front and back of the bus like some futuristic car or bus that actually just sucks. Well, I got that line about sabotage from Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. Ah. Interesting. I feel like I've lost my resonance, guys. I need... No. Sabo was the guy from One Piece, and tagging is a crime. So whenever he does something evil, it's called sabotaging. Make a thing on BandLab? Sounds good. At least this bus didn't suck, apart from all the rattling. Hold on. I had to figure this out. Honestly, though, it gives the whole thing a strange sense of home. Nostalgia, even. Once we get to the stop closest to the hub, we get off and look around before heading into the construction zone and making our way to the hub. Oh, I forgot to talk, I made a graphic for my videos! Hell yeah! Drop it in the Discord. Look at this retard getting confused. I'll make another while we wait. Hell yeah. It's getting hot in here though, guys. Gotta take my shit off, okay? Gotta take my shit off. 'Cause it's hot in here. shirt as well. Pants as well. Absolutely bomb dropper. Ah! No, you guys forgot. You guys didn't get. No one came to the movie night, so no one got to see my tits. Y'all are bitches, man. One of the greatest movies of all time, and my tits hanging out, and no one showed up. Man, I saw them. They were hot. Hell yeah, Relic. I didn't know there was a movie night. Yes, there was a movie night yesterday, before the stream yesterday. The time right now here is 7:40. I think I passed out that day. Yeah. It's supposed to be every second Sunday of the week, of the month. That's usually movie night, but I always forget. Well, then I would have been doing dishes. Scotty only talked about it for like 3 hours before the day it happened, but okay. Because people were saying they want movie night. What happened to movie night? And then no one shows up. And I'm like, well, that's what happened to movie night. I got discouraged because no one fucking showed up. AM or PM? I don't know what you mean. Right now, it's PM. It's 1900. We wanted good movies. No Princess Bride shit. Oh, Relic, how dare you desecrate that shit. Plus, you guys can vote for whatever movie you want. It started as anime. We watched Princess Mononoke. We watched Akira. The fuck else did we watch? You've never... It's such a good movie. It's such a good movie. Amazing book, too. Absolutely amazing book. 8:27 a.m. for me. So you're like 13 hours off from me, bomb dropper. Cause you're in the Middle East, right? And I'm not saying that just because your name is bomb dropper. It's because you've spoken Arabic before, with Arabic letters. I watched that one, motorcycle robot psychic people one. That's Akira. That's Akira. His name is Bomb Dropper and he's in the Middle East. Yes. Yes, I know. It's the irony is not lost on me. Akira. The classic. Thank you for doxing me. Leave me alone! Ah. Once we get to the stop closest to the hub, we get off and look around before heading into the construction zone and making our way to the hub. Getting in, we sit down and wait for the others to arrive. Didn't take long. One deli and cheese sandwich later, if you want to get technical. Kira motor slide, true. Someone notify the FBI or the CIA or, I don't know, ICE or something. I mean, I'm Canadian, so that doesn't help me, Relic. I don't even know what immigration for Canada is. Do we even have, like, a stop immigration thing? Now FBI gonna get me. No! True. Training day. Lucy bounces into the room, followed by Bree and the rest. Lucas looks up from his computer as Jack walks in, getting up and going to talk with him. We don't have much time to waste. We're going to take the train line. We'll be derailing tomorrow. Let's go. Mira gestured for everyone to get ready to leave. Interpol? No, that's Interpol. That's international police. That's for like between borders level of shit. I don't know what the Canadian drug fucking whatever it is. And I don't know if that specifically falls under the RCMP either. I don't know fuck all about Canada. I don't give two shits. Fuck Canada. We all get ready and walk out, making our way to the bus that'll take us to the terminus station in the train route. Thankfully, this bus is more futuristic, or modern, resulting in a smoother ride. It was still square in certain parts, but the front window slanted back like a train, and the lights were slanted to a slight angle fit with blue lights. The back end sloped upwards to accommodate space for a large EV battery. Oh, I see. Red Interpol, but not what I said. I see how it is. Yes, the immigration is my dick. Ah, I see, Relic. East or West Gorka is the best in my eyes. If you don't know about Gorka, search it. I'm not. You know what? I don't trust you, Bomb Dropper, and I'm not searching that on stream. Gorka can refer to people from Nepal known for their military service. Oh! Oh, they're... Okay, I see. They're kind of like the Fremen. They're kind of like the Fremen. You're like elite, like... elite soldiers and shit like that. Was this all World War I? Oh no, this is like 1800s. So this was like pre-Revolutionary War. That's cool. I love lore like that. What kind of weapons did they use though? Like the fucking the sickle, what the fuck are they called? You know, the ones that are like the Egyptian ones. Oh, I forget what the fucking name for them is. We all get ready and walk out, making our way to the bus that'll take us to the terminus station of the train route. Thankfully, this bus was more futuristic or modern, resulting in a smoother ride, but it was still square in certain parts. But the front window slanted back like a train, and the lights were slanted to a slight angle to fit with blue lights. The back end sloped upwards to accommodate space for a large EV battery, hopefully a more environmentally friendly one than those on Earth. Kukuri is the main weapon. No. Oh yeah, Kukuri. No guns or bombs. Yeah. Yeah, it's like specifically yeah, specifically these ones from Final Fantasy XI. The Ranger artifact weapon. Like a machete, yeah. And it's got that angle on it, right? So it's because it's meant to like chop through brush and stuff like that, right? In like thick jungles. So it's meant to be easy on your wrist to be able to like hack through things, right? The bus, also articulated, having longer front cab and a shorter back cab with raised seats to match the roof. I love bendy buses. You good? Milo asks, sitting beside Mira across from me. Oh, yeah. I look at him and nod. Just blanking, watching the outside while my mind, autopilots, I reply. Ah, cool. Milo smiles and goes back to talking with Mira. It is used to cut through people. Yeah, so are machetes, but machetes are, like, the design of the machete is meant for cutting brush. Right? Same with, like, the kukri, like, the whole point is to get things out of your way. That's because the design of the weapon is not, there's no design that's like, oh, this is going to kill people more effectively, right? But designs will have other effects, right? Like countering other types of weapons and stuff like that. Getting into the terminus station, we all get off and transfer to the train section of the station. The bus station section had a transitway on both ends, and a large bus-only road with station buildings on each side. On the side we came in from, the buildings transition into the train station. Boarding the train, we sit down and chat while we wait for it to leave. 200 kilogram shield and 100 kilogram sword used to cut a fucking horse in half in one strike. I said people. I didn't say horses. There's no, like, specific design to kill people easier. Because you can kill someone with a rapier, you can kill someone with a longsword, you can kill someone with a great sword, you can kill someone with a Zweihander, right? Like, humans are just super fragile, it doesn't matter. But other things, sword designs are generally used for secondary purposes, because they're like, doesn't matter what design it is, we're still going to kill people with it. But if we design it, then we can get other things to work with it. Like, it's the weighted head, right? So you can, like, cut off a horse's head in one strike. Whereas, like, the Zweihander is more like an intimidation weapon. Like a ceremonial intimidation weapon. We can throw the kukri. Yeah, I was gonna say, does it have, like, a boomerang effect? Yeah. Yeah, like a boomerang. Yeah. See, and that would be a secondary effect for design. Boarding the train, we sit down and chat a while. We leave. This train goes straight to the central district. Mira looks at me. The terminus station there is the sky, but we'll be getting off at the Glassplex, she explains. We'll scout the area out and head back on the train towards the Shard. Scout that out and head back here, she finishes. Absolutely, Callie. Absolutely. Are you streaming right now, Callie? Are you streaming? I follow along, nodding as the PA announces that the train will be leaving in 1 minute. Right. And on our way, we'll see the part of track that interests us, I ask, not wanting to outright say what we were doing for safety reasons. Mm-hmm, Mira smiles. We will, but you will be on the train, so don't worry about that. Damn! Gee, that's some big-ass titties! Like, front? I make a conductor gesture. No, pads, she responds. Fix my hair as I look around the train. Oh, okay. It's a great day for me today. Hell yeah, bomb dropper. Every day is a great day if you make it a great day, right? Gay! Inflate those titties! You, Em, and Lucy are pad duty, Mira clarifies. Milo and Jack are front, Lucas and I are control. Ooh, 35,000. I mean, that's not too bad, right? But, you know. Damn! Callie's fucking up there. Oof. Oof. I don't think skill is a command. Maybe I should make a command skill. You boo, talent. Ooh, Callie. Ooh, ouch. Ooh, connection line. Ooh, not good. Those are not good numbers. Eep. Eep, oop, ish, e, ah. Ah, ooh, ee. Ooh, yah, yah, ooh, yeah. You gotta work on that. That is some tight ass shit, connection line. What are you hiding back there? Like, what are you trying to protect? Just let yourself go, man. Like, fuck. Kelly, you just can't win. It's telling you to stop. Command for dick size is length. Length. I'm powering up! Holy shit, Callie. Holy shit, 167%, 2 off of maximum. You were damn right you were powering up. Whereas, Relic over here be fucking Krillin. God, I'm fucking weak. Actually, you're not even Krillin. You're like fucking Yajirobe level. Like, Like, maybe Hercule might actually be stronger than you. That's fucking sad. Alright, that works. I look back at her and towards the others before going to talk to Milo. Eventually, the doors close, and a few seconds later, the train starts to moving. It was like a metro subway train, with a square design and 2 monochrome colors. Or shades, if you're a nerd. Yeah, I'm a nerd! They're shades, i.e. white and black. Ooh! Relic stole my technique! Fuck. I mean, damn, you guys got some power levels. We could have some pretty decent fights going on. But then again, who knows if they're holding back, right? We gotta, like, power up from here and go way beyond it and past it. Didn't master it yet. Not fully, Callie, but you're almost there. Just keep practicing, right? Of black and white that repeated diamond-shaped patterns. It was like the modern take on the old rusty car metro design. As the doors slid open from the top and the seats had heating and cooling, along with the existing system in the train already. Each cart was connected, and the inside of the train looked like it was bleached of color, apart from the ads. How to fight? No, it's RWP. Random weapon. No, it's 8 ball. Not 8 balls. You're doing it wrong. You're doing this on purpose. So 6, so 7. True. The ride was mostly smooth, with a few bumps and rattles here and there. The station all had a very linear design, most of them running alongside the bus transitway, which gave way to some of the other fauna on the planet. Ooh, my ass, did I do it right? Ligma's not here. I don't know where Smokey is. Sadly. You'd think that would call him out of hiding, though, if he was here. He'd be like, no, lick my balls! What are you talking about? Great sword. Ugh. Great sword was actually my first weapon in the very first Monster Hunter, when Great Sword and Great Katana were pretty much, like Longsword, were pretty much the same weapon, but they had different designs. So you could upgrade Great Swords into Longswords. And then I had the Wasp Vespine Longsword with the highest raw damage in the game. That shit was bonkers. Love me some OG Monster Hunter back in the day. Look at my graphic for a bit. You're getting interrupted anyways. Callie, where is it? Because I think I asked you before where it was. Oh, self-promotion? Callie, what the fuck? That's really good, dude. Holy shit. Dude, this will go fucking hard as a banner. Oh. And you got the vampire, clearly, right? And then the werewolf. So I love it. Absolutely. You cooked. You fucking... Oh, I love the red, the hearts, the everything. Like, fuck, this is so good. The dress, the feet, like... Fucking masterclass, bro. I love it. I agree with Celestial. Okay, now read. Terms short sword and long sword have nothing to do with the blade length. It's actually the handle length. The short sword is one-handed, the long sword is two-handed, while the bastard sword is a hand and a half sword, while great swords are massive in size. True. Because the blade length of a sword is usually dependent on the height of an arm length of a person. right? Like, sword length is very dependent upon a single person, right? That's why standardized swords aren't as good as having a personalized sword. It's like having a tailored suit. Wait, I actually might be able to actually... I don't want to, though. Twitch, deadass, is censoring sword because I can't give them my phone number. 12 feet. Whoa. Damn. Veil relic. Why I feel like my heart is hollow? Because it is, Callie. Don't worry about it. You can never find it, but that's okay. Encompassing desire is 10. There you go. That's fully... Sean and Connection Line are made for each other. Sorry to say it, guys. You're just made for each other. I don't know if that's coincidence, or if something else is going on, or you're just made for each other. Oops. Eventually, the station forks off to the transitway, heading further towards the central district. Train station now had a more boxy design, along with the inner parts. One station in particular, SMUVE, was fully linear and outdoors with two big boxy buildings at the end that connected to each other along with a shopping center, and had another building below the train area that connected to a bus loop section of the station. I'm sorry, Connection Line, this is reading like Tolkien. I feel like you're describing every kind of window and side face of the building, and I'm like, I don't need to know this. Why do I need to know this? Because you'll spend 30 pages describing a building. And... the big ales bring on the big hands. Everyone needs the ads. Tokes! That's what we also need. We also need tokes! Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go! Callie, that went hard. Just as hard as Relic is. Only problem is, Relic passes out when he gets, like, a chub. So his one problem with his massive dick is he can't fuck because it can never get hard. And if he takes Viagra, he'll just die. It's one of the curses of having a massive cock. Either that or it's 12 feet long, but it's pin thin. Like a needle thin. Wait, yo, I just got deja vu. How did you get deja vu to that? Can we time out Callie for 2 seconds, or is that Communism.
My dick is 84 feet wide and 100 feet long. When I swing it, I knock buildings over.
Fuck with me. I mean, you still won't fill my gaping asshole. I'll tell you that right now. I've had bigger. You ever fuck a planet? Their dicks are huge. Some say they're mountains.
Attention
What
everyone,
up?
I'm
Hope you're
fucking
all well. Good
announcement.
luck on your stream. I'll be lurking. Hell yeah, EJ Sean. Always good to see you in here, bro. I'll give you a shout out. I can do it right. Yeah, there you go. Go check out EJ Sean, guys. Another great streamer. Way better than me. I'm a piece of shit. I'm a loser ass, bitch ass fuck streamer. Sorry if none of this interests you at these parts, and these parts become a bore to read, but as a huge architectural and transit nerd, feel the need to explain every detail of everything I find, especially those I find interesting. Anyways, we eventually reach the central district, and Mira points out the part that will be derailing the train at. It was right before it enters the Glassplex, letting it fall into a section of the mall that is currently undergoing renovations and therefore off limits. This ensures that nobody will get hurt and or die during this heist, which is the most important detail. It's closing back up! Fuck it! Fuck! See, call out! Self-aware, pro-tag, self-aware, author. True. True. Anyways, we eventually reach the central district. Oh, I already read that. Getting into the Glassplex. We get off and purvey the station. It was an indoor station on the left end of the third floor. Even though it was only the third floor, it was still pretty high up, with the track having a big bridge that led into the station. The whole outer edge of the mall was mostly made of glass, and the glass around the station opens up in a spiral-like pattern around the edges, allowing the train to enter the mall. It was honestly really beautiful, as the deep blue glass reflected the sun, giving it a shimmer that brought everything to life. Entering the station felt like being accepted into the start of summer. True. Since it was an indoor station, sunlight from outside takes a back seat as it gets slightly darker, but not by much. There was an open entrance and exit on both sides, so it let way enough natural light to give most of the station a dim lighting. The slide we came in from had a wall with a few entrance doors leading out of the mall. Fare gates and the entrances, obviously. The other side had the glass edge acting as the wall, but it also blocked a lot of sunlight due to how thick and tinted the glass was. It'd be hard to break through said glass, but a train crashing down at 100+ miles an hour should and could do the trick. Mira points out where everything should be and what will happen when we do our heist, and soon enough we're good to head further on the line towards the sky. Getting on the next train that comes in, we all sit down and enjoy the ride until we make it to our last stop, the sky. The building was huge, like Burj Khalifa levels of huge. Actually, probably taller than that. It had a big white and blue design with a black shading that comes out during the night, giving the whole building a darker black and blue vibe to it. From afar, it was easy to see the two huge airplane wing-like sides, and the massive fan at the top just before the building opens up like a dome. It supposedly collects moisture from the air up at high and converts it into energy to move the fan, which in turn provides even more energy for the city and the building itself. How it does that is beyond me, but I'm sure someone as nerdy as me but in these subjects can figure out how. Looking up from the train as we enter the station, you can only really see a certain amount of stories up before it either becomes a blur or is cut off by huge wings, giving the sky a place to hide. The station itself was built so that it was just outside and inside of the station, giving it an outdoor and indoor area on both platforms. The area section had a bus loop connection, and the inner section led to the main area like an alternate entrance. The actual area was very corporate. Just imagine any public entrance area for an office, bleach it white, add hints of blue, and put a train station right next to it, and you've got yourself the main entrance of the sky. I look around, surprised at how normal it looks apart from the train station, obviously. Just looks like a check-in more than anything. I look to the others. Typo, inside and outside the building. Oh, the building, not the station. I see. Jack nods. Because it is. The sky is both a work hub for Skytech and a landmark. You have to check in before going it further inside, so they know what half of the experience to give you, he explains. Ah, right, I nod. Are we gonna check in? Nah, Mira shakes her head. Just checking the place out. It is relatively new, after all. Lucas takes some pictures, pretending to be in awe of the place, not to raise suspicion. Alright, I look around, taking mental notes of everything. About 15 minutes later, we all head back to the station and back onto the train. The ride back was mostly spent discussing the new trilogy of a movie series being announced. Getting off at the other terminus station, we wait for the bus to get on the bus. We wait for the bus, get on the bus, and eventually we're back at the hub. Woo! Mira sits down on the couch. Closer and closer to saving the world. Lucy chuckles and Bree nods. Now, we just gotta watch some more stuff, practice the timing, and yada yada, and we're good to go. I'm not gonna write about all of that, as it's mostly just sitting around and doing math stuff, so instead I'll, ask how you're doing. Well, how are you doing? I don't know. I don't think I know you. Most likely I don't. Regardless, you took time out of your day and or night or whatever else you might call your time by and decided to read the story of my life. Well, not all of it, but you know, that's pretty cool if you ask me. I'm glad you're taking this time, and I hope that wherever and whenever you are, you're doing good. Alright, back to the story. Aw, that's a nice little chime in. That's kind of nice little cute little thing to add in there. I kind of like that. So yeah, other than just kind of feeling bored a little bit, but then again, you know, you called it out and made it into like a fourth wall break, so it definitely aware of the fact that you're trying to do it. Twitch emojis, lol. Yeah, I know, right? It's like same thing with like BTTV, like the emotes. Like if you capitalize stuff, so you can do like goon, like toke, like backflip. Yeah. Goon doesn't work on screen, though, because they think it's derogatory. Oh, you can do dance. True. Massive goon sesh, guys. Okay. Yeah, just getting out and being able to experience what's going to be happening and noticing certain things that are going to be like, all right, well, this might be a problem for the thing, so maybe we do something else with it. I'm not quite sure, right? It's like how far are you giving us any hints at how far off the books this actual heist is going to be? And who's going to be the person who fucks it up? Alright. Chapter 3.7. Friday. It's time. This nightmare will haunt me no longer. Getting out of bed, I rush to get ready for the day and talk with Araya as much as I possibly can, making sure to soak up every second I get with her. She's going to be headed towards the mall after school. I tell her to just be careful and stay away from the edges. Tell her it's because of my fear of heights, and that you never know what might happen. Walking to school, I give Milo a quick text before going back to chatting with Araya. Once we arrive at the school, Araya gives me a hug and runs off into the school like always. I wait for Lucas, but he texts me to meet him in the classroom, so I make my way inside and towards class. Walking in, he gestures for me to sit beside him, and we start talking about the day ahead. I'm nervous, I sigh. So much that could happen. Bah! We've done so many simulations, it practically only has two outcomes, and the outcome where someone dies is just a random cop. Tries to reassure me. It's alright. Right. I try calming down. If you say so. We chat for a few more minutes with the bell ringing soon after. Teacher walks in, being joined by a man and woman in a black and blue suit. It was a Skytech employee suit, and with them was one of those holodiscs. The female sets up the disc as our teacher greets us and lets us know what's going on. Good morning, class, she starts. Today is an exciting day, as you all may know. So exciting, I think to myself. Today marks the grand opening of Skytech's new trains, along with the new security features all along the transit system for both Skytech and Keys have worked very hard on for the last year or so now. She continues. As such, we have been honored by the grace of two Skytech's very own engineers who worked on this tech themselves. They look more like security guards, if anything. Walking to her desk, the teacher sits down and does whatever while the two engineers start speaking. Hello, elites, the male greets. Due to your status and social reputation, I am sure all of you will follow these new rules and help you guide yourselves to safety. Yeah, just listen to Big Brother. Big Brother knows exactly what you need, and what you need is to not question Big Brother. The female puts the disc on. The Skytech logo appears behind her on a big screen in the class. True! But this meeting is mandatory nonetheless. The female finishes off, turning to the woman as she steps out of the room to sit down. Why did I say female? The male finishes. Jesus Christ. I'm like, why are there two women? Guys, I'm fucking retarded. Just why do you encourage me, and why do you let me make such a fucking fool of myself? Is that why you guys are only here? The only reason you guys are here is to watch me make a goddamn fool out of myself, isn't it? Fuck, I knew this was a bad idea. God damn it. Why are there two women? 2025. You know what? You know what this reminds me of? Or I wonder if I can find it. Actually, it's probably easier to find it on here. Yeah, here, this.
Where is Mama?
Oh my god. So fucking true. Homophobic old dude. He sees lesbians. Banger. Hello. The girl smiles at the class. My name is Claire. and I'll be heading this little rundown on our plan to get to better the future. She seems weirdly energetic for 9 in the morning, and also a little young to be in a position she's in. She honestly seemed more college age than anything, like Bree. I'm sure we all know by now that today marks the very first El Cordia train service. Such will operate along the Central Skyline. Claire continues. These trains will be available to the public and will have total 360 24/7 surveillance. And any and all illegal and immoral activities will be prosecuted by law. Effective basically immediately. She nods and smiles, looking around at the class. She seemed new to all of this. So, no more, She glances back at the guy, who mouths some words before she looks back at the class. Dangerous criminals making your commute unsafe. She continues. Gone will be the days of protests outside of stations, unwanted pushing and shoving, verbal abuse, and other, stuff. She continues, nodding, before looking down for a second, twiddling her fingers as the logo behind her goes dark. And, she looks back up. There will be staff on site at every station for this event, so no funny business. She concludes, almost seeming to not want to mention the last part. The screen turns off and the guy stands up to take the disc back. Claire stands around, stretching as the teacher thanks them. Once she's done thanking them, the two leave, Claire giving a little wave as they head out. Why were they going around schools for this? Did they think we were living under a rock? Was it a warning not to try anything? She alluded to it in the end. I hope they don't know, I remember thinking to myself. Somebody's new to the family, Lucas jokes, nudging my shoulder. I glance over at him, confusion on my face. What? Oh, you know. Lucas looks back, waiting for the teacher to start speaking. All these big companies refer to their employees as the family. That girl must have been new, clarifies. Nodding, I look back at the teacher just before she starts talking again. Right. After an uneventful second class, a nice lunch, and uneventful third class, my last class finally had something interesting happen. For better or worse. What? It's already over? How did we finish that chapter so fast? I'm sad. We could keep going, Callie, unless Relic is ready. There's no major interruptions every 2 seconds. I mean, fair enough. Posted chapter 3. Alright, sounds good. Go ahead. Last 2 chapters tomorrow, hopefully. Hell yeah. Real quick, thoughts? I don't know why that presentation happened, but yeah, I guess it puts a little bit of fear into the idea of they think there might be something that's going to happen. But then again, I think it's just kind of them trying to strike the fear into people too. Like the idea that they're saying, you'll have a safe commute, even though it was clearly like, well, there hasn't been any, like, we've had safe commutes for years. Like, why are they saying things are dangerous? Doesn't seem like anything's dangerous. Seems like they're just amping some shit up. Yeah, it could be anything. Oh. So, you know, fear tactics, but that's just standard of any dystopian totalitarian government, right? Especially striking fear into the young. Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed C instead of V. Alright, we're gonna have ads in a sec here, so we're just gonna wait for the ad break, of course. I'm gonna lurk on Kick for now. Sounds good, connection line, gotta save computing power. Sounds about right. Now some crackers while we wait for this ad break. Get a little bit up in here on this. So, oh, what's up, Kelly? I got no ads. It's not ads yet. It's just I don't want to start we'll have ads in like 5 minutes. Talk to you later. Thanks for your time and working to ban the treasoner. Chilling. No worries. I mean, this is a dictatorship. So, you know, you guys have final say. I posted the finished graphic. Where is it, Callie? Oh, it's on your Ko-Fi. Next up is Discord mod. And then a full ban on chilling. Oh! I didn't see it. I didn't know what I was looking for. Vampire on one side, werewolf on the other. You never know who's in the middle. I like it, Callie. It pops. 100%. You know what we should do, guys? I was thinking about this. We should do a lazy stream. And all we do is listen to music and smoke weed. Or we could do like a mukbang. We could do like a mukbang string. Would you guys be interested in that? They'll make like steak. I can make steak and like scotchos and like maybe we can make some butter chicken. We're gonna have like a 4-hour feast. Like a full 7-course meal kind of thing. Or I could just sit here and see how many crackers I could eat without taking a sip of water. And you guys can like bet on how many crackers I could eat. How many can you shove in your mouth without choking? Like 4? I would try, but I only have 2 crackers left. Come on, ads! Come on, ads! There it is. There it is. There are the ads. We summon the ads. Bring thee forth unto us, O almighty ads! Call upon the greatest of the spoken ones. We are the ads. Worship the ads. Almighty ads. Know your place for the ads. Bow down to your ad lords. The purchasing will continue until the ads expire.
Ads are done.
I still said I got 20 seconds of ads. I kind of go about what my dashboard says. And that's the worst part, too, is like, it'll say, oh, we're in the middle of an ad break, and people will be like, well, the ad break was like 3 minutes ago. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean you got it? Why the fuck doesn't everyone get an ad at the same time? Doesn't make any sense. The whole system is fucked. Because then you get people getting ads at random times, and they're like, wait, I have an ad. It's like, what do you mean you have an ad? It's not ad break yet. I don't believe you. This is some bullshit. Picks or it didn't happen. Picks or it didn't happen. Are we ready? Are we ready for this? This is Relic Story. Chapter 3, The Departure. Alright, let's get into it. The apartment was nearly hollow now, just echoes and outlines. A rectangle of dust marked where the couch had been. Another traced the legs of a coffee table long since hauled off. The air carried that stale, chemical smell of cleaning agents mixed with old cigarette smoke, the kind that clung to walls and memories alike. Detective Lawrence Grimes stood in the middle of the room, box cutter in one hand, staring at the last few things he hadn't managed to throw out.
Remember, this is a story that will be published. It is not fully edited, and is still in writing phase. Please enjoy smiley face.
Yeah, because you said only the first 2 were fully edited. So we will keep that in mind. Staring at the last few things he hadn't managed to throw out. Half-dozen fern. A half-dozen fern. What the fuck is a half dozen fern? God, I'm retarded. Half dead fern. Glass ashtray overflowing with burnt filters, and the old Zenith television he'd meant to leave behind. He hesitated, then crouched beside it. The casing was cracked near the dial, and the electrical tape was curling up at the corners. Plugged it in anyway, cord making a faint spark as it met the outlet. Screen came to life with a distorted thunk, the familiar hum building beneath the static. Believe that's supposed to be half dead fern. Yeah, no, I was being facetious. I'm fucking retarded. I don't know why I said half dozen. Because it does say half dead. An old, comforting kind of noise, like the pulse of a dying machine, humming through the channels. Late-night infomercials promised miracle knives. Preacher shouted about damnation through a haze of snow. Then the picture steadied on a local news anchor, a man with hair too perfect to be real, voice smooth as glass. I also wrote this like 4 months ago. Gary? So what you're saying is you're a better writer than what this is. This doesn't appreciate your true skill right now. Or did you fall off and this is the best thing you ever wrote? In tonight's headlines, new developments in the Jefferson Boulevard incident that left one officer dead and another transferred out of Detroit. Sources within the department say Detective Lawrence Grimes, recently promoted, has departed under complicated circumstances. Grimes' hand froze on the dial. The apartment felt smaller, walls drawn inward. It's a shame, another voice chimed in, the police chief smiling before a forest of microphones. Officer Luke Waters was one of our brightest, but Detective Grimes is a respected man. We wish him well in his new assignment. A pause. Then the image shifted. Photo of Jefferson Boulevard filled the screen, blurred, rain-slicked asphalt, police tape glistening under sodium light. The anchor kept talking, but Grimes wasn't listening anymore. His mind was taking him back to that night just a few nights ago. The sound dissolved into the rhythmic hiss of rain. The woman's split lip, the way she said, "He's got a gun." It was almost like Grimes was watching the events unfold from third person. The way the TV played, a children's TV show. The mechanical laughter as everything went down. How Waters went down. A gunshot to the neck, his dull eyes staring off into the void. And then Bishop's daughter, dark hair matted to her face, her eyes wide and wet as she stared at him from behind her mother. He blinked. And for a second, saw her again, in the reflection of the TV glass. Those same eyes, looking right back at him. Grimes stumbled to his feet. The room felt colder now. The hum from the TV deepened, vibrating through the floorboards. The reflection on the screen warped. His face, elongated, eyes sunken, looked nothing like him. Car horn blared outside. He flinched. The moment cracked apart like ice underfoot. Dragged a hand over his face, exhaled slowly. The reflection returned to normal. Just him again, tired, unshaven, 34 and hollowed out by ghosts. He turned the knob on the TV. Picture shrank in a glowing pinprick before dying into black. Enough, he muttered. Anytime anyone says enough, all I can think of is Bale saying, "Enough, enough, enough," in Diablo 4. Like the opening intro. When the barbarian's rambling. He unplugged the seat, coiled the cord, and dropped it into the last open box. The silence that followed felt unnatural, like the building itself was holding its breath. Grimes lit a cigarette, letting the smoke curl toward the ceiling where a water stain formed the vague outline of a face. He told himself it was just a coincidence. He took one last look around. The walls seemed too lean. the peeling paint casting long shadows that reached for him. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like someone moving just out of sight. He grabbed his duffel, slung it over his shoulder, and shut off the lights. At the door, he hesitated, hand resting on the knob. Somewhere deep in the bones of the building, a pipe groaned. It almost sounded like a sigh. He stepped into the alleyway. The door closed behind him with a soft final click, and in the dark apartment, the unplugged TV flickered once, just once, before going black again. The highway out of Detroit looked like a scar, long, pale, and unhealed. Grimes' Oldsmobile Cutlass rumbled beneath him, its engine coughing through years of neglect. Each mile another wheezing exhale. City lights dwindling in the rear view, their orange halos dissolving into the fog. For a long time, he kept glancing back, half expecting to see the skyline follow him like a ghost that refused to stay buried. The road opened wide after the industrial belt. Rusted factories blurred into shadows, their smokestacks black against the pre-dawn sky. A sign overhead read, "Thank you for visiting Detroit." The last trace of a life he was leaving behind. Behind it, there was only the long gray breath of the interstate. He didn't bother with the radio at first. The silence was better, cleaner, but silence had its own way of turning on a man. After an hour, he turned the dial and the car filled with fractured noise, static, voices fading in and out between distant stations. He stopped on one halfway through a sermon. "Wages of sin," the preacher rasped, "are often paid in quiet rooms long before the grave calls your name." Yeah, I changed that vehicle to a Chevy C10 truck. Gotta go back and edit that. Ah, so it's like his vehicle. I'm a little bit confused about the horn that he heard outside. I felt like that was like someone waiting for him, like his ride or something like that. But then when he got in the truck and just kind of drove away, I was like, oh, well, that was just a random horn that he heard. Yeah, so maybe make it more clear that the horn was a passive vehicle and it's not like, you know, someone being like, hurry the fuck up, we gotta go. Because I feel like you can give that impression that that's how the character feels without actually making it feel that way. Does that make sense? By kind of like alluding to it being like a distant horn, sounding like, you know, like it was calling my name or something like that. Something to say that like it's kind of jolting him back to reality, and that's the thing that's like he's like, okay, it's time. Because I was a little bit confused when I heard the horn, and I was like, is that calling to him, or is that random? So just make it a little bit more clear that it's, to him it's a calling, but in reality it's random. Right? And that's kind of one of the hard things to do with like the character perspective, is like, how do you make the character like feel one thing that's not how it is? And either that could also be like a stylistic thing too, right? But I just think it's at that point it's the choice of, do you want it to be a stylistic or do you want it to be clear? And that's, you know, your choice. I'm just saying that's how I feel about it, or that's the feeling, the vibe, and the direction that my mind goes when I think of that. Grimes shuts it off. The hum of the tires returned, steady and hypnotic. Outside Toledo, right? That's a place, right? Toledo? I think I've heard of that before. Outside Toledo, the rain began again, thin at first, then heavier, washing the road into a smear of reflected light. He rolled down the window, letting the cold slap his face awake. The air smelled of wet asphalt and cornfields. The world had gone colorless, grayscale and endless. kept driving. The miles unfurled behind him like a body he didn't want to look at. Signs passed in monotone rhythm. Ann Arbor, 10 miles. Chicago, 219. Des Moines, 546. The map on the passenger seat trembled every time he hit a bump. Someone had written Cinder in blue pen, the very center of it, almost as if an afterthought. He didn't remember who had marked it for him. By the time the sun began to rise, he crossed into Indiana. The horizon burned a deep orange red, smothered by low clouds. Grain silhouettes stood like watchtowers in the distance. He stopped at the rest area near South Bend. Cracked vending machines, 2 flickering overhead lights, the scent of coffee gone stale hours ago. A trucker nodded to him at the urinal but said nothing. Everyone on the road had that same look, faces blurred by exhaustion and anonymity. Poured himself a cup of black coffee from a metal thermos, took one sip and spat it out, bitter, burnt, and drank it anyway. Inside the convenience store, a small television behind the counter replayed the morning news. He caught the tail end of a familiar headline. Detroit officer transfer still raises questions. The clerk noticed him looking and turned the volume down. Grimes gave a nod that said thank you and don't ask at the same time. Back in the car, he sat for a while with the engine off. The rain eased, leaving the world wrapped in mist. He thought of Luke Waters again, how young he'd looked that night, how certain, fresh out of the academy, bright-eyed, still calling him Sir. The sound of the gunfire still lived somewhere deep inside Grimes' ears, replaying in quiet like a film reel jammed in its loop. He lit a cigarette and stared at the fog curling through the trees. Somewhere out there, he thought he saw a figure standing near the edge of the rest stop, a thin outline, unmoving. When he blinked, it was gone. Maybe it was never there. He tossed a cigarette and turned the ignition. The cutlass groaned, coughed, and came to life. By the time he reached Davenport, it was about 9 p.m. and the rain had turned to dust. The air grew drier. The smell of the Great Plains replaced Detroit's metallic rot. He pulled into a diner called the Silver Fork, neon lights flickering like a dying nerve. Inside, the booths were half full. Truckers, families, a few drifters. Waitress greeted him with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Coffee? Please. He sat near the window, watching the empty road shimmer under sodium lamps. Coffee steamed in the chipped mug, black and thin. At the counter, 2 men spoke just loud enough to hear. You hear about that Detroit cop? The one they shipped out west? Yeah. Heard he froze up, let his partner get shot. Some kind of cover-up, maybe. Paper said the guy was promoted right after. Grimes lowered his eyes, stirring his coffee, though there was nothing in it. The spoon clinked against ceramic like a ticking clock. They sent him to some desert town, one of them said. Punishment, I guess. He didn't look up until the waitress returned. Refill? No, he said quietly. Just the check. She left it on the table with a sympathetic glance she hadn't earned. He paid in cash and left a $1 tip. Old habit. Outside, the night was endless. The neon sign buzzed overhead. Its flicker spelling silver F when the other letters failed. He stood there for a while, letting the dry wind scrape at his face before getting back behind the wheel. Just after 3 a.m., Grimes hit Omaha. That time frame seems a little bit weird, Relic. Isn't it like 8 in the morning? Or is this a massive time skip and he didn't go to sleep? Because then wouldn't he have been on the road for more than 24 hours? Like, I'm trying to timeline this out. Like, he left at night, right? And then it was morning. And then he went to the diner. And now it's morning again. What happened to the entire day? Unless that is supposed to say 3 p.m. That would make more sense, because that'd be about a five more hours of driving. And that means he would have probably been on the road for about 8 hours with like a 2-hour break at the stops. Okay. Okay. Because I'm like, he's been driving for a fucking long time. I don't know the states, but like what it takes to get from like whatever state he's in. No, it was 9 p.m. then 3 a.m. Okay. Because I felt like it was like 34-hour drive. Okay. The impression I got is that he's leaving in the middle of the night. Like, it's like 8 o'clock. It's like 8 p.m. He gets on the road. He drives from like 8 p.m. till like 5, 6 a.m. And then he's like, shit, okay, I'm tired. Yeah. Maybe it's just like the dark and the dreary atmosphere that makes me feel like it's, you know the movie, fuck, why am I blanking on the name now? Dark City with Kiefer Sutherland. I feel like that's this entire book so far, is it's always dark and it's always raining. And I love that aesthetic. Because then when we finally see the light, we're going to be like, oh yeah! And then it's not going to be real light. You know? It's like looking at the light at the end of the tunnel, but it's that one lamp that actually works in the tunnel. And then you realize the tunnel keeps going. Trying to make the reader feel disconnected, like Grimes is. Sounds about right, because you're in this, like, disassociative state, right? Where he's not completely, he's still in shock. He's going through it that Waters died, but he hasn't yet addressed it. Yeah. Radio caught fragments of conversation as he drove. Farm reports, advertisements for miracle painkillers, snippets of country songs. He switched stations compulsively, never letting one stay long enough to finish a sentence. At one point, a newscast voice broke through. Detective Lawrence Grimes, previously involved in the Jefferson Boulevard shooting, was transferred earlier this week as part of a federal partnership exchange program. Shut the radio off so fast the dial cracked. The road stretched out in front of him, straight, unbroken, swallowing the horizon. The moon hung low, pale and watchful. Its headlights carved tunnels through the darkness, revealing little but asphalt and dust. Now and then, he saw shapes on the side of the road, half-formed things that could have been shrubs, rocks, or people. He stopped trying to tell the difference. He passed through small towns with names he'd forgotten by morning. Each one had the same diner, the same newspaper headline, the same faces that turned just a second too late to be natural. By Denver, he was running on caffeine and regret. His reflection in the window looked older, hollowed out by sleepless miles. The hum of the tires became rhythmic, almost like breathing. Sometimes he caught himself mouthing words to no one. Near dawn, somewhere west of the Rockies, Grimes pulled off the road. The horizon stretched in every direction. Empty land, pale, wind-battered. The air was colder now, thinner. He killed the engine, stepped out. The silence hit like a wall. No traffic, no wind, no sound at all. He could see the breath in the light, in the half-light, curling like smoke in the distance. The desert waited, a vast, colorless expanse that swallowed everything in its reach. He leaned against the hood, lighting his last cigarette. Flame flared orange, smoke rising into the gray. He watched it drift upward until it disappeared. One more day, he whispered. Hell yeah. I definitely feel the disconnect with it, where it's like, you know, he's in his head, just going over the scenario over and over. Guilt, grief, shock, disbelief, inability to accept, denial, and the fact that he keeps hearing, like, no matter where he goes, he keeps seeing it over and over, reminding him over and over, and it's just like, you just want to scream inside your fucking skull and say, leave me the fuck alone. Wait, it talks! What's up, Callie? Plus, like, am I doing good? I think you should read The Hobbit on stream. I could do that, Callie. I could do that. I'd have to get a copy of the book, but I could do that. Your voice doesn't make me cringe anymore. Wait, my voice used to make you cringe, Callie? And you didn't tell me that my voice made you cringe. No, Lord of the Rings, I want to hear you sing Tom Bombadil's songs. That's why I recommend you read The Hobbit. The build-up till Cinder is supposed to feel off, like Grimes is a ticking bomb almost. The world around him is a massive dark stain on him. And once he gets to Cinder, everything is like cultish off. Twisted smiles, everything too perfect, like a total shift. Like everything's practiced, everything's fake, everything's presentation. Read all 4, and I'm sorry for not telling you earlier. So, Callie, what you're saying is this voice is cringe? This voice is not. Is that what you're saying? It's like my normal voice, just like talking and stuff, is cringe. Because I've been talking in the wrong tone my entire life. Because the tone I should actually be talking in is this tone, I think. I think this is the tone I should be talking in. And that's the thing that should pull me up more. So I need to practice more talking like this. And then have this be my new normal that I'm talking at. I get all energetic. One main thing I use in the book is, welcome to Cinder, the best place to live. You hear that a lot in the book, on loudspeakers. Thank you, everyone in the town says it, flags, etc. Energetic is good though, it's magnetic. Why thank you? Because, like, it's gonna be a, you know, right now I'm like, okay, focus on breathing. Make sure I'm breathing. Focus on the resonance in my chest and feel that vibration, that tone sets in you. When you can feel the harmonics evolving from your voice as you talk. So this will be like the first bit that we need to get to. Sean, we all know I'm not a singer. And I will always love you. Okay, now my audience is deaf, so you guys won't know if I'm talking or not. This might actually play to my singers speak from their bellies. I know, I was just making a joke, Sean. And that is why I developed this voice. This voice was supposed to be the imitation copy of I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm faking being the speaking from the belly kind of idea. Instead of just having that as the natural way that my voice talks. but then amping it up to add this over-the-top, overarching, echoing expanse of words that feel as though they are evolving from a cave in some way, escaping through dire circumstance. I was third son in a house with 3 floors, taught to speak over the rest of the family to be heard. I just always had a loud voice, but I don't have confidence, so I'm like, I'm a loud voice, but I'm not like, oh god, instead of being like, you know, hey, maybe we can just go a little bit with this and get a little bit over it, and we can still do a little bit up and down, and, you know, we get the inflections all around, but we can still hold it up with something like this. So that's going to be like the new type of practice, is how much can we hold it and then change for inflection over top of it, right? Getting the breathing down. Literally everyone else tells us to quiet down. We're right beside them. People are like, you know what my pet peeve is? When someone says don't yell. And I'd be like, oh bitch! You don't know what the fuck yelling is! Shut the fuck up! I'll show you fucking yelling! I just have a loud voice. I ain't yelling, I'm just saying. Cat. Oh, that shit irks me so much, because I'm like, nah, if I was yelling, you would fucking know if I was yelling. I ain't yelling. It's just me being a little bit myself, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I'm really excited to read more Relic because, ads! So guys, do you think changing the voice up just this tiniest bit in order to give this resonance will be enough for me to hit 3 digits on my videos, combined with the new style of thumbnails? Will we be able to create this new perfect packaging? And the only thing we could possibly need now is new titles. New titles to go along with our wonderful thumbnails and stories. So now we have the premise, we have the voice, we have the visuals, so we could do it all. So I feel like I would want to at least do 1 story. I was going to do it today, but as usual, I said, I'm going to design the thumbnails first. And once I have designed the thumbnails, then we will do the stories. Even though we already have all of the stories prepared. Same with what we are doing right now, where we have Brian Evanson, where we will find more stories, I believe, that are on here. Room tone. I don't bellow. Any fool can bellow. I want you to emit sound with intensity, says the voice instructor, oh so hopefully. True. And that is why, of all things now, I have started doing, watching voice training exercise videos on YouTube. And like I said, breathing exercises and resonance with your inner tone, your body self-tone with your highest resonance of your chest cavity is the tone that you want to make your natural tone. And then from there, your voice will simply expand out. And then you can add the inflections and the ups and downs and the craziness and the over-the-top and everything that goes with it, that goes beyond and above, and there's nothing you can quite do about it, but we all know that the next thing you will do is fall prey to the voice that will consume you. In all things, there is but one we could do, and that is call upon the moment that we find our ears have forsaken us. I got burgers and fries. Burgers. You're lucky, Callie. I'm fucking starving up in here. I was eating goddamn crackers. I was so fucking hunger. So fucking hunger, I eating goddamn crackers. That's a sad day, guys. Alright. So we have another Brian Evanson. Room tone. Oh, Jesus. But we have tokes first. We gotta get our tokes out the way. Get the tokes out the way, bitches, out the fucking way. Make way for the one and only Sir Lancelot and his coconuts. Can't afford a horse, so all I have are these coconuts. Oh, I want metal curlers, like for hair. Unused. Purpose to wrap potato slices around them and then air fry the potatoes to make curled chips. Damn, Sean, that's impressive. I like that. I like where you're going with that. I'm all in on that, bro. Dokes! Once chips are nicely fried, use a piping bag to stuff them with cream cheese mixtures. Okay, Sean, I see where you're going. I see where you're going with this. Could be one of the most expensive chips in the world. It's like filled chips, stuffed chips. What are they stuffed with, you ask? More chips. Duh. Do you imagine cheese stuffed Doritos? Like inject cheese into like the air bubbles. Could you imagine that? Cox! A while ago someone said I could write a mass E what face. I don't know what you mean by that. Cream cheese with onions and peppers. Hell yeah, Sean. 3, 2, 1, choke! A masterpiece? Is that what you meant to say? Someone said I could write a masterpiece. Yes, you can, Callie. Doesn't write masterpieces, he writes mistress pieces because he knows the Tox wants a dummy mommy. Yeah! See, now we're talking. Now we're getting into the weeds of it, guys. I see it all coming to fruition now. It's like this... It's like the unraveling of the story, and now you have like the crossing of plot lines where it's like everything is now being revealed. Note, I didn't say you can't, I said you don't. Very true. So change that don't to a do and you're on your way. Alright, here we go. Here we go, guys. Lock in, lock in. Let's get this story done. And then we're gonna read Eye of the World. Okay. Callie ever decides to write for someone other than you, it will be a masterpiece. Callie doesn't. I think. You know, Callie's heading in the right direction. I think he's already written a masterpiece. Just in his head, so you just got to get it on paper. The story written in your head, Callie, is the one. I try to write for everyone. Like I said, Callie, your writing isn't for everyone. Your writing is for high intellectuals with ability to connect the dots really easily. It's not necessarily confusing, but it's not like straightforward, right? But then I'm like, no one understands me. You can please some people all the time and everyone some of the time, but you can't write for everyone every time. Yeah. You gotta know that niche audience you're going for that's gonna look for the beauty and the poetry in the writing and try and find meaning in and of itself aside from the physical reality that the book is trying to display. Does that make sense? Why can I write intellectual pieces but I'm so dumb? Because that's the power of creativity, Callie. The power of channeling. And then the more you do it, the more you become like that. And then eventually you'll be an intellectual. Like me. An intellectual. Main point. Write for yourself. If others enjoy it, great. If not, who cares? You liked writing it. Exactly. Exactly. You have to enjoy your own craft. You have to enjoy what you're putting into it. You have to be looking forward to wanting to read it yourself. Carlos Cruz, yo, what's up? Hi, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you? What are you up to today, good sir? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of ideas? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Well, welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication. I mean, my first book made me like $40. Yeah. True, Callie. Absolutely. So it can only get better from there, right? Just keep writing, keep pumping those stories out. Keep giving everything you got. Second probably made 20. I didn't do as much marketing. Even though I think Butterflies with Vertigo is better than Into a Nightmare. But I do like the mythology of Into the Nightmare. But I like the abstract esotericness of Butterflies with Vertigo. And the name just says it all. Butterflies with Vertigo. It's such a profound name. Because it's like, how do you fly if you have vertigo? I got so much better at writing. Yep. Yep, that's what happens, Callie. Just keep doing it. Keep doing it. Your first book, you go from here to here. Because of the amount that you actually put on paper, the editing, and especially like you getting it into paperback, getting it published, right? Like, I may have mine on Amazon on Kindle, but I don't have paperback copies. I just have digital copies. Do you think I got better with Student Body Sonata? Oh yeah. Like, look at your first draft of like what we read originally, Callie, with like Stella and everything, and now look at it. Like, look how much more depth, how much more feeling, how much more visceral the world is in these like new like rewrites. Even the way that the story starts and everything like that is completely redone. Which I think leads more into the exposition, but I think that's like, you know, that's a good thing. because it sets an image, right? Like I said, there's 3 ways to start the story. An image, a character, or a setting. And an image or a character are the 2 strongest. And if you can make an image with a character in it, that's even better. Because then you're painting an image for the person, and they're like, okay, I understand where we are, and then you bring the character in, and it's like, okay, now I understand why I want to be here. And I think that's the most powerful way to start, is an image into a character. And then you don't have to worry about it anymore, because you've already built the image in the setting. You just need the character to do the rest. But anyways, here we go. Room tone. At the last possible moment, he found the perfect house. It was empty and spacious. It hadn't been updated since the 70s, which was exactly what Philip wanted. It was for sale, with the old couple who had lived here both in hospice, now their children living on the side of the country and eager to sell. To lease a place like that for a few weeks would normally have cost well over what they had budgeted for locations, but Philip had a word with a realtor, and since they only needed to film at night, she struck a deal with him that involved a lump cash payment of $300, some that Philip suspected would never make it further than the realtor's pocket. "We have a deal," she said. "Remember, at night only, and no earlier than 6 at night, out by 7 in the morning, and for exactly 2 weeks, starting tomorrow." He agreed. Of course he did. He figured, at the time, that the time limit was there so the realtor would feel like she could ask for more money if they needed a few extra days. Besides, Philip had things under control. He, Philip, was the heart of the project. He had written the thing, he was directing it, he was handling the sound, he was doing the editing in post-production. He had grown up down the street from the cameraman. They had a rapport. So even though Philip wasn't the cameraman, he knew exactly what this particular cameraman would do. The actors, too, were all people he had gone to school with. Which meant that he could see in his head exactly how every piece of the project would go. But then again, there was the lighting person who he didn't know, who the producer had brought aboard. He was union, which meant he saw this as a job, complete with overtime, and the producer himself, who he didn't really know, who had come through the cameraman, was a friend of the latter's father, and of course the woman doing wardrobe, the makeup artist, a best boy, a gaffer. They were unknowns too. But yes, basically he had his finger on the pulse of the project. He was sure that he could get it done. On day 11 of the shoot, he went by the realtor's office. "Done already?" she asked. "No discounts for days not used." But when she realized that Philip was there for precisely the opposite reason, she said, "Let's not talk here." They walked to a coffee shop around the corner, over a confused melange of cider and chai that the coffee shop referred to as cider. Philip explained that there had been unexpected difficulties, that they were running behind, just a day or two. That was all they needed. He was happy to pay for it. "No," she said. "No?" As in, "No," she said. "It can't be done." He only needed a few days, he told her. He could pay her double the rate he'd paid before. They needed it to finish the movie. "I'm sorry," she said. "No." He opened his mouth to speak again, but she had already leaned far back in her chair, her arms folded across her chest, her mouth a tight line. "Why not?" he asked. "The house is sold," she said. "I'd sold it before you and struck our deal. He moves in the day after you finish." "Isn't there a way of pushing the closing back a day or two?" She shook her head. "He wanted to move in earlier than that. I've been stalling the escrow just to give you the 2 weeks I promised, but I can't give you a minute more." The next 3 days were difficult. Quickly went back over the script, trimming any scenes he could justify trimming, regrouping everything to be as efficient as possible. Prayed for single takes, He gathered the actors in a park down the street a few hours before they were allowed to enter the house, and rehearsed until they had it just right. It was a struggle and effort, but in the end, they were almost back on schedule. They might just make it, but they didn't. The last day, Philip had everyone show up at 3 rather than 6. They had a series of scenes to do in the living room in the house where the murder took place. The murder scene would have to be shot last of all because of the fake blood. They couldn't circle back and shoot the earlier scenes once the blood was smeared about, and they'd probably be able to shoot the murder just once. I think I see where this fucking story is going. I think I know where this is going. I'm excited if it's going where I think it's going. They couldn't circle back to shoot the earlier scenes once the blood was smeared about, and they'd probably be able to shoot the murder just the once. But when they arrived at the house, the realtor was there, showing around a gray-haired, distinguished man. He was, thought Philip, not unlike the man who would be murdered in the script. "Move all this shitty furniture out," he was saying. "I didn't buy this crap. I only bought the house." Then he turned to Philip. "Who are you?" he asked. "What are you doing here?" Behind him, the realtor was shaking her head no. "I'm here to make a record of the house," he claimed. "Record of the house," the man said. "Why?" He turned to the realtor. "I don't know that I'm comfortable with that. It's something the children want," Philip lied. "To be able to remember how the house was when their parents lived there." "You'll have the house tomorrow," soothed the realtor. "After that, you can do whatever you want with it, and you'll take the furniture out." The new owner asked Philip. "Yes," said Philip, "absolutely." The new owner sniffed and then turned away. He wandered with the realtor to another part of the house. Quickly, they began to set up. Though before they had finished, the new owner had come back again. "Are all these lights really necessary?" he asked. "You're recording the contents of the house, not shooting a movie." "I'm just doing what I've been told to do," said Philip. "It'll be your house tomorrow," the realtor said again. The new owner shook his head and went out. It was a long night, and even with the extra 3 hours, they quickly fell behind. The realtor was back an hour later to bawl him out about coming in early. Philip stood and took it. He agreed with her, profusely apologized, did anything he possibly could to satisfy her as quickly as possible so that he could get back to shooting. It was a weird day. Everybody seemed a little off. He tried to tell himself that it was okay. The scenes that were being shot were leading to a murder after all. All the characters were more than a little out of their minds in those scenes, and maybe it was good for anxiety of the crew to rub off on them. He remembered a performance of a John Garrett play he'd once seen in Seattle, in which the actors kept injuring themselves, tripping, running into things, falling. They did so more and more often as the play went on. So much so that he thought, if this play goes on for another hour, someone is going to wind up dead. Maybe it would be like that, and maybe in the end it was like that. Even though they had to close the curtains for the final scene because it was already growing light outside. Had to quickly rework all the camera angles so the closed curtains wouldn't be visible. It was like everything leading up to the murder was being shot with a view of the dark sheet of glass that was in the front window. But now that the murder was actually going on, the room could only be seen from the other side, looking in. That was good. Maybe that was good. If it was, then in a way they had a new owner of the house to thank for it. They began filming, and yes, the scene came off, and the blood went places where they hadn't expected the blood to go, which was, Philip guessed, good. Could he make it look good anyway? Could be made to look good anyway. They were almost finished. The scene essentially concluded. The body lying on the floor, throat slit, no longer moving, and the killer standing, straightening his now bloody jacket and walking toward the front door, when someone turned a key in the lock. The actor playing the killer stopped walking, not knowing what to do. Philip urged him forward. The door opened and the chain caught it, and he saw, through the opening, the enraged eye of the new owner. "What the hell?" the man said. And maybe that was good, Philip thought. Maybe they could use that too. With the resemblance of the new owner to the victim, it was almost like a man was walking in on his own murder. Philip's mind was already twisting the details, trying to make it all fit in his artistic vision. "Cut!" he said. "You're still here?" The new owner said, moving his head back and forth across the crack in the door, as if unable to decide whether to look at Philip with his right or left eye. "And the furniture's still here. What's all that over the floor?" "We're almost done," said Philip. This is my house," the man yelled, his face going a deep red. "Get out of my house!" "We need 5 more minutes," said Philip. "If you can give us that, it will be enough. You'll never have to see us again." But the new owner already had his cell phone out. The new owner was already dialing. The police were sympathetic. They really were. Philip explained as much as he could without getting the realtor in trouble, and the police were inclined to believe him that it had all been a misunderstanding, and to let it go. They made no gestures towards trying to take his footage. Would he be willing to pay the cost of cleaning and moving the furniture out? Of course he would, Philip said. In fact, he would go in there and personally clean it himself. But the officer was shaking his head. "No," he said. "Mr. Mason doesn't want you on the property. He's asked for a restraining order. But if he were to personally supervise the job, then it would be sure to..." The officer clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder. "He'll send you the bill. You'll pay it." And not knowing what else to do, Philip agreed. It might have ended there, with Philip's producer in slightly over his head because of Mr. Mason employing not merely a cleaner to take care of the mess, but a forensic cleaner at that, despite it having been a simulated rather than actual murder. You can try adding ass where the skip happens to let the reader know it's a skip. Is that reference to this story, Callie? Yeah, I know. I was making a joke about, like, using asterisks to censor a word. I don't know what you mean by that, though, Callie. Is that just, like, a random tip? Because, yes, that's true. You can do that. I just don't know its relevance to the current situation. Even at the end of the murder scene, they'd gotten enough footage before the actor hesitated because of the noise at the door as Mr. Mason tried to come in. It was obvious he was walking toward the door. That should be enough. More than enough. They'd simply jumped him outside the house, slowly pushing his way deep into his hiding place in the hedge. Viewers would be able to follow it, so it was okay, or at least he thought it was, until he started editing the sound. It was mostly fine, but in all the cases of that last day, in the jerky start and the awkward final moments, he hadn't managed to do the very simple thing of recording the room tone. That was okay, he told himself. It didn't matter. They could take a moment in one of the scenes, one of the dead, silent moments, and simply replicate it until they had a minute, say, of room tone. But he tried that, and it sounded wrong. Not to the producer. The man couldn't tell the difference, but to Philip. He went back through the tape, but no. There was no good sustained silence, or rather, there was sustained silence, but it was all from moments when the curtains were open and they didn't mesh with that more muffled feeling of having the curtains closed while the murder was happening. That stifled feeling, felt in the audio of the rest of the scene, was something he was missing in the silence. There was a part there where it went from calling the police to the police suddenly being there. Oh, well, I guess so. But this is an older story, so that's probably more of a stylized thing from now, where they just use transition sentences, right? Because things have gotten a lot more gamey when it comes to writing. You know, like everything's more formulaic. Everyone's like, oh, you have to do this, this, and this, right? Which is why I said to Relic, his story felt a little formulaic, where things were kind of just felt like they were being checked off a list like making sure every scene has like all of the sensory details. Every scene has this, and it's like it makes the scenes feel contrived because it feels like you're just adding in all this extra layer instead of just letting the scene itself breathe. Like, you know, 2 sensory details a scene. Some scenes you don't need sensory details for them, right? So it's like, how relevant is that sensory detail to the plot, or is it something you're just trying to add in because formula says that you should have a sensory detail in every scene? But it almost feels like it's in almost every paragraph, too. But he told himself it was no big deal. The movie would be fine without it. But the more time he spent editing, the more he realized this was wrong. He didn't need the room tone. When the new owner opened the door, he tried to explain. Yes, he'd been in the house longer than he'd meant to, and he wanted to apologize for that. Yes, they'd left a mess, and yes, they hadn't been completely honest with him. He claimed, truly sorry for that. When the new owner started to close the door, he managed to wedge his foot into the crack. They always did that in the movies, and it seemed to work just fine there. Though in real life, maybe because he was wearing sneakers, maybe because of the new owner closed the door very hard indeed, it hurt like hell out of his foot. I'd just like 5 minutes, Philip said. That's all I need. Philip brandished the boom mic. After all, I'll never bother you again. No, said the man. But you don't understand. Without it, the movie... I don't care, said the new owner. I'm willing to pay, said Philip. I don't want your money, said the new owner. I want you to get your foot out of my door. Fucking ads. God damn ads. I'll be right back. Oh, that cold all of a sudden. All right. Okay. Said the new owner. I want you to get your foot out of my door and get the hell off my porch. And when Philip still persisted, I have a restraining order against you. If you're not off the porch in 20 seconds, I'm calling the police. Why 20 seconds? Philip wondered. Absurdly. As he left the porch, why 20? What was significant about that length of time to the man? The man would let him in and simply stay quiet for 20 seconds. Would that be enough? Well, maybe not. Still, it would be a lot better than what he currently had. Don't worry, his producer said. It's not noticeable. Everyone on the crew said the same, no matter how many times he asked them. He suspected. They said it because the producer had told them to. The producer was ready to be done with the project. Producer was ready to move on to his next project, his next tax break. Philip found himself unable to sleep at night, thinking about the room tone, thinking about the several moments in the movie where you heard the wrong silence. He had to figure something out. He had to do something, which is why, a few days later, he was in a car parked down the street, watching the house, waiting for the new owner to leave. The new owner lived alone, it seemed, and so, as the afternoon wore on, Philip began to feel that all he had to do was wait until the man went out, and then break in, record for a few minutes, and then leave. It was early evening before Mr. Mason left. He went out the front door and locked it behind him, and got in his car and drove away. Philip waited a few minutes just to make sure he wouldn't come back for something, and then he got out of the car and moved towards the door. He had a rock. He had brought a rock with him. He was wearing gloves too, just in case. He went around back to one of the windows there and broke it with the rock immediately, and an alarm went off, loud and blaring. Motherfucker, he thought. He was already halfway inside, envisioning where he'd stand to record the room tone, how he'd get away before the cops arrived, before realizing that with the alarm blaring, there was no way he could record anything at all. He'd have to go in while Mr. Mason was there. That was the only solution. Surely the man wouldn't set the alarm when he was in the house, sleeping. He'd simply sneak in late at night, superfluously record the room tone, and sneak out again. Mr. Mason would never know he'd been there. He waited a week, then 2. No point going in too soon after the break-in. No, let the man relax a little. Let him let down his guard. Parked down the street. Chased the house through the pair with cased the house through a pair of binoculars, and he quickly lowered any time a car drove by. By 11 o'clock, Mr. Mason was upstairs in his bedroom, the lights off, the room lit only by the sickly glow of a television. He'd probably be able to sneak in while Mr. Mason had the television on, because the television sound would be picked up by the mic. No, better to wait until late, very late indeed. At 4 in the morning, he left his car and ran nimbly to the house. The front door was locked, of course it was, but the window next to it was open, just a crack for the cool air, which meant the alarm would have to be off, at least the one on that window. A wooden rod kept the window from opening too far, but he could wiggle his hand and most of his arm through. He tore a small branch off the tree near the front wall, and then reached in with it and used that to push the wooden rod out of its channel until it fell clattering to the floor. He waited, listened. No noise, nothing. Mr. Mason hadn't heard. He slid the window all the way open, popped out the screen. Carefully, he lifted the recording equipment in, then shimmied in himself. In the dark, he pulled the window shut and closed the drapes. By the glow of the pen light, he moved a few of the pieces of furniture around, trying to position them as closely as possible to where the previous furniture had been. He placed the headphones on his head, positioned the mic, and began to record. The lights flicked on. He spun, and there was Mr. Mason, standing on the stairs in a pair of striped pajamas, his face clenched in anger. "What the hell are you doing?" he shouted. Philip held his finger to his lips, but Mr. Mason wasn't listening. He was coming down the stairs, shouting and gesticulating, spittle flying off his lips, very red in the face. "You have to be quiet," said Philip. "I don't have to do anything," said Mr. Mason. "This is my house. Get out." All Philip needed was a minute, maybe 2, of silence. Give him that and the movie would be done. But Mr. Mason didn't understand that. Mr. Mason was refusing to understand that. Philip swung around toward him, and the mic boom swung with him. Mr. Mason covered his head and flinched as if he were about to be struck, which was when Philip tried to explain to him later he had gotten the idea of hitting Mr. Mason. In a way, he told himself Mr. Mason himself had given him the idea. He struck him once in the face. Then again, the man went down in a heap, writhing. Philip kicked him in the temple once, hard, and he fell still. Now, thought Philip, now I can record in peace. But halfway through, Mr. Mason began to groan. So, for the sake of art, Philip tied him up and gagged him. There he was, on the floor, struggling, still managing somehow, despite everything, to make noise, to ruin things. Sighing, Philip took off the headphones. He knelt down beside Mr. Mason and very calmly explained to him that all he had to do was be quiet for 2 minutes, and then he would untie him and let him get back to his life. And to be fair to Mr. Mason, he was silent. He did manage to hold still. This time, the recording went smoothly. Philip finally had what he needed. There, he said, when he was done. That wasn't so hard, was it? And he took off Mr. Mason's gag. You fucker, said Mr. Mason. You shit. You'll go to jail for this. I'll make sure you rot. Philip had already reconciled himself to this. There would be a price for finishing this film. He had accepted this. Mr. Mason could not frighten him. Philip had gotten what he wanted, and he was willing to pay for it. So he let Mr. Mason lather on while he imagined himself leaving the man tied up as he made his way back to the post-production studio and inserted silence where silence was needed. He would finish his movie. Then he would go to the police and turn himself in and arrange for Mr. Mason to be untied. It might have worked that way, too, if Mr. Mason hadn't been a fool. Philip, considering the matter in retrospect, when he had a lot of time to think, felt he should have known the fellow was a fool and should have planned accordingly, should have braced himself. But as it was, when Mr. Mason began to threaten not only him but also his movie, he was caught off guard. I'll make sure your fucking piece of shit movie never sees the light of day, was the first thing he said. And then Mr. Mason went on to explain, in excruciating detail, how he would manage this. Perhaps it was the room, the scene he had filmed there some months before, and what it suggested to him. Perhaps it was more the thought of something that he'd spent the last 5 years of his life working on being destroyed. Or perhaps it was simply that he felt Mr. Mason was more irritating than any human should be allowed to be. Whatever the case, a few minutes after the gag was removed, Mr. Mason was dead. Throat cut from ear to ear, the blood spraying everywhere. He began to move around the house, wiping doorknobs, removing his shoes, and smearing the bloody shoe prints into unrecognizability. He changed into a set of Mr. Mason's clothing, and burned his own clothing on what he had to admit was a rather nice new Viking stove that Mr. Mason had installed. He obliterated whatever trace he could that he had been there. All the while he was doing it, he found something nagging at him, but he wasn't sure what. Only when he was close to leaving and was cleaning the blood off the boom mic in the kitchen did he realize what it was. He went back into the room, held himself still. Little had changed, and yet with Mr. Mason dead, the tone of the room was subtly different. He could hear it. Maybe he was the only one who could hear it, but he could. He was almost certain, better. And so, standing there in his bloody socks, he turned to the recorder. It would be the thing that made the movie, he felt. The awful weight of that silence, the way it smelled of blood. It would be not only good enough, but perfect, and only he would know why it was so. He stood there, perfectly still, holding the mic. Even after the reel had run out, he remained there, motionless, listening. Ooh, I knew it! I knew he was gonna wind up killing the guy. Absolutely knew it. Now, that was really good, because this is like, from doing film and doing sound and stuff like that, forgetting to do ambience and like having an ear for sound and knowing that difference in ambience is so fucking annoying. Because it's like, I like, other people may not consciously know, but they subconsciously know. And that makes a fucking huge difference. So, what do we do now, guys? I'd eat some snacks. I'm fucking starving. We read Emily Dickinson. I've never read Emily Dickinson. Lube. Connection line, true. I hear a fly buzz when I die. What is this? Oh, this is like super short. Okay. Okay. We can do this, Callie. Today I gather to tell you all the story about how Jesus grinded a sick half pipe. Hell yeah, connection line. Throw the video up. Pixar, it didn't happen.
Hey guys, it's me Jesus. I've been voice training is all anyways, bless up.
Oh, I know what we need to do, guys. I remember now. I know exactly what we need to do. Alright. I heard a fly buzz when I died. Stillness in the room was like the stillness in the air. Between the heavens of storm, the eyes around had wrung them dry. And breaths were gathering firm for that last onset, when the king be witnessed in the room. I willed my keepsakes, signed away what portion of me be signable, and in it was there interposed a fly with bloom, uncertain, stumbling buzz between the light and me, and then the windows failed, and then I could not see to see. Dude, I'm fucking blue now. What the fuck, connection line? How dare you steal my color? I'm blue. Fuck you. That's not fair. Dick. Guys, connection line's a dick. Oh, that's not what I want. Oh shit, Prophet Ezekiel came up with a new video? Oh, it's not a Diablo 2 video! Fantastic didn't come up with a new thing, did it? No. Where the fuck is Secure Team? There it is. Secure Team came up with a new video. Or this. True. True. Alright, guys. Secure Team video. Let's go.
Rock and roll. Party time. Come on, take back. Yeah, that's right. I'm bad.
Fucking love John Goodman. Borrowers is probably my favorite John Goodman movie, though. Borrowers is so good. He plays such a great villain. Oh wait, I missed that.
What's up, guys?
What did he say? If you wish to live and thrive, let the spider run alive. True.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here with Secure Team, and today we are diving into one of the strangest, creepiest, and honestly most unsettling stories to hit the natural world in a long time. Because while everyone's out there worried about aliens, conspiracies, and government secrets, nature quietly decided to drop its own horror show. And it's happening right now, all over the world. In sheds, basements, gardens, storm drains,
3, 2, 1,
the kinds
talk.
of places you don't want surprises. And so people are calling these things zombie spiders. And no, that's not a movie title, not a meme, not clickbait, but actual spiders discovered across multiple continents, frozen in these chalky bone white poses, legs curled in, body stiff, hanging from leaves and rafters like little corpses wrapped in frost. And the thing that's doing this to them? A parasitic fungus. A very real, newly discovered one. And it's spreading in ways scientists didn't expect. So let's go ahead and break this down. The whole thing started back in 2021 when a BBC crew filming their Winter Watch series found a spider stuck to the ceiling of an old abandoned gunpowder store in Northern Ireland. And this thing wasn't just dead, it looked transformed, like it had been dipped in snow almost. Researchers eventually identified the culprit, a brand new species of parasitic fungus later named Gibellula attenboroughi, and I'm probably butchering that, but it was named that after David Attenborough. And if that isn't ironic, a fungus that hijacks living creatures named after the world's most beloved nature guide, then I don't know what is. So this originally started in Northern Ireland, but since then, reports of these fungal mummified spiders have been popping up everywhere. England, Scotland, Russia, Canada, New Zealand, and even some storm drains in places like Minneapolis here in the United States. Random people across the globe opening their shed doors or flipping over garden stones only to find these pale cotton-covered spiders hanging there like something out of a horror game. And here is where it gets really eerie. The fungus doesn't just kill the spider, it controls it slowly and methodically. First, the spores latch onto the spider's exoskeleton, drilling into the body and spreading into the organs. Then, the fungus begins manipulating the spider's behavior, making it hyperactive, pushing it out of its normal hiding places and into areas with better airflow, where the spores can then spread. Almost like it forces the spider to move itself into the perfect air release position before it passes on. Or in other words, nature writing its own Last of Us episode. Now, people who have stumbled onto these things aren't forgetting it. One woman in Southampton found hundreds of them in her shed. Hundreds. She said they looked almost see-through, with bobbles forming on their legs. Basically, fungal growths erupting as the creature
Jerk
is being
for
digested
Kirk.
from the inside out. A landscaper in London lifted a deck and saw what he thought was a cotton ball cluster until he realized that it was a sphere made of spiders. Frozen in place, legs curled upwards, body stiff, like they'd been flash frozen mid-movement.
Had to capitalize.
So this guy told the homeowner, maybe
Yeah.
don't tell the kids. And honestly, that's probably wise. A guy in Russia thought he'd discovered moldy berries hanging in his parents' wine cellar until he noticed the legs and the fact that one of them was dangling right at eye level. Other people have reacted less with fear and more with fascination. One amateur naturalist in Scotland spotted a candy floss-looking blob stuck under a leaf, pulled it closer, and the only recognizable part of the spider was its toes peeking through a mat of
All right, I'm headed to
from
bed
the
now. Talk to you
flames.
later. All right,
It
connection
almost
line. Good luck
sounds
with the stream. Hell yeah. Have a
like
good night. Take care,
someone
brother. Always good to
craft
see ya.
Halloween decorations onto living creatures, but it's real, guys, and it seems to be spreading. Now, to be clear, this isn't the first time that nature has shown off this kind of creepy
Hell yeah.
mind control behavior. Ants have been getting hijacked
Kiss
by
ya
the
later. Fuck you.
infamous
Fuck you, brother.
Cordyceps fungus for a little while now, which compels these ants to climb to the highest leaves and clamp down in what's called a, quote, death grip onto the highest leaves of the highest tree branch they can find. Cicadas infected with a similar virus called Massospora cicadina lose half of their body while still flying around, literally raining spores on everything below them. Scientists call them, quote, flying salt shakers of death. But until now, we hadn't really seen a spider-specific version of this, and certainly not one appearing across multiple continents within just a few years after being discovered. So the big question everyone keeps asking is, should we be worried? Could this jump to humans? Could this become a real-life Last of Us scenario? Well, scientists are saying no. They're insisting that this fungus is extremely specialized, built by evolution to target spiders, not people. They say that it would take dozens of millions of years of genetic rewiring for anything like this to even attempt affecting a human. So as far as they're concerned, humanity is safe. No zombie apocalypse, no fungus-controlled people wandering
So they
the
say.
streets just yet.
So they
But
say.
here's where the story hits my radar, and maybe yours too, because even though it's not quote-unquote dangerous, well, it's everywhere. Spotted in environments miles apart, on opposite ends of the planet, within just 3 or 4 years of being identified. Spotted in environments miles apart, on opposite ends of the planet, within just 3 or 4 years of being identified. This thing went from unknown to global practically overnight, which tells me that this fungus has probably been out there a lot longer than we realized. Maybe decades, maybe centuries. And only now, with modern reporting and millions of phones pointed at the world, are we finally seeing it. It makes you wonder how many other species in nature are carrying around parasites that we've never identified. How many zombie mechanisms are already happening behind the scenes? Because if the world can casually produce a fungus that puppeteers spiders into climbing into the spore release position before dissolving them into cotton candy, well then what else is waiting out there for us to find? But yeah, guys, zombie spiders.
Crazy.
Real and growing invisibility. So tell me what you think. Have you seen anything like this where you live? Would you even know it if you did? And does the whole, quote, it can't infect humans yet argument make you feel safer? Or does that little yet make you raise an eyebrow? Put it down below. I would love to hear what you guys have to say. Crazy, creepy times. Thank you guys for stopping by today and for all of the best in strange, bizarre news from UFOs on planet Earth to the moon to the alien cover-up all the way down to zombie spiders hiding in your attic being controlled by parasites, you can be sure that we have covered it here and will continue covering it as time goes on. So please be sure to subscribe, follow me on all of my
What's up, Callie?
Secure Team 10 socials, which you can find
Secure
down in
Team
the video
10! Go check out Secure Team 10. We love Secure Team 10. They're epic. What is this? Site cannot be reached. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it didn't work. What is it, by the way, Callie? Any other things that came out that we could watch? Oh, there's the Oompaville video. Do you guys want to watch another Oompaville video? I'm down to watch an Oompaville video. I thought he dropped a new video. Huh. We could watch the Epstein one. You guys want to watch the Epstein? The Epstein, Oompaville video? I haven't watched it yet. I thought he released a new one about Mormons. Yeah, what the fuck? No, he did! Oh, it's this one right here, the Mormon Rabbit Hole. We already watched that one. It must have just been on the timeline. I was looking at it backwards. Must have been what it was, but I'm totally down to watch a Oompaville video. Hell yeah. And then we can read Eye of the World after that. Give my throat, because like from doing this, like this is actually kind of like harder, and I want to like maintain it instead of being like a little bitch and being like, you know, not maintaining it. So I think taking a little bit of a break and then going back to Eye of the World and trying to maintain this and being like, this voice, use that projection to yourself. Not the over the top, just try to use it yourself, but add that little emphasis over top that creates that new aspect that you can work towards. That is the plan. But it's gonna take time and practice. Should I get some actual props for my SMR, even though I won't be on cam? What do you mean props? And Callie, should we do a stream together, ASMR stream? Would you be down for that? Because we got like... Oh, I got lots of stuff. Well, we got like... I got an insane amount of stuff that can make noise, Callie. Oh, and then there's also... Oh, it's not doing it with 2. It probably does it with 3. Hold on. Yeah. We can go super hard with the ASMR, bro. I'm totally down for that. I'm gonna get a bunch of stuff now. Yeah, oh, and there's also this, right? Like... I'm sure I can think of some other stuff, too. Oh, we got zippers. We could do zippers. We got zippers. Clickities, flickers. Oh.
Let's go shopping.
Okay, make a list, Callie. I don't go shopping without a list. Or I shop for like 10 hours. Oh, here's an even better pen. So, pen. Something that has like a lid that you can turn. Something that has like this, this is just a thing on an X-Acto knife to be able to open the blade. And you can even do like the blade going in and out. Oh, like a light switch. Oh, a light switch. That would be really good. There's also brushes. I don't know if I should use that one, but like... Brushes are pretty cool. Anything with a zipper? Zipper's cool too. Zipper's cool. Anything that can crinkle. Crinkling is good too. So yeah, you could probably get like 10 or 15 items, Callie, under like 10 bucks. Go to like a dollar store. Easy. Easy. You can get metal clinkers, glass clinkers, plastic clinkers, right? You could have wooden clinkers. So you could have, like, for instance, like these two pencils. Should I make ASMR videos, Callie? Am I good at this? Make another channel specifically for ASMR? Yeah? I'll have to try it. I'll just record a shit ton of ASMR videos, and then I'll just do one live every day. Ah. Yeah. That's a good sound. That's a good solid sound. Oh, another one is this, like tapping nails. You can basically do it with anything. You just gotta be creative. Alright. Let's watch the Epstein shit. Alright, Oompaville. Show us the money.
The President of the United States of America in November.
Do I even have to whisper since my ordinary voice is already calming? I don't think so, Callie. I would have to, so I'd have to be like...
You're gonna need more than just what you've got. But don't worry, 'cause I'm here to give you what you need. And what you need right now is to just relax. And calm yourself.
Of 2017, enjoy Thanksgiving at Jeffrey Epstein's house. I've got no way to confirm that, but this email seems to confirm that. And this email is one of over 20,000 that was recently released by members of the House from the Jeffrey Epstein estate. Epstein was asked who else was down there for the holiday. That's Thanksgiving of 2017. And Epstein replied in the email saying David Feizal, Hansen, and Trump. So, was the sitting president spending Thanksgiving with a sex trafficker 2 years before the sex trafficker mysteriously died in a prison? I don't know, guys. What does the White House have to say about this? It's a hoax. It's all a big Democrat hoax. And I believe it. All right. I'm just kidding. This is one of many. For example, another email recently released from 2019, which was from Epstein to journalist Michael Wolff. Epstein wrote about Trump kicking him out of Mar-a-Lago, saying, Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member
Calm
ever.
yourself,
Of course he knew
Azrael.
about
This
the girls,
won't
as
hurt.
he asked
You laugh.
Ghislaine to stop.
Me, that
What exactly
is.
does that mean? But it seems like the implication thus far is that Donald Trump was spending Thanksgiving with Epstein in 2017, and he knew about the girls in 2019, which is, once again, right before Jeffrey Epstein was murdered.
3, 2,
or
1,
murdered
tote!
himself or whatever happened. I'm not sure. This is all so unbelievable and simultaneously completely believable. Take another email, for example, from December 15th, 2015. Michael Wolff, this guy, is letting Epstein know that CNN was planning to ask Trump about their relationship during a debate. That is the relationship of Trump and Epstein. Epstein responded by saying, if we were to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? Wolff suggested letting Trump hang himself, which is very ironic. Or if it looked like Trump could win, Epstein could save him, generating a debt, which feeds into the entire blackmail saga of the Epstein situation. This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. So what do you think about these emails? The Trump White House thinks that it's all a hoax. They deny any wrongdoing, with Maxwell herself telling investigators she never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting. That's another recent release from still living Ghislaine Maxwell. If you don't know, she is the right hand to Jeffrey Epstein. This is all so shocking, and more is coming out on a weekly basis, it seems, and it's over, dude. It is so over. Just for clarity, I believe that all of this is true. I think most things are a conspiracy, unfortunately. I have a very unfortunate brain.
I have a tin hat.
It's so over.
I don't
Anyways,
believe in
that brings
coincidence.
us to the
When
central figure
coincidence
of the Epstein
and
saga, who is still alive to tell the tale. That
what's
is
the word?
Ghislaine Maxwell. She remains in federal prison serving a 20-year sentence for sex
Coincidence
trafficking minors
and
alongside Jeffrey Epstein. She had just as much of a hand in the heinous crimes as Epstein. She's referred to as the
I can't
monster
remember the
behind
saying.
the curtain, and of the 3 people that were arrested in connection with the trafficking ring, she is the sole survivor, the sole living human being. The fashion guy died mysteriously, and the actual real guy, Epstein, died mysteriously as well. Ghislaine's case should have been an open and shut one that we could leave in the rear view, but it's repeatedly exploded into controversy after multiple conflicting things from
where
Pam Bondi.
coincidence
What are the
and
binders?
interest
It's a Democratic
merge.
hoax.
It is
so
not
much
coincidence.
bullshit that the government is trying to feed.
Well, it's just
the
a
American
coincidence
people.
that it happened to
It
be
is
beneficial for me.
mind-boggling.
Derp, derp.
From whatever side of the aisle you're on, guys, how about Team America?
Yeah.
How about that? How about Team
Team Canada? Let's go. I mean, what?
And stop allowing these people to do this insane shit. And I'd say the best way to not get tricked is to just read and learn. Anyways, back to Ghislaine Maxwell. After steadfastly refusing to cooperate with investigators for years, Ghislaine suddenly initiated talks with the Trump administration's Deputy Attorney General. In July of 2025, she underwent 9 hours of questioning about over 100 prominent individuals. And following that, she received a transfer to a luxury minimum security prison and is now seeking presidential clemency. So it's odd to myself and probably most people that the same month the DOJ and FBI released their joint memo stating that there is no client list or evidence that preceded further investigations into uncharged third parties in the Epstein case, aka the case is closed. But while they're saying this, they're offering Ghislaine Maxwell limited immunity in questioning, which involves 100 people.
What
the believe the opposite of what any of these people say. By the way, if that first email is true, I can't get that out of my head. The Thanksgiving one, the president of the United States at the time in 2017, spending Thanksgiving with Jeffrey Epstein, appointing Acosta to his cabinet, the guy who gave Epstein the sweetheart deal. Oh my God, man. It's very frustrating. How about that Arnuki beast back there? How about that Arnuki beast? That's pretty cool. Take your mind off it for a second. Anyways, anybody who's watched our previous videos knows that the Epstein investigation and the way the public is informed about what has been happening, it all shares a common theme. The story is constantly changing.
Video after video after video. Uncle
Why
Phil
is
is
the
fucking
story
farming.
constantly changing? Seems like because it implicates everybody that exists in power. To fully understand the scope of this blackmail rabbit hole, this massive abyssal horror that exists at the very heart of our government in the United States of America, we have to look at Ghislaine Maxwell, okay? Ghislaine Maxwell is the daughter of Robert Maxwell, an alleged Israeli intelligence asset. And this is the start of that abyssal horror. This is the start of the Ghislaine Maxwell rabbit hole, which is very deep and very dark, and objectively evil and bad. Ghislaine Noel Marion Maxwell was born on December 25th, Christmas Day in 1961. She was the youngest of 9 children born to Robert Maxwell, a titan in the publishing industry, and Elizabeth Maynard, a French scholar. Her birth came just 3 days before her 15-year-old brother Michael's catastrophic car accident that left him in a coma until he died in 1967. The trauma of Michael's death would shape the family for the worse, and as a result of the loss, her parents were emotionally neglectful. In her mother's memoir, Elizabeth admits, Ghislaine, who should have been the center of our love and attention, was hardly given a glance and became anorexic whilst still a toddler. At 3 years old, Ghislaine had to remind her mother that she existed, at which point they made a more concerted effort and the pendulum swung too far in the other way. Now, the family's material wealth was immense. She grew up in the 50-plus room mansion of Headington Hill Hall in Oxford, and Robert Maxwell was reportedly abusive towards all of his children, and Ghislaine was no exception. But she would become the favorite child. Back to the mother's memoir, in that she stated, "She became spoiled, and the only one of my children that I can actually say that about." This, considering the family lived in a mansion and the father was a media industry leader, a mogul, if you will, it would be extreme to spoil Ghislaine in comparison to the other children who also grew up in an unbelievably extraordinary privilege. While at university, Ghislaine reportedly befriended future Prime Minister and amorphous jelly, Boris Johnson, this guy, the UK version of Trump.
Are you saying they haven't the guts to put questions to me? Great supine protoplasmic invertebrate jellies.
And it is a friendship acknowledged by even Johnson's sister. Her powerful network of friends began to take shape at a very early age, thanks in part to her father's connections as a mogul. Robert Maxwell, her father, born Jan Ludwig Hyman Benjamin Hock in 1923 in Czechoslovakia, escaped the Holocaust that killed most of his Jewish family. He fought in World War II, becoming a war hero in the British Army after leading an attack on a Nazi machine gun post, which earned him the Military Cross, which is extremely impressive. And after the war, he built his publishing empire, which would span Pergamon Press, Mirror Group newspapers, Macmillan Publishers, and the New York Daily News. He then also became a Labour Member of Parliament in the United Kingdom, amassed billions of dollars, and cultivated relationships across the highest levels of British, American, Soviet, and Israeli power structures. So the primary power structures during the last half of the 20th century. The most hotly discussed allegations concern Robert Maxwell's alleged association with Mossad, which is Israel's national intelligence agency. It's their version of the CIA. There's speculation that Robert Maxwell used his position as a member of parliament and his wealth to host extravagant parties at his mansion, Headington Hill Hall, which were just honey traps for gathering sensitive information. A lot of instances of honey trapping are also called sexpionage, where sex, romance, or seduction is used as a tool to extract desired information from a mark, or sometimes to put them in a compromising position that, if photographed or filmed, could be used as blackmail. This happens to congressmen all the time.
Yeah. They're
it
retarded.
does, dude. It's a real thing. Former Israeli military intelligence officer Ari bin Minaj
Just don't put yourself in that
publicly alleged
situation.
in 1991 that Maxwell had been a longtime Mossad agent. He also wrote a book titled Prophets of War, Inside the Secret U.S.-Israeli Arms Network, which detailed some of Maxwell's alleged involvement in Mossad operations. Now let's speak about Mordecai Vanunu for a moment. If you don't know him, he was an Israeli nuclear technician who was sentenced to 18 years in an Israeli prison for treason when he became a whistleblower who exposed the secrets of Israel's nuclear arsenal. He worked for 8 years at a top secret
People
nuclear
don't even
research
know if
center,
Israel
but his
has
conscience
fucking
wouldn't allow
nukes.
him to sit idly by as his
Because
country
they
secretly
won't admit
stockpiled
that they have
nuclear
nukes.
weapons. It's an act for which
So
he
I'm like, how
also
is that even
received
part?
a
Like that should be part of the
nomination for a
Geneva
Nobel Peace Prize, and something similar to that
Geneva
is the reason why
Convention.
JFK
If
died.
you have nukes, you
Supposedly,
have to
his
tell us. If we
apprehension
think we
was
have,
aided in
you
part
have
by
nukes,
Robert
we can
Maxwell.
go
By the
check
way,
and
that
see if
last
you have
thing,
fucking
that's just a
nukes.
conspiracy.
We
That's
only
an
want
alleged
certain people to be able to have
conspiracy. It's supposed to
nukes.
be a
Look
you
what
know,
happened when
head-snapping
North Korea got
Anyways,
nukes. We're fucked
investigative
now,
journalist
man.
Seymour Hersh reported Maxwell's role in the Mordecai Vanunu case in his book, The Samson Option,
Yep.
Israel's Nuclear Arsenal and
Samson
American Foreign
Option.
Policy. It's one of my favorite reads. He reported that Maxwell
Samson
allegedly
Option, I
informed
love it.
Israeli intelligence that Vanunu was leaking nuclear secrets to the Sunday Times and Sunday Mirror, which is part of the Mirror Group of newspapers owned by Maxwell. It's a story that is also echoed in Ari bin Menash's book, Prophets of War. When they couldn't find Vanunu, they were tipped off, at which point Vanunu was honey-trapped by an agent named Cindy, who lured him into a pub and enticed him with a trip to her Rome apartment where 3 Mossad agents were waiting. Vanunu was injected with something that rendered him unconscious and was then put into a crate marked as diplomatic cargo so that authorities couldn't inspect it before being taken back to Israel,
Wow,
where he
that's
was
fucked
arrested
up.
for his treason. They knocked that motherfucker out, put him in an Amazon box, and shipped him to Israel. The book Robert Maxwell, Israel's Super Spy by Gordon Thomas and Martin Dillon details allegations that Maxwell allegedly distributed bugged Promise intelligence software to governments worldwide for Israeli espionage purposes. By the way, it's very important to understand that Israel is not the only country spying on everybody in the entire world.
Everyone's spying on everyone.
Every single government in the
Yeah.
world is spying on each other,
Yeah.
and the CIA literally has a dude that goes on people's podcasts. It's so crazy, the world that we live in. I love it though. I'm in on it.
I love the
If I end up in a
conspiracies.
fucking Amazon box getting shipped to
Yeah, that's fucking
Jerusalem, tell
hilarious.
my wife
They
that I
can't
love her
look
and
because
I'm
it's
sorry.
diplomatic
So,
cargo
Robert
and there's
Maxwell
fucking
is a
dead
big
body
deal
in it or
for
some
Israel
shit.
and espionage.
God, that's so
And
dumb.
He was also a crucial piece of Israel maintaining air superiority during the Arab-Israel War, where his Czech communist connections helped smuggle aircraft parts to Israel. The nature of his death also raises questions about what sort of clandestine work he may have been privy to. On November 5th, 1991, he was found floating naked in the Atlantic near his yacht, named after his daughter, I guess, Lady Ghislaine. His official cause of death was heart and lung failure, though even the Maxwell family was doubtful of those findings. He received a state funeral in Jerusalem, which was attended by Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir and President Chaim Herzog, and at least 6 at the time serving and former Israeli intelligence chiefs. Herzog gave the eulogy and described Maxwell as a man cast in a heroic mold. His final resting place is one of the most prestigious and sought-after ones in all of Israel, on Jerusalem's Mount of Olives facing the Western Wall. I would say this extraordinary honor for a foreign random businessman strongly suggests some contributions of sort to the government of Israel. I've just got to, I mean, it makes sense, right? For example, if I were to pass away and then be buried on the small island of Flores, y'all would definitely suspect my contributions to them Homo floresiensis folks, them little fellers out there. The way that the Israeli officials saw him was very different from the way the British Foreign Office saw him. They described Maxwell as a thoroughly bad character and almost certainly financed by Russia, with known links to British MI6, Soviet KGB, and Israeli Mossad. Whether murder, suicide, or accident, his death left questions about triple agent activities that were permanently unanswered. Ghislaine gave a speech aboard the ship her father's body was found floating beside, thanking everyone who had shown their support to her family, as well as asking the press to respect the privacy of her family during this trying time.
Who have sent messages of support to us at this very, very sad time.
Their privacy, though, would soon be shattered as following the death of Robert, many things came to light that led Ghislaine to flee to America. For example, a massive fraud case was exposed as the empire that Robert had built was looking more like a house of cards. One of the companies
Sounds
under
about
the Maxwell
right.
family's control was Mirror Group.
You
and
don't
it
make
had
that
its
much
pension
money
fund
without
of
fucking around.
$440 million
Tell you
British
that.
pounds, or 583 million USD, raided by Robert as a way of inflating the company's share price. It made the company look great on paper, but it was stolen from 32,000 employees to prop up the failing empire. Some of the Maxwell children had worked for the company, and in 1992, Ian and Kevin Maxwell, two of Robert's sons, were arrested and charged with fraud. However, they were later acquitted. And since Robert had been a member of the Labour Party, the issue became a topic of debate in Parliament as well. A digitized early day motion from December 5th, 1991 recounts the day it was brought up in session. While that's a southern accent. While Mr. Robert Maxwell's Labour supporters were daily lecturing ministers of the Crown on their moral responsibilities to the sick, the old, and the needy, Robert Maxwell himself was allegedly siphoning off assets by the hundreds of millions from his employees' pension funds to pump into his own very private companies and high living. What a An amendment to the motion also called out those who were attacking Maxwell after his death for not having the guts to join those who had condemned him and his attacks on the miners' union while he was alive. He was kind of a piece of shit. He wasn't liked very much by the Brits. The revelations at the time were devastating. A man who had been touted as a billionaire by Forbes actually had a net worth of negative $1 billion, which is the opposite of being a billionaire. This also led to obvious conspiratorial speculation that he was seeking money from Israel, potentially even threatening them, at which point he was killed. There's a lot of theories on this. It's possible that he was seen as a potential loose end that needed to be dealt with. After all, further digitized early day motions from just 2 weeks before Maxwell's death discussed concerns with Maxwell's close relationship with Israeli intelligence, Mossad, and Maxwell's role in helping circumvent a United Nations arms embargo to negotiate a sale of 4,000 TOW anti-tank missiles to Iran, as well as his connection to Vannunu's apprehension by Mossad.
Oh, isn't that
things were
interesting?
happening behind the scenes, it seems like. But maybe it was a coincidence, maybe it was a
Yeah,
perfect
sure.
storm of circumstances that led to him being seen as a threat. And maybe the show of Israel's top government officials at his funeral touting him as a hero, a man in hero form, was a way of trying to dispel anyone who may think that they were involved, as well as to potentially apologize for doing what they did by making him a martyr. Maybe they didn't, you know, I don't know. So don't ship me in an Amazon box to, all right, that Wailing Wall and shit. I'm not touching that wall. One such person who believed him killed was his daughter, Ghislaine, who soon fled to America buying a one-way Concorde ticket to New York, where another wealthy, powerful, and connected man awaited her. Maxwell met Epstein in the early 1990s, with Maxwell herself stating she befriended him in 1991 and began a sexual relationship in 1992. That being said, the question of whether Maxwell can be taken at her word is a matter of hot debate, because she's full of shit. She's been described as someone with willingness to brazenly lie under oath. That is a real-life quote, but her lawyers say she's spoken truthfully. We'll bring that up again later because it's really important, because she's having to talk under oath a lot right about now, guys. But the reason it's also mentioned here is that some accounts claim her father introduced them before his death, likely during a period when she was in New York to pave the way for her father's businesses. So Daddy introduced Baby to Jeffy. That being said, there are other reports that state that they met through mutual social circles in New York following her move to America. What we do know for sure is that her name appears in Epstein's flight logs as far back as April 1991, well before her father's death. So, whatever the nature of their first meeting, by 1993, the two were publicly associated. An ad placed in the February 1993 issue of Yoga Journal listed a full-time job opening for a yoga instructor in New York, offering benefits and the opportunity for extensive travel. The number belonged to Epstein, and it instructed people to contact Miss Maxwell. So the relationship evolved from something romantic to a sophisticated sex trafficking conspiracy that would span at least a decade. From 1994 to 2004, Ghislaine served as the architect, recruiter, and participated directly in Epstein's abuse of hundreds of minors. Court documents detail her specific and horrifying methods with precision. She identified vulnerable teenage girls, typically from the age of 14 to 17, from the single mother households facing financial hardship. Also, using her status as a sophisticated, well-connected woman, she created pretenses of legitimate opportunities. She'd offer mentorship, education, travel experiences. She would lavish the victims with gifts, all in order to earn their trust. She'd ask them about their lives, about school, about their families, building friendships with them, all to exploit later. Victims would be taken to the movies, on shopping trips where extravagant gifts would be purchased, all to make it so that when Ghislaine and Jeffrey finally would ask for something in return for their generosity, the pressure to go along with it would be even more extreme, stemming from
ultimate
a sense of
manipulation.
being indebted to
Never
Maxwell
accept
Epstein.
anything
She'd
from
either
anyone
undress
because
in
they
front
will
of
hold it
victims
against
or be
you.
present when they were undressing, normalizing an adult's presence during nudity as well as adult nudity. Her presence during victims' interactions with
I got a
Epstein was
pepper
method of
grinder.
normalizing the encounters,
Oh,
since
hell
by this
yeah.
time, she'd ensured that the
Pepper
victim thought of
grinder, that's
her
a good
as
idea.
trustworthy. It put them at ease when they were uncomfortable, since she was the adult woman who had looked out for them. So at the peak of Ghislaine and Epstein's association and evil, the two were consorting with royals, billionaires, and even presidents. She was staying at the Queen's Balmoral estate with Epstein, attending royal events and partying at Mar-a-Lago, but we're not supposed to believe
got a dead
that
cat,
any of the
pipe
people
cleaners,
who
and a
witnessed
switch.
this knew about what was
Nice.
going on behind the scenes. None of them knew, guys. It's just Ghislaine now. Everybody else is dead, all right, or had their eyes closed, or wide shut, or whatever. Thank you to
Eyes
ZocDoc
wide
for
shut.
sponsoring this video. Guys, it's 2025, and there's no more excuses to wait until something falls off your body to go to the doctor or whatever. I'm not that talented of a guitar player. Either way, the point is, it's time to take your health seriously.
When the
and
ads
ZocDoc
line
makes
up,
that
he's doing an
very
ad,
easy.
I'm
ZocDoc
doing
is a
an
free
ad.
app and website where you can search and compare
Huge
high-quality
ads.
in-network doctors
Huge
and instantly
ads.
book appointments. Some even same day. They have over 100,000 doctors across every specialty, from mental health to dental health.
Got
primary
ads
care,
as ads were
urgent care,
playing.
and
Yep.
more. You can filter for doctors who take your insurance, who are close to you, who speak your language. Once you find the right doctor using ZocDoc, you can see their real appointment times and book instantly. No calling, no annoying. And appointments from ZocDoc usually happen between 24 and 72 hours, sometimes as early as same day. I use ZocDoc myself, and you should as well. It makes taking care of yourself as easy as ordering takeout. Stop putting off doctor's appointments. Go to zocdoc.com/Oompaville to
It's
find
Zed.
and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's zocdoc.com/Oompaville. Use for the word on your. In the later stage of the period of rampant and vile abuse, between 2001 and 2004, the operation evolved into a pyramid recruitment scheme where Maxwell would pay victims hundreds of dollars in cash to recruit additional girls to be victimized. There were so many victims, and the abuse occurred across multiple properties: Epstein's 28,000 square foot Manhattan townhouse, his 14,000 square foot Palm Beach estate, his 10,000 acre Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, which is a missile silo that he bought from the New Mexican government, and Little St. James Island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, now known as Epstein Island, and even Ghislaine Maxwell's own London townhouse in Belgravia, where the infamous picture of Virginia Giuffre and Prince Andrew was taken. Across these properties, over 1,000 victims were abused as a result of the vast sex trafficking system that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell had meticulously created over the span of a decade. some of whom testified against Ghislaine in court. Many of the victims have testified anonymously, and one of these Jane Does stated that without Ghislaine, none of this would have even been possible. The quote is, "Without Ghislaine, Jeffrey could not have done what he did. She was in charge." This Jane Doe had known Ghislaine Maxwell for 10 years, and she fully knew about the abuse and that she egged him on. She egged Jeffrey on. After Epstein's July 6, 2019 arrest on federal sex trafficking charges and his August 10th, 2019 death by murder in a Manhattan jail cell, Maxwell vanished entirely. Her lawyers claimed that they did not know her whereabouts. And in December 2019, she purchased a remote 156-acre property in Bradford, New Hampshire for approximately $1 million through Granite Realty, posing as a journalist with the name Jen Marshall. She used aliases to register her phone and also to order packages. A former security guard who worked the property claimed that her brother had hired former British military service members to protect her at the New Hampshire hideout. And the FBI even spoke with the former guard, and the security detail was from a security company staffed by former British military personnel, and they had rotations at the New Hampshire property. So that checked out. Now, considering that many British royals serve military functions, like Prince Andrew, friend of Epstein and Maxwell, who was a helicopter pilot in the Falklands War, and an honorary vice admiral of the Royal Navy and colonel of the Grenadier Guard, conspiracy theorists can pull that thread with one hand and jerk themselves with the other all night long. The FBI eventually caught on and tracked her using
There's a book
GPS
called The
data from a
Wandering
cell phone
Inn,
registered
pretty good.
to
Just spotted one
GMAX,
called The
which is,
Wandering Cauldron on Roll. I
not
wonder
a
if it would
great
be any
alias,
near as
not
good as The
the most
Wandering Inn
secretive
was.
alias. She used this phone to call her husband Scott Borgerson, whom she'd married in secret in 2016, as well as her sister Isabel and her lawyers. And on July 2nd, 2020, at approximately 8:30 a.m., FBI agents broke through the locked security gate, announced themselves, and arrested Ghislaine Maxwell. They arrested her in her pajamas, which is pretty funny. Her lawyers were, of course, quick to establish their own narrative surrounding the nature of her time at the secluded New Hampshire estate. She wasn't hiding from law enforcement or federal investigators. Of course, she was maintaining a level of privacy from the media and public while she litigated civil cases. You know, from victims that she abused. When they showed up, they witnessed her fleeing to different rooms in the house, and the lawyers said there was no need to break down the door because it was unlocked and she'd fled not to escape the officers on scene, but because she was only wearing pajamas. But if any of that were true, it wouldn't explain why her phone was found wrapped in tinfoil, which is a completely ineffective anti-surveillance attempt. You have to use a Faraday bag, all right, guys? Faraday cage. That's what prevents microwaves from shooting giant gamma particles into your nog. These were her initial charges, along with 2 counts of perjury. It's crazy to me that 3 of the 4 charges related to criminal sexual activity with a minor only carry a maximum sentence of 5 years. Especially considering FBI Assistant Director William F. Sweeney said, "Preserving the innocence of children is among the most important responsibilities we carry as adults."
So we'll only give you 5 years.
Huh? If that's the case, you're gonna have to get rid of a lot of people. Seems like. And I've got to say, 5 years ain't tough enough on these freaks. Following the charges, Maxwell was held at
you
the
5 years for
Metropolitan
stealing
Detention
shit.
Center in Brooklyn, one of the Bureau of Prisons' most troubled facilities. U.S. District Judge Allison Nathan was assigned to the case, and Maxwell was denied bail 5 times due to her immense wealth, a U.S., British, and French passport, a massive risk to flee she was, along with her extensive international connections and her sophisticated efforts that she took to hide from the government and federal agents. Over the course of her bail denials, her lawyers gradually increased the amount of bail she'd be willing to pay, with her and her supporters being willing to pay $28.5 million. She was also willing to be placed under 24-hour armed guard, wear an electronic bracelet, and would renounce her citizenships in England and France, leaving her nowhere to go legally. That being said, I still think it's smart that she was never granted bail, even with the further negotiations from her lawyers, simply because if we look back at Epstein's imprisonment, when he was allowed to leave prison for 12 hours a day for his work release, thanks to Alex Acosta, by the way, who Trump appointed. Just letting you know, guys, if you didn't, also, they were hanging out on Thanksgiving in 2017 when Trump was the president of the United States of America. Just so you guys know, by the way, he predicated his whole first campaign on draining the swamp, and just so you guys know. Anyways, Judge Nathan knew that Maxwell posed a substantial risk of flight and was denied bail at every single request. If she got out, there would be no going back in. She had the connections and resources to live off the grid indefinitely, which is surprising to me that she didn't take even more of an effort because she had to know the hammer was coming down. Over the course of her 22 months of pretrial detention, she filed over 100 formal complaints regarding the conditions she faced. Considering her crimes, it's very dark and ironic. It's also ironic that it took until after Trump's administration to get her locked up. Because to be honest, the whole aluminum foil on the phone thing doesn't really scream of much intelligence to me. She spent the time in solitary confinement. She claimed prison guards subjected her to increasingly frequent and painful and humiliating body cavity searches. She also claimed that wardens filmed her in the showers as they recorded her daily routine. There's a lot of irony in these claims, and obviously it's not okay for prison guards and people like that to abuse inmates. But I will say it is very hard to feel empathy for a sick an actual monster. So take that how you will. Headlines like Ghislaine Maxwell is not having a good time in prison are good headlines, but they don't really cause me to be like, oh God, she's not having a good time. I go, oh, that's probably good. That's probably good, right? I don't think you're supposed to have a good time in prison when you're locked up for committing crimes and abusing over 1,000 children. I don't think you're supposed to have a good time, to be honest. Guards were apparently waking her every 15 minutes with a flashlight to confirm that she was breathing, which is a precaution deemed necessary considering the only other 2 people ever charged in connection with this specific sex trafficking ring, Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel, both died mysteriously in their prison cells. Not many people die in prison cells. It's not that common, especially high profile. Usually they're murdered, but they don't die alone in their prison cells. Her team of lawyers has alleged that rat feces
suicide, twice shot twice in the back of the head.
Leak into her cell, but the government always has maintained that her conditions are what's expected at a jail facility. I got fucking rat feces leaking from my vents in my beautiful office where I film YouTube videos. So suck it up, you dumb bitch. Womp womp. Womp womp. Don't care. There was also allegations from Maxwell's side saying that she wasn't allowed the proper time to prepare her defense, and prosecutors countered by saying that she receives just as much time, if not more time, than other inmates to prepare by reviewing discovery and communicating with her attorneys. They said the BOP is providing the defendant with conditions that allow her access to discovery materials so that she can meaningfully participate in the preparation of her defense. So she's trying to garner public sympathy by telling horror stories about her time in prison, and it seems like nobody is listening. Well, at least until July of this year, when they sent her to Hotel 6 or whatever. Judge Allison Nathan was also not having any of the complaints that Maxwell's lawyers were trying to use as justification for reduced sentencing or to make bail seem justifiable. Nathan shot down their demands and also saw nothing wrong with the round-the-clock surveillance of Maxwell by saying, the defendant has provided the court with no evidence and no reason to believe that the surveillance measures are motivated by improper purposes. Now, to be clear, because context does matter, MDC Brooklyn is kind of a shithole. It is known for its terrible conditions. It has been called hell on earth by defense attorneys and one of the most troubled, if not the most troubled facility in the Bureau of Prisons. It was called this by former warden Cameron Lindsay. It's also where Diddy is held. In January and February of 2019, 1,600 inmates were held without heat or power for a week during a polar vortex, whatever that is, resulting in a $10 million class action settlement from prisoners. And by 2024, federal judges were refusing to send defendants to the facility and granting sentence reductions based on its unsafe, dangerous, and chaotic conditions. Fix it! Ghislaine's trial lasted for 1 month, from November
Who gives a fuck?
to
They're
December
prisoners.
in 2021.
Sucks
During
to
the
be
trial,
them. Shouldn't have done it.
Prosecution witnesses made appearances over 10
Shouldn't
days,
have done it.
and only a few defense witnesses over 2 days. The angle that the defense took was that Ghislaine was a scapegoat for Epstein's crimes, and since Epstein had died in prison before he could face justice in the courts, they argued that Maxwell was a victim. He was a victim of vindictive prosecution that needed someone to blame since the main villain, who was Jeffrey, was murdered by the Trump administration in 2019. Allegedly! One of her lawyers, Bobby Sternheim, even told jurors that recollections from witnesses who testified were not to be trusted, alleging that the accusers were unreliable and had poor memories or suspect memories. For example, the women could have been corrupted or contaminated by media reports. Yes, lawyer, we are going to not trust the victims and instead trust the woman who knowingly lied under oath in a deposition during a 2015 defamation lawsuit filed by Virginia Giuffre, where she denied awareness of anyone at Epstein's properties being under the age of 18. She also stated she was unaware of Epstein with anyone other than herself and 2 other women, and denied knowledge of a scheme to recruit underage girls for massages, which We have proof of all of this. And if these victims were corrupted or contaminated by anyone, I'm pretty sure it wasn't the media. It was the client that the defense represented and her dead ex-boyfriend who was murdered allegedly by the Trump administration. I don't know if I should be saying that. I feel like I can though, right? It seems like it. I'm pretty good at math. All right. I'm pretty good at math. I'm pretty good at math. And in that math, like 1 + 1 type shit, there's not even a letter in that math. It's just like 1 + 1. What does that equal?
1.
PEMDAS, you don't even have to do PEMDAS. It's just 2.
1.
After 5 full
Wait,
days
it's
of
2?
deliberation,
1 + 1
the
is
jury
2?
found
Fuck.
the British socialite, the favorite daughter of the media empire fraudster and serial abuser, guilty of 5 of the 6 counts. During sentencing, the judge only sentenced her based on 3 of the counts, deeming the other 2 repetitive. She was given a 20-year sentence followed by 5 years of supervised release and a $750,000 fine. I feel like that's not even that bad. I mean, come on. She was not being punished in place of Epstein. She was being punished for the crimes that she had committed herself and just refused to take accountability for and lied about. In a pretrial motion, this had been outlined by prosecutors who stated the defendant's willingness to brazenly lie under oath about her conduct, including some of the conduct charged in the indictment, strongly suggests her true motive has been and remains to avoid being held accountable for her crimes. When the defendant was given the opportunity to address her conduct with minors in the context of a civil suit, she lied repeatedly. Furthering this point, Judge Allison Nathan had words following the conclusion of the trial. Miss Maxwell today acknowledged the courage of the victims and talked about the pain and anguish they expressed, and to some extent acknowledged the pain and suffering. What wasn't expressed was the acceptance of responsibility. This information is very important, and it takes on a totally new significance in her later quest for cooperation deals and her pursuit of clemency. At the time, however, the people were celebrating the win. Ghislaine Maxwell is being held somewhat accountable for her crimes. Ghislaine was sent to the Federal Correctional Institution in Tallahassee, Florida to serve her sentence. It is a low-security facility where she could take yoga, painting, and even cosmetology classes. She reportedly even began learning Russian to stay sane. And never once did she seem to consider working with the feds. Until recently, for a whole administration, she didn't work with the feds until a new one came in. Weird, man. What the f***'s up with that shit? I'm just crazy, by the way. I'm not actually implying anything or whatever. For nearly 5 years, Maxwell steadfastly refused to work with or even cooperate with prosecutors. She maintained her innocence throughout the duration of her trial. She showed no acceptance, nor took responsibility for her actions, and was clearly someone who couldn't be trusted to be honest, given her history of being a lying, insane bitch. She had a 1-year window from June 2022 to June 2023, where under the federal rule of criminal procedure 35B, she could have cooperated for a potential sentence reduction, but she did not. Then, in July 2025, everything changed. For some context, on July 14th, the DOJ sought to dismiss Maxwell's Supreme Court appeal from April 10th, 2025, in which she claimed she was protected from prosecution due to Epstein's 2007 plea agreement. Essentially,
she only needs 1 year in prison. Just announce her crime to the whole prison first, then let nature take its course. Pretty much.
The government had made a written promise that the United States would not prosecute Epstein's co-conspirators. However, here she was being prosecuted as a co-conspirator. Oh my God! That's the appeal that Maxwell had filed in April, and which Solicitor
We
General
changed our
from
minds.
the Department
Sorry.
of Justice filed a brief in opposition.
We're allowed
the
to change
appeal
our
on
minds. We're the
July
fucking
14th.
government. We can do what the
Interestingly,
fuck we want.
It was the next day that
It's
the
your
Wall
fault for
Street
trusting
Journal
us,
first
bitch.
contacted Trump
Should've known
regarding
better.
an alleged 2003 birthday letter he'd written to Epstein. So these 3 events, the Ghislaine's Supreme Court appeal, Trump's DOJ opposition to the appeal, and the alleged birthday letter to Epstein don't seem linked in any way. It's more coincidental that these things would happen, but something was about to happen that one could argue does link them all together. On July 17th, 2 days after the Wall Street Journal reached out to Trump, they published articles covering the contents of the 50th birthday book Epstein received, prepared by Ghislaine Maxwell. Reporting from Reuters on the 19th of July shows Trump suing the Wall Street Journal over the article, seeking $10 billion. The entire situation is a PR nightmare for the Trump administration, and it's just been getting worse. Not only did a letter that really looked like Trump was aware of what Epstein was up to appear in the birthday book, but also a supposed check for the sale of a fully depreciated woman was found within its pages. Then, after it's reported on, Trump sues the paper for an amount of money that no one could even visualize in their minds, which to many seemed to oppose the values in the Constitution completely and stifles the freedom of press established in the First Amendment that our founding fathers intended to be applicable to all of us, even those who don't agree with you. The timeline becomes even more curious and suspicious when just days after that, on July 22nd, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who had previously been Trump's personal criminal defense lawyer, announced that he would be meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. If Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the DOJ will hear what she has to say. So this obviously only served to increase scrutiny and suspicion surrounding the way the administration was handling the Epstein investigation up until this point. Nothing about it makes any sense unless you're writing a script for a movie. And the goal for that movie is to make it not make any sense. In the same statement he shares, he still stands by the joint statement from the DOJ and FBI memo that was released on the 6th of July, which was the memo in which they claimed there was no reason to investigate anyone else. There was no other bad guys in the whole thing. So in that case, wouldn't having the conversation with Ghislaine Maxwell be one of the absolute first things you would do? At the very least, you should do that before releasing a memo stating that there's no reason to investigate any third parties and the case is essentially closed. What could have changed in such a short period of time? Could it be that the Wall Street Journal exposed something incredibly damning that made the Trump administration scramble to find a way to make the new allegations go away? I don't know, but 1 + 1 + 1 is 3. Ghislaine Maxwell could potentially offer salvation. She's not against lying under oath. The two met on July 24th, and from this meeting, there were 267 pages of transcripts available to read from their hours of interviews on the 24th, and 66 more pages from the continued interviews on the 25th. On the 24th, Ghislaine confirmed on page 7 that this is the first time anyone from the government has spoken to her. She said, "I would be very keen to talk to anyone because no one from the government at any time ever since the inception of the case, so dating back to the early 2000s, has ever spoken to me, and indeed, I believe ever reached out to me at any time to even speak to me. And that includes up to when I was indicted and prosecuted." For this conversation, Maxwell was granted limited proffer, which is immunity, meaning her statements couldn't be used against her unless she lied, which is fantastic. I'm sure we can trust a woman who's been charged with perjury before and who lies under oath, and that's like her whole thing. The agreement included no promises of sentence reduction, clemency, or a cooperation deal, and Blanche stated explicitly, "This isn't a cooperation agreement, meaning that by you meeting with us today, we're really just meeting. I'm not promising to do anything." They just want to hear what she has to say. Everything about it is highly unusual. A former senior Justice Department official spoke to NBC under the condition of maintaining anonymity, saying, "I've never heard of a deputy attorney general doing anything like this before." Let me guess, this guy talking to NBC? A Democrat. After all this, things get even more sketchy. Maureen Comey, daughter of the former FBI director James Comey, who worked as a prosecutor in the Epstein case and would have the most knowledge of the case, was fired on July 16th. So to place that firing in the timeline, that is the day after the Wall Street Journal reached out regarding Trump's letter in the 50th birthday book. It's also roughly a week before the conversation between Blanche and Maxwell. So the person who potentially could have had the most insights in the conversation and steered it in the best direction was ousted before the interviews. Great. In fact, as a result of the firing, Maureen is now suing the Justice Department over her firing, stating that it was illegal and politically motivated and that there was no legitimate explanation, and it came the day after she was asked to take the lead on a major public corruption case. Oh my God. So rather than having a literal Epstein prosecutor ask the questions, we got Trump's former personal defense attorney in the driver's seat. I'm sure there's absolutely no bias there whatsoever. But to be fair, who the knows with the Epstein prosecution? I mean, it all seemed, every aspect of it seemed to be pretty bad. Former Manhattan ADA Catherine Christian speculated that the interviews could just be an effort to protect Trump rather than a legitimate pursuit of justice, saying, "It's hard to believe this is anything but performative." Or Todd Blanche just wanting to have her on the record saying, "Yes, President Trump had nothing to do with any of this. He is his lawyer, after all." Whether or not that is the case, that is exactly what happened. About Trump specifically, Maxwell said, "I have never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate with anybody." Remember, there's no official deal.
But he grabs all these chicks' pussies,
or a reduced sentence, or anything really for this.
So I don't believe that shit for a second. Maybe he didn't do it to an underage person, but he's definitely a fucking
one to our incredibly complex equation. We shall add now. It is awfully convenient that 4 days after the interview where the woman who's known for lying on the record exonerates the President of the United States, Donald Trump, Trump starts talking about how he's allowed to give her a pardon.
Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached me with it. Nobody's asked me about it. It's in the news about that aspect of it, but right now it would be inappropriate to talk about it.
And upon reviewing the transcripts ourselves, I was extremely curious about the birthday book. It was the big thing that had just been made public before the interview, and it was full of shit that showed that people knew about Epstein's disgusting crimes, and it was just a bunch of bullshit that anybody doesn't know.
That's fucked up.
Everything's legit. It's a Democrat hoax. It's a Democrat hoax. That's my new favorite thing ever, by the way. Looking through the transcripts, the only questions that we could see being asked about the book were about Trump, not any of the other dozens of individuals who had contributed content to it. This starts on page 177 of 263, and the idea was inspired by a book that Ghislaine's mother had put together for her father's 60th birthday. And Epstein had liked the idea and asked Ghislaine to help coordinate it. And the two of them both reached out to people to contribute, but conveniently, because it was so long ago, when Blanche asked if she remembered specific names of individuals who did send letters, she says it's been too long and doesn't remember, which could be honest, but probably not. So Todd Blanche, the former defense attorney for President Donald Trump, only asks about one name in the book. Todd Blanche said, the article talks about several names. The article, which is on Donald Trump. Do you remember President Trump submitting a letter or a card or a note? Ghislaine Maxwell said, I don't. So despite there being dozens of contributors to the book, famous people, Trump is the only one that Trump's attorney asks about, which I guess does make sense, but it really just feels like an effort to make him look innocent. Why not ask who drew the picture of Epstein getting massaged by a naked girl, or about the letter from Degenerate 2 to Degenerate 1, in which it says, so many girls, so little time. No wonder Trump mentioned the idea of pardoning her. She is literally his get out of jail free card. Well, I don't think so. He views it that way, maybe, but it just looks bad to anybody with a functioning brain. I do see people defending it though online. It's really sad, man. It's really sad.
Fucking
you do
dumb.
know, like, it's cool to like a political candidate, but they're people. They're people,
Yeah,
and they
people
will
are
make
fucked.
mistakes. And you don't have to defend them. You don't have to defend those people. They're not good people. They don't care about you.
You don't have
They're
to
not gonna
defend
do
the
anything
person
for you.
because you believe in their
They will
ideas.
continue to ruin the country, and they will continue to push.
It's like
us
you don't have to
further and
believe in a
further from the
person if you
original
believe in their
idea that America
ideas.
was, which that happens on both sides. There is not a good side. There is only America. We have to stand for what the country was founded on, and that is the belief that everyone can succeed and everyone should be treated with respect, allowed to say whatever they want, defend themselves with firearms that should be legal, and buy homes and afford food. Everybody. Not just like a group of people or whatever. It's bleak, man. Times are bleak right now. It's on August 1st, 2025, just days after the July interviews, Ghislaine Maxwell was transferred from the low security facility she was imprisoned at in Tallahassee, Florida, to a federal prison camp in Bryan, Texas. FPC Bryan. It's a minimum security luxury facility with dormitory style housing and much more freedom than she had in Tallahassee, where she had yoga classes and cosmetology bullshit. I don't know, dude. The transfer, like everything else in this case, is highly unusual. Nothing makes sense. There is objectively no justice that is being served here. We keep getting more and more emails, and there are like 2 Republicans right now. This is what's so insane to me. There's like 2 in the House that want all the files to be released. Thomas Massey and Tim Blanchett, or whatever the fuck his name is. The old guy who walks around sad and he's like, I just saw JFK. There was another shooter on the hill. We killed that sumbitch. Man, it's insane, dude. It's f***ing insane. I cannot believe it.
Yeah,
Sex
I know, right?
offenders like Ghislaine Maxwell typically aren't placed in minimum security environments, and due to her convictions for recruiting and grooming minors for abuse, you'd think that she'd be considered a sex offender, and that's the sort of public safety factor, which requires at least a low security facility placement. But no, she's magic and special, and she's not treated like the other sex offenders in America because she's got dirt on the president, it seems like. But it doesn't stop there, of course. Whistleblower reports claim she receives concierge-style treatment at FPC Bryan. Custom meals are delivered to her cell. She has a special visitor area with snacks and refreshments and access to staff facility. That's a whistleblower, so who knows about whistleblowers. And then there's also a puppy. In August of 2025, it was reported that Maxwell was barred from participating in the service dog training programs at FPC Bryan. Paige Mazzoni, CEO of Canine Companion, said, "We do not allow anyone whose crime involves abuse towards minors or animals, including any crime of a sexual nature. Those are crimes against the vulnerable, and you're putting them with a puppy who is a vulnerable little creature." So in spite of that being said, from the CEO of Canine Companions, the people giving Maxwell preferential treatment don't give a shit what that person wants and believes and stands for. And an inmate who trains puppies to become service dogs was instructed to give one to Maxwell, which is something that just should not have happened. Why does she have a dog? And this is all while she's preparing a clemency application and a plea for mercy, supposedly even doing so with the warden's direct help. People are mad about that, and it can't keep happening, guys. Can't. What are we supposed to do? I don't know. What is there to do? I guess just keep talking about it? I don't know. The whole story is wild. And also Prince Andrew, we just talked about him, or maybe this video is coming out first. We're going to talk a lot more about Prince Andrew, but some more information came out after that video was recorded. Prince Andrew is no longer Prince Andrew. He is Andrew Windsor Bat, and he has been formally requested by the Democratic members of the House Oversight Committee to submit to a transcribed interview, but it's not a subpoena and isn't legally required, so he will definitely decline. He's not going to say anything because he's an idiot. But of those 20,000 emails that came out recently, it indicate that Andrew and Epstein communicated even after they supposedly cut off contact, being honorable after Prince Andrew honorably, I don't know, dude. Not to mention the emails show that Trump allegedly knew about the girls and spent hours with a victim, and so much more. Sorry I look different, but things keep happening, things keep releasing. For example, now the House has voted to release the Epstein files. It's going to move on to the Senate, and who knows what will happen next week. This video was recorded a few days ago, and since the over 20,000 emails were released, a bunch of stuff has been found in them. Take, for example, perhaps most bizarrely, the emails between Mark and Jeffrey Epstein discussing in 2018 asking Steve Bannon if Putin still had the pictures of Trump blowing Bubba. Bubba is Bill Clinton's well-known nickname. I have no idea what's going on. I assume more is going to be coming out soon. So there's more that we don't know than what we do know. And one thing is for sure, there's 20,000 emails that were released, and Trump's name is mentioned 1,500 times in those 20,000, more than anybody else's name. Trump's the dog who didn't bark. He knew about the girls. He'd been blowing Bubba. And we know about the Trump administration fighting the release of the files, even holding situation room meetings to block their disclosure, with the DOJ formally closing the investigation in July of this year, with there being no uncharged third parties, which we all know is total bullshit. But after all these emails were released, now Trump over the last 2 or 3 days has reversed course and wants the files to be released. Today, the House voted 427 to 1
to one guy who didn't fuck it, who voted against it. I was watching Asman's stream when that happened.
Again,
so fucking retarded.
And explicitly stating that they're going to investigate Democrats, not Republicans. They're going to investigate Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, not Donald Trump, the man who's been mentioned 1,500 times in the 20,000 emails. Whoa, I cannot believe that this is real or that this is happening, and it's unbelievable. It's inexplicable, and it makes no sense, and there will be more. Anyways, guys, comment down below. Let me know what you think about this whole
Perfect
thing.
timing.
It's very, very bleak. I think, I mean, just seeing people's responses.
It's another Oompaville video. Always good to see those. Go give him a like, give him a sub, give him a view. Oh, now we can move on to Eye of the World. We're getting so close to the end of the book. I don't know what to do. So close. So very, very close. But we get our talks already. Let's go. Three, two, one, choke. We back? Oh. Alright. Eye of the World. Chapter 46. Faldara. Country around the Waygate is rolling. Forests, hills, but aside from the gates themselves, there was no sign of any Ogier grove. Looks of the trees were gray skeletons clawing at the sky. Fewer evergreens than Rand was used to dotted the forest, and all of them dead. Brown needles and leaves covered many. Loyal made no comment beyond a sad shaking of his head. As dead as the blasted lands, Nynaeve said, frowning. Egwene pulled her cloak around her and shivered. At least we're out, Perrin said, and Matt added. Out where? Shinar, Lan told them. We're in the borderlands. In his hard voice was a note that said home, almost. Rand gathered his cloak against the cold. The borderlands, then the Blight was close by. The Blight, the eye of the world, and what they had come to do. We are close to Faldara, Moiraine said. Only a few miles. Across the treetops, towers rose to the north and east of them, dark against the morning sky. Between the hills and the woods, towers often vanished as they rode, only to reappear again when they topped a particularly tall rise. Rand noticed trees split open as if struck by lightning. Cold, Lan answered when he asked. Sometimes the winter is so cold here the sap freezes and the trees burst. There are nights when you can hear them cracking like fireworks, and the air is so sharp you think that might shatter too. There are more than usual this winter past. Rand shook his head, trees bursting, and that was during an ordinary winter. What must this winter have been like? Surely like nothing he could imagine. Who says winter's past? Matt said, his teeth chattering. Why this? A fine spring, sheepherder, Lan said. A fine spring to be alive. But if you want warm, well, it will be warm in the Blight. Softly Matt muttered. Blood and ashes. Blood and bloody ashes. Rand barely heard him. It sounded heartfelt. He began to pass farms. But though it was the hour for midday meals to be cooking, no smoke rose from the high stone chimneys. Fields were empty of men and livestock both, though sometimes a plow or a wagon stood abandoned as if the owner meant to be back any minute. At one farm close by the road, lone chickens scratched in the yard. One barn door swung freely with the wind. The other had broken off the bottom hinge and hung with an angle. Tall house, old to Rand's Two Rivers eyes, with its sharp-peaked roof and big wooden shingles running almost to the ground. Still and silent, the dog came out to bark at them. A scythe lay in the middle of the barnyard. Buckets were overturned in a heap beside the well. Moiraine frowned at the farmhouse as they strode by. She lifted Aldib's reins, and the white mare quickened her pace. The Edmonds Fielders were clustered in with Loyal, a little behind the Aes Sedai and the Warder. Rand shook his head. He could not imagine anything growing ever, but then he could not really imagine the ways either. Even now that he was past them, he could not. I don't think she expected this, Nynaeve said quietly, with a gesture that took in all the empty farms they had seen. Where did they all go? Egwene said. Why, they can't have been gone very long. What makes you say that? Matt said. From the look of that barn door, they could have been gone all winter. Nynaeve and Egwene both looked at him as if he were slow-witted. The curtains in the windows, Egwene said patiently. They look too light for winter curtains, even here. As cold as it is here, no woman would have those up more than a week or two, maybe less. Wisdom nodded. Curtains. Perrin chuckled. He immediately wiped the smile off his face, and the two women raised an eyebrows at him. Oh, I agree with you. There wasn't enough rust on that scythe for any more than a week in the open. You should have seen that, Matt, even if you missed the curtains. Rand glanced sideways at Perrin, trying not to stare. His eyes were sharper than Perrin's, or had been, when they used to hunt rabbits together, but he had not been able to see that scythe blade well enough to make out any rust. I really don't care where they went, Matt grumbled. I just want to find some place with a fire, soon. But why did they go? Rand said under his breath. The Blight was not far off here. The Blight, where all the Fades and Trollocs were, those not down in Andor chasing them. The Blight, where they were going. He raised his voice enough to be heard by those close to him. Nynaeve, maybe you and Egwene don't have to go to the Eye with us. The two women looked at him as if he were speaking gibberish. With the Blight so close, he had to make one last try. Maybe it's enough for you to be close. Moiraine didn't say you have to go. Or you, Loyal. You could stay at Faldara until we come back. Or you could start for Tar Valon. Maybe there'll be a merchant train. Or I'll bet Moiraine would even hire a coach. We will meet in Tar Valon when it's all over. Ta Varen, Loyal sighs with a humble, like thunder on the horizon, with a rumble like thunder on the horizon. You swirl lives around you, Rand al'Thor. You and your friends. Your fate chooses ours. Ogier shrugged silently. A broad grin split his face. Besides, it will be something to meet the Green Man. Elder Haman always talks about his meetings with the Green Man, and so does my father, and most of the elders. So many, Perrin said. The stories of the Green Man is hard to find, and no one can find him twice. Not twice, no, Loyal agreed, but then I have never met him. And neither have you, or he doesn't seem to avoid Ogier quite the way he does you humans. He knows so much about trees, even the tree songs, Rand said. The point I was trying to make is... Yo, Sasukitsune, what's up? How's it going? How are you? We're reading Eye of the World! The wisdom cut him off. She, says Egwene, and I are part of the pattern too, all woven in with you three. If she is to be believed, there's something about the way that the piece of the pattern is woven that might stop the Dark One. Once again, bro. Another good day? And I'm afraid I do not believe her. Too much has happened not to. But if Egwene and I go away, what might we change about the pattern? I was only trying to... Again, Nynaeve interrupted sharply. I know what you were trying to do. She looked at him until he shifted uneasily in the saddle. Then her face softened. I know what you were trying to do, Rand. I have little liking for an Aes Sedai, and this one least of all, I think. I have less for going into the Blight. But least of all is the liking I have for the Father of Lies. If you boys, you men, can do what has to be done when you'd rather do almost anything else, why do you think I will do less? Or Egwene? She did not appear to expect an answer. Gathering her reins, she frowned toward the Aes Sedai up ahead. I wonder if we're going to reach this Faldara place soon, or does she mean us to spend the night out in this? She trotted towards Moiraine, Matt said. She called us men. Seems like only yesterday she was saying we shouldn't be off leading strings, and now she calls us men. You still shouldn't be off your mother's apron strings, Egwene said, but Rand did not think her heart was in it. She moved Bella close to his bay and lowered her voice so none of the others could hear, although Matt, at least, tried. I only danced with Aram, Rand, she said softly, not looking at him. You wouldn't hold it against me dancing with somebody I will never see again, would you? No, he told her. What had made her bring it up now? Of course not. But suddenly he remembered something Min had said in Berlin. It seemed 100 years ago. She's not for you, nor you for her, at least not in the way you both want. The town of Faldara was built in the hills higher than the surrounding country. It was nowhere near as big as Camelin, but the wall around it was as high as Camelin's. For the full mile outside the city wall in every direction, the ground was clear of anything taller than grass, and that cut low, nothing could come close without being seen. From one of the many tall towers, topped by wooden hoardings, where the walls of Camelin had a beauty about them, the buildings of Faldara seemed not to have cared if anyone found their wall beautiful. The gray stone was grimly impeccable, proclaiming that it existed for one purpose alone, to hold. Pennants atop the hoardings whipped in the wind, making the stooping black hawk of Shienar seem to fly all along the walls. Lan tossed back the hood of his cloak and, despite the cold, motioned for the others to do the same. Moiraine had already lowered hers. "It's the law in Shienar," the warder said. "In all the Badlands, no one may hide his face inside a town's walls." "Are they all that good looking?" Matt laughed. "A half-man can't hide with his face exposed," the warder said in a flat voice. Rand's grin slid off his face. Hastily, Matt pushed back his hood. The gates stood open, tall and covered with dark iron. But a dozen armored men stood guard in golden yellow surcoats, bearing the Black Hawk. The hilts of black longswords on their backs peeked over their shoulders, and broadsword or mace or axe hung at every waist. Their horses were tethered nearby, made grotesque in steel bardings covering chests and necks and heads, with lances to stirrups all ready to ride in an instant. The guards made no move to stop Lan and Moiraine and the others. Indeed, they waved and called out happily. "Daishan!" one cried, shaking steel gauntlets over his head as they rode past. "Daishan!" A member of others shouted, "Glory to the builders!" And Kisarai T. Wansho. Loyal looked surprised, and a broad smile split his face as he waved to the guards. One man ran alongside Lan's horse, a little way unhampered by the armor he wore. "Will the golden crane fly again, Daishan?" "Peace, dragon," was all the warder said, and the man fell away. He returned the guard's waves, but his face was so suddenly even more grim. As they rode through stone-paved streets crowded with people and wagons, Rand frowned worriedly. Faldara was bulging at the seams, but the people were neither the eager crowds of Camelin enjoying the grandeur of the city, even as they squabbled, nor the miling throngs of Berlin. Packed cheek by jowl, these folks wanted their party ride by the leaden eyes and faces blanked of emotion. Carts and wagons jammed every alleyway, and half the street piled high with jumbled household furnishings and carving sheets and carved chests packed so tight that the clothes split. On top of sat children. Adults kept the younglings up where they could be seen, and not let them stray even to play. The children were even more silent than their elders, their eyes bigger, more haunting in their stares. The nooks and crannies between the wagons were filled with shaggy cattle and black-spotted pigs in makeshift pens. Crates of chickens and ducks and geese fitfully made up for the silence of the people. He knew now where all the farmers had gone. Lan led the way to the forest. In the middle of the town, a massive stone pile atop the hillside, highest hill. The fortress, not forest, Jesus, I'm retarded. A dull moat, deep and wide. Its bottom, a forest of sharp steel spikes, razor-edged and as tall as a man, surrounded the towered walls of the keep, a place for a last defense if the rest of the town fell. From one of the gate towers, an armored man called down, "Welcome, Daishan." Another shouted to the inside of the fortress. "The golden crane! The golden crane!" Their hooves drummed on the heavy timbers of the lower drawbridge as they crossed the moats and rode under the sharp points of the stout portcullis. Once through the gates, Lan swung down on the saddle and led Mandog, signaling to the others to dismount. The first courtyard was the first square paved with big stone blocks and surrounded by towers and battlements as fierce as those on the outside of the walls. As big as it was, the courtyard appeared just as crowded as the streets and as much in turmoil, though there was an order to the crowding here. Everywhere were armored men and armored horses, and half a dozen smithies around the court. Hammers clanged and big bellows tugged by two leather aproned men apiece, made the forge fires roar, steady stream. Boys ran with new-made horseshoes for the farriers. Fletchers sat making arrows, and every time a basket was filled, it was whisked away and replaced with an empty one. Liveried grooms appeared in the run, eager and smiling in black and gold. Rand hastily united his belongings from behind his saddle and gave the bay up to one of the grooms, as the man in plate and mail and leather bowed formally. He wore a bright yellow cloak edged in red over his armor, with the black hawk on the breast, and a yellow surcoat bearing a gray owl. He wore no helmet and was foreheaded and was bareheaded, truly, for his hair had all been shaved except for a top knot tied with a leather cord. It has been long, Moiraine, Aes Sedai. It's good to see you, Daishan. Very good. He bowed again to Loyal and murmured, "Glory to the builders. Kisarai Ti Wansho. I am unworthy," Loyal replied formally. "And the work small. Singu Ma Choba." "You honor us, builder," the man said. Kisarai we Ti Wansho." He turned back to Lan. Word was sent to Lord Agelmar Daishan. "As soon as you were seen coming, he is waiting for you. This way, please." As they followed him into the fortress, along drafty stone corridors hung with colorful tapestries and long silk screens of hunting scenes and battles, he continued, "I am glad the call reached you, Daishan. Will you raise the Golden Crane banner once more?" The halls were stark except for the wall hangings, and even they used the fewest figures made with the fewest lines necessary to convey the meaning. It is that time for me. You will have a blast. That is not a request. True, Sean. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, brew. Take care. Have a great night. Oh, I guess the music is too loud. I forgot to turn this back down. Oops. Oh well. "Are things really as bad as they appear, Ingtar?" Lan asked quietly. Oh wait, did I skip something? Your Honor, Daishan is waiting for you. This way, please. As they followed him into the fortress, long, drafty stone corridors hung with colorful tapestries and long silk screens of hunting scenes and battles, he continued. "I am glad the call reached you, Daishan. Will you raise the Golden Crane banner once more?" Walls were stark, except for the wall hangings. Oh, we already did read this. Are things really as bad as they appear, Ingtar?" Lan asked quietly. Rand wondered if his own ears were twitching like Loyal's. The man's topknot swayed as he shook his head, but he hesitated before putting on a grin. "Things are never as bad as they appear, Daishan. A little worse than usual this year, that is all. The raids continued through the winter, even in the hardest of it. But the raiding was no worse than anywhere else along the border. They still come in the night. But what else can be expected in the spring if this can be called spring? Scouts returned from the Blight. Those who do not come back with news of Trolloc camps. Always fresh news of more camps. We will meet them at Tarwin's Gap, Daishon, and turn them back as we always have. Of course, Lan said, but he could not sound certain. Finger's grin slipped, but came back immediately. Silently, he showed them into Lord Egelmar's study and claimed the press of his duties. Hi, Atox, it's me, Atox. Hey, wait, hey, yo. Identity thief is not a joke. That's why Smokey is called to talk gay. 'Cause he doesn't really know what he's doing, but he's like trying, right? Oh, fuck, I'm tired. Oh, it's been a long day today. We did a lot of shit today. Whew. How can you not know what you're doing, but do it? Because I'm asleep. I'm like... Why do you think I say random words? Because I'm like literally dreaming, and then I'll wake up and I'll say a random word, and I'll be like, oh. That probably has nothing to do with the story. Like Donald Duck. Hey, it is what it is, right? I'm just doing my own thing, right? You know, I'm just trying to live my best life, right? Hey, Jesus. We will meet them in Tarwin's Gap, Daishon, and turn them back as we always have. Of course, Lan said, but he did not sound certain. Oh, you read this? It was a room as purpose-made as all the rest of the fortress, with arrow slits in the outer wall and a heavy bar for the thick door, which had its own arrow piercings and was bound by iron straps. Only one tapestry hung here, covered an entire wall, and showed men armored like men of Faldara fighting Myrdril and Trollocs in a mountain pass. Callie, identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Millions of families are affected every year. True, Queen. But if the government nowadays can't figure out that it's not fucking you, I think that's the government's problem. Table, one chest, and a few chairs were only furnishings, except for 2 racks on the wall, and they caught Rand's eye as much as the tapestry. One held a 2-handed sword, taller than a man, a more ordinary broadsword, and below them a studded mace and a long kite-shaped shield bearing 3 foxes. I mean, we already know they're spying on us with every single device. They have a camera on us at all points in time. Just stop being pussies about it and just release the shit and be like, yeah, no, we can clearly see that's not you, bro. We clearly know that's not you. That's why, like, in this day and age, how is it that there's anyone in the country that's, like, undocumented? How is that, like, it's understandable, like, you were born in the country and you're undocumented, but it's like, how do you get into the country without being documented? What? How? It's like, you should usually... I know it's kind of dystopian to say, but it's like, you shouldn't be able to do anything in society without, like, ID and shit. But that's, like, not like, oh, I have to have my ID on me. No, that means you have to be, like, registered by the fucking government. So that they can, like, pull up your file and be like, yeah, okay, we know who that guy is. Like, especially with, like, facial recognition. How do you not be like, okay, that guy on this camera is not in any database. Who the fuck is he? take him down. Like, we know you have the technology for it. Until you punch a guy, you never really know what they're going through, I guess. Why would you ever punch a guy, Callie? That's a good way to get yourself killed. I'm very questionable here, Callie, about that. I wouldn't die, I'm made of steel. Well, then he'd just melt you. If you were made of steel, I'd just melt you. What are you gonna do? You gonna be the guy who claims he's immune to acid because of Rick? How would you melt me? I punched, so... Ha. Because... Callie, were you able to figure out how to save it? What were you having trouble saving, Callie? A file? Yes, it's a secret. Okay. Okay, fine! I didn't want to be in your club anyways. From the other hung a suit of armor, complete and arranged as one would wear it. Crested helm with its bared face guard over a double mail camel, mail hauberk split for riding, and leather undercoat polished from wear, breastplate, steel gauntlets, knee and elbow cops, and half plate for shoulders and arms and legs. Wait. Okay, keep going. Even here in the heart of the keep, weapons and armor seemed ready to be donned at any moment. Like the furniture, they were simply and severely decorated with gold. True. Agelmar himself rose at their entrance and came around the table, littered with maps and sheafs of paper and pens standing in ink pots. He seemed, at first glance, too peaceful for the room in his blue velvet coat as its tall white collar and some soft leather boots, but a second look showed Rand differently. Like all the fighting men he had seen, Agelmar's head was shaved except for a top knot that had a pure white, and that pure white. Streamer knows nothing. Nope, I'm a lazy piece of shit who knows nothing, doesn't need to know anything. I'm just here. I just show up and whatever happens, happens. I take no thought of anything else. I am simply existence pure and unaltered. He seemed, at first glance, too peaceful. But his face was dark, and his face was as dark as lands. The only lines creases at the corners of his eyes, and those eyes like brown stone, though they bore a smile now. Existing is nice. Yes, I enjoy existing. Just existing is a fantastic thing. Peace. But it is good to see you, Daishan, the Lord of the Faldara said. And you, Moiraine Aes Sedai. Perhaps even more. Your presence warms me, Aes Sedai. Ninte kali chnie no domashita Elmar Daishan, Moiraine replied formally, but with a note in her voice that said they were old friends. Your welcome warms me, Lord Egelmar. Udom kal ichne ni Aes Sedai air. Here's always a welcome for Aes Sedai. He turned to Loyal. You are far from the steading, Ogier, but you honor Faldara. Always glory to the builders. Kisirai ti one shohei. I am unworthy, Lan said, bowing. It is you who do me honor. He glanced at the stark stone walls and seemed to struggle with himself. Rand was glad the Ogier managed to refrain from adding further comment. Servants in black and gold appeared on silent, soft, slippered feet. Some brought folded cloths, damp and hot, on silver trays for wiping the dust from faces and hands. Others bore mulled wine in silver bowls of dried plums and apricots. Lord Agelmar gave orders for rooms to be prepared and baths. A long journey from Tar Valon, he said. You must be tired. Short journey, the path we came, Lan told him, but more tiring than the long way. Agelmar looked puzzled when the warder said no more, but he merely said, a few days' rest will put you all in fine fettle. I ask one night's shelter, Lord Agelmar, Moiraine said, for ourselves and our horses, and fresh supplies in the morning. If you can spare them, we must leave you early, I'm afraid. Agelmar frowned. But I thought, Moiraine Sedai, I have no right to ask it of you, but you would be worth 1,000 lances in Tarwin's Gap, and you, Daishan, 1,000 men will come when they hear the golden crane flies once more. The 7 towers are broken, Lan said harshly, and Malkir is dead. A few of her people left, scattered across the face of the earth. I'm a warder, Agelmar, sworn to the flame of Tar Valon, and I am bound into the blight. Of course, Lan. Of course. But surely a few days' delay, a few weeks at most, will make no difference. You are needed. You and Moiraine Sedai. Moiraine took a silver goblet from one of the servants. Ingtar seems to believe you will defeat this threat as you have defeated many others across the years. Ace Sedai, Agelmar said dryly. If Ingtar had to ride alone to Tarwin's Gap, he would ride the whole way, proclaiming that the Trollocs would be turned back once more. He is almost pride enough to believe he could do it alone. He is not as confident as you think this time, Agelmar. The warder held a cup, but he did not drink. How bad is it? Agelmar hesitated, pulling out a map from the tangle on the table. He stared unseen at the map for a moment, and tossed it back. When we ride to the Gap, he said quietly, the people will be sent south to Falmaran. Perhaps the capital can hold peace. Something must hold. That bad, Lan said, and Agelmar nodded wearily. Rand exchanged worried looks with Mat and Perrin. It was easy to believe the Trollocs gathering in the Blight were after them. Agelmar went on grimly. Kandor, Arafel, Saldea. The Trollocs raided them all straight through the winter. Nothing like that has happened since the Trolloc Wars. The raids have never been so fierce, or so large, or pressed home so hard. Every king and council is sure a great thrust is coming out of the Blight, and every one of the Borderlands believes it is coming at them. None of their scouts and none of the warders report Trolloc massing over the borders as we have here, but we believe, and each is afraid to send fighting men elsewhere. They will whisper that the world is ending and the Dark One is loose again. Shinar will ride to Tarwin's Gap alone, and we will be outnumbered at least 10 to 1. At least. It may be the last ingathering of lances. Lan, no, Daishan. For you are a diademed battle lord of Malkir, whatever you say, Daishan. The golden crane banner in the van would put heart into men who would know they are riding north to die. The word will spread like wildfire, and though their kings have told them to hold where they are, lances will come from Arafel and Kandor, and even from Saldea. Guys! What's up, Callie? Though they cannot come in time to stand with us in the Gap, they may save Shinar. Lan peered into his wine. His face did not change. The wine slopped over his hand. The silver goblet crumpled in his grip. The servant took the ruined cup and wiped the warder's hand with a cloth. The second put a fresh goblet in his hand while the other was whisked away. Lan did not seem to notice. I cannot, he whispered hoarsely. When he raised his head, his blue eyes burned with a fierce light. but his voice was calm again and flat. I am a warder, Egelmar. His sharp gaze slid across Rand and Matt and Perrin to Moiraine. At first light, I ride to the blight.
I cannot come.
What? Cannot come? They cannot come? No! But we're having so much fun. Why would you want it to end? Egelmar sighed heavily. Moiraine Sedai, will you not come at least? And a Sedai could make the difference. I cannot, Lord Egelmar. Moiraine seemed troubled. There is indeed a battle to be fought, and it is not chance that the Trollocs gather above Shinar, but our battle, the true battle with the Dark One, will take place in the Blight, at the eye of the world. You must fight your battle, and we ours. You cannot be saying he is loose. Rock-like Egelmar sounded shaken. And Moiraine quickly shook her head. Not yet. If we win at the eye of the world, perhaps not ever again. Can you even find the eye, Aes Sedai? If holding the Dark One depends on that, we might as well be dead. Many have tried and failed. I can find it, Lord Egelmar. Hope is not lost yet. Egelmar studied her, and then the others. He appeared puzzled by Nynaeve and Egwene. Their farm clothes contrasted sharply with Moiraine's silk dress, though all were travel-stained. They are Aes Sedai too? He asked doubtfully. When Moiraine shook her head, she seemed even more confused. His gaze ran over the young men from Edmund's Field, settling on Rand, brushing a red-wrapped sword at his waist. A strange guard you take with you. Aes Sedai, only one fighting man. He glanced at Perrin and at the axe hanging from his belt. Perhaps two, but both merely more than lads. Let me send men with you. 100 lances, more or less, will make no difference in the gap, but you will need more than one warder, and 3 youths and 2 women will not help, unless they are ale in disguise. The blight is worse than usual this year. It stirs. 100 lances would be too many, Lan said, and 1,000 not enough. The larger the party we take into the blight.
Flavored popsicle.
Who is Jesus? The more chance we will attract attention. We must reach the eye without fighting, if we can. You know, the outcome is all but foretold when Trollocs forced battle inside the blight. Egelmar nodded grimly, but he refused to give up. Fewer than ever, even 10 good men, would give you a better chance of escorting Moiraine Sedai and the other 2 women to the Green Man. Then will just these young fellows. Rand abruptly realized the Lord of Faldara assumed it was Nynaeve and Egwene who, with Moiraine, would fight against the Dark One. It was natural. The sort of struggle meant using the one power, and that meant women. That sort of struggle means using the power. He tucked his thumbs behind his sword belt and gripped the buckle hard to keep his hands from shaking. No men, Moiraine said. Egelmar opened his mouth again, and she went on before he could speak. It is the nature of the eye and the nature of the Green Man. How many from Faldara have ever found the Green Man in the eye? Ever, Egelmar said. Since the War of the 100 Years, you could count them on the finger of one hand, no more than 1 in 5 years from the borderlands together. No one finds the eye of the world, Moiraine said, unless the Green Man wants them to find it. Need is the key, and intention. I know where to go. I have been there before. Rand's head whipped around in surprise. His was not the only one among Edmund's fielders, but the Aes Sedai did not seem to notice. But one among us seeking glory, seeking to add his name to those 4, and we may ever find it, though I take us straight to the spot I remember. You have seen the Green Man, Moiraine Sedai. The Lord of Faldara sounded impressed, but in the next breath he frowned. But if you have already met him once... Need is the key, Moiraine said softly, and there can be no greater need than mine, than ours, and I have something those other seekers have not. Her eyes barely stirred from Egelmar's face, but Rand was sure they had drifted toward Loyal, just for an instant before the Aes Sedai pulled them back. Rand met the Ogier's eyes, and Loyal shrugged. Tavaren, the Ogier said softly. Egelmar threw up his hands. It will be as you say, Aes Sedai. Peace. If the real battle is to be at the eye of the world, I am tempted to take the Blackhawk banner after you instead of to the Gap. I could cut a path for you. That would be a disaster, Lord Edelman, both at Terrawin's Gap and at the Eye. You have your battle, and we ours. Peace, as you say, Aes Sedai. Having reached a decision, however much he disliked it, the shaven-headed Lord of Faldara seemed to put it out of his mind. He invited them to a table with him, all the while making conversation about hawks and horses and dogs, but with never a mention of Trollocs or Tarwin's Gap or the Eye of the World. The chamber where they ate was as stark and plain as Lord Egelmar's study had been, with little more furnishing than the table and chairs themselves, and they were served in line and form. Severe in line and form. Beautiful but severe. A big fireplace warmed the room, but not so much that a man called out hurriedly would be stunned by the cold outside. Liveried servants brought soup and bread and cheese, and the talk was of books and music until Lord Egelmar realized the Edmonds Field folk were not talking. Like a good host, he asked gently, probing questions designed to bring them out of their quiet. Rand soon found himself competing to tell about Edmonds Field and the Two Rivers. It was an effort not to say too much. He hoped the others were guarding their tongues, Matt especially. Nynaeve alone held herself back, eating and drinking silently. There's a song in the Two Rivers, Matt said, coming home from Tarwin's Gap. Finished hesitantly, as if suddenly realizing that he was bringing up what they had all been avoiding, but Egelmar handled it smoothly. Little wonder few lands have not sent men to hold back the blight over the years. Rand looked at Matt and Perrin. Matt silently formed the word Manatherin. Egelmar whispered to one of the servants, and while others cleared the table, that man vanished and returned with a canister and clay pipes for Land Loyal and Lord Egelmar. 2 rivers to back, the Lord of Faldara said as they filled their pipes. Hard to come by here, but worth the cost. When Loyal and the 2 other men were puffing contentedly, Egelmar glanced at the Ogier. You seem troubled, Builder. Not beset by the longing, I hope. Long have you been away from the steading? It is not longing. I have not been gone such a time as that. Loyal shrugged, and gray streamer rising from the pipe made a spiral above the table as he gestured. I expected, hoped, that the grove would still be here, some remnant of Mafal Dadarano at least. Kissarai T1 show, Egelmar murmured. The Trolloc Wars left nothing but memories, loyal son of Arent, and people to build on them. They could not duplicate the builder's work, any more than I could. Those intricate curves and patterns your people create are beyond human eyes. Shadow Realm! You must go to the Shadow Realm. Goodbye. You have been banished. Jesus. Those intricate curves and patterns your people create are beyond human eyes and hands to make. Perhaps we wish to avoid a poor imitation that would only have been an ever-present reminder to us of what we had lost. There is a different beauty and simplicity in a single line placed just so, a single flower among the rocks. The harshness of the stone makes the flower more precious. We try not to dwell too much on what is gone. The strongest heart will break under that strain. The rose petal floats on water, Lan recited softly. The kingfisher flashes above the pond. Life and beauty swirl in the midst of death. Yes, Egilmar said. Yes, that one has always symbolized the whole of it to me, too. Two women bowed their heads to one another. Poetry out of Lan. The man was an onion. Every time Rand thought he knew something about the warder, he discovered another layer underneath. Loyal nodded slowly. Perhaps I also dwell too much on what is gone. And yet, the groves were beautiful. But he was looking at the stark room as if seeing it anew, and suddenly finding things were worth seeing. Ingtar peered and bowed to Lord Egilmar. Your pardon, Lord, but you wanted to know if anything out of the ordinary, however small. Yes, what is it? Small thing, Lord. A stranger tried to enter the town, not of Shienar, by his account. Luguarded, sometimes, at least. When the South Gate guards attempted to question him, he ran away. He was seen to enter the forest, but only a short time later he was found scaling the wall. A small thing? Egilmar's chair scraped across the floor as he stood. Peace! The Tower Watch is so negligent a man can reach the walls unseen, and you call this a small thing? He is a madman, my lord. Awe touched Ingtar's voice. Sight, the light shields madmen. The light shields madmen. Perhaps the light cloaked the Tower Watcher's eyes and allowed him to reach the walls. Suddenly, one poor madman can do no harm. Surely one poor madman can do no harm. That has been brought to the keep yet. Has he been brought to the keep yet? Good. Bring him to me here, now. Ingtar bowed and left, and Egilmar turned to Moiraine. Your pardon, Aes Sedai, but I must see to this. Perhaps he is only a pitiful wretch, with his mind blinded by the light, but 2 days gone, 5, and our own people were found in the night trying to saw through the hinges of a horse gates. Small, but enough to let Trollocs in, grimaced. Dark friends, I suppose. Though I hate to think of it, think it any of Shinirin. They were torn to pieces by the people before the guards could take them, so I'll never know. If Shirinin can be dark friends, I must be especially careful of outlanders in these days. As you wish to withdraw, I will have you shown to your rooms. Dark friends know neither border nor blood, Moiraine said. They are found in every land and are of none. I, too, am interested in seeing this man. The pattern is forming a web, Lord Egilmar, but the final shape of the web is not yet set. It may yet entangle the world or unravel like the set of the wheel in the first weaving. At this point, even small things can change the shape of the web. At this point, I'm wary of the things out of the ordinary. Egilmar glanced at Nynaeve and Egwene. As you wish, Aes Sedai. Ingtar returned with 2 guards carrying long bills and escorting a man who looked like a rag bag turned inside out. Grime layered his face and matted his scraggly uncut hair and beard. He hunched himself into the room, sullen eyes darting this way and that. A rancid smell wafted ahead of him. Rand sat forward, intently trying to see through all the dirt. You've no cause to be holding me like this, the filthy man whirled. I'm only a poor destitute, abandoned by the light and seeking a place, like everyone else, to shelter from the shadows. The borderlands are a strange place to seek, Egilmar began, when Matt cut him off. The peddler! Padden Fane, Baron agreed, nodding. The beggar, Rand said, suddenly hoarse. He sat back. The sudden hatred flared in Fane's eyes. He's the man who was asking about us in Camelin. He has to be. So this concerns you after all, Moiraine Sedai, Egelmar said slowly. Moiraine nodded. I greatly fear that it does. I don't want to. Fane began to cry. Fat tears cut runnels in the dirt of his cheeks, but they were unable to reach the bottom layer. He made me. Him and his burning eyes. Rand flinched. Matt had his hand under his coat, no doubt clutching the dagger from Shadar Logoth again. He made me his hound. His hound, to hunt and follow with never a bit of rest, only his hound, even after he threw me away. It does concern us all, Moiraine said grimly. Is there a place where I can talk with him alone, Lord Egelmar? Her eyes tightened with distaste. And wash him first. I may need to touch him. Egelmar nodded and spoke softly to Ingtar, who bowed and disappeared through the door. I will not be compelled. The voice was Fane's, but he was no longer crying, and an arrogant snap replaced the whine. He stood upright, not crouching at all, throwing his head back. He shouted to the ceiling, Never again! I will not! He faced Egelmar as if the man flanking him were his own bodyguard, and the Lord of Faldara his equal rather than his captor. His tone became sleek and oily. There is a misunderstanding here, great lord. I am sometimes taken by spells, but that will pass soon. Yes, soon I will be rid of them. Contemptuously, he flicked his fingers against the rags he wore. Do not be misled by these, great lord. I have to disguise myself against those who have tried to stop me, and my journey has been long and hard. But at last I have reached lands where men still know the dangers of Baalzamon, where men still fight the Dark One. Rand stared, goggling. It was Fane's voice, but the words did not sound like the peddler at all. So you've come here because we fight Trollocs, Egelmar said, and you are so important that someone wants to stop you. These people say you are a peddler called Padden Fane, and that you are following them. Fane hesitated, glanced at Moiraine, and hurriedly pulled his eyes away from the Aes Sedai. His gaze ran across the Edmund Fielders and jerked back to Egelmar. Rand felt the hate in that look and the fear. When Fane spoke, again, his voice was unruffled. Padden Fane is simply one of the many disguises I have been forced to wear over the years. Friends of the Dark pursue me, for I have learned how to defeat the Shadow. I can show you how to defeat him, great lord. We do as well as men can, Egelmar said dryly. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, but we have fought the Dark One almost since the breaking of the world without peddlers to teach us how. Great lord, your might is unquestioned, but can it stand against the Dark One forever? Do you not often find yourself pressed to hold? Forgive my temerity, great lord. He will crush you in the end as you are. I know, believe me, I do. But I can show you how to scour the shadow from the land, great lord. His tone became even more unctuous? Unctuous? Though still haughty. If you but try what I advise, you will see, great lord. You will cleanse the land. You, great lord, can do it. If you direct your might in the right direction, avoid letting Tarvalon entangle you in its snares, and you can save the world. Great lord, if you will be the man remembered through history for bringing final victory to the light. The guards held their places. Their hands shifted on the long shafts of the bills as they thought they might have to use them. He thinks a great deal of himself for a peddler, Egelmar says to Lan over his shoulder. I think Ingar is right. He is mad. Faint eyes tighten angrily, but his voice remains smooth. Great lord, I know my words must appear grandiose, but you will only He got off abruptly, stepping back as Moiraine arose and started slowly around the table. Only the guards lowered bills kept Fane from backing right out of the room. Stopping behind Matt's chair, Moiraine put a hand on his shoulder and bent to whisper in his ear. Whatever she said, the tension went out of his face, and he took his hand from under his coat. Aes Sedai went on until she stood beside Agelmar, confronting Fane. As she came to a halt, the peddler sank into a crouch once more. I hate him, he whispered. I want to be free of him. I want to walk in the light again. His shoulders began to shake, and tears streamed down his face even more heavily than before. He made me do it. I'm afraid he is more than a peddler, Lord Agelmar, Moiraine said. Less than human, worse than vile, more dangerous than you can imagine. He can be bathed after I've spoken with him. I dare not waste a minute. Come, Lan. Chapter 47. We're so close to the end. Oh, we're so close. I can feel it. Ooh. Are you guys ready for 9 character mistakes that people make with their characters? And then we're probably going to call it a day because I'm fucking tired. No long day for us. Queen, are you still out there? We did some more thumbnails today. I want to see what you think. So those are our main 3. And then we have these extras. Just to test out. Fucking ads. Right so far? Hell yeah. Yeah, because there's mainly these three that are going to be our main ones. So I think these three are definitely the best. I think this one's 100% the best. This one's second best, and then this one's third. Well, I mean, these ones could be back and forth. You know, because this one's like, you can see in the eyes, like the reflection, so it's a little bit more subtle. So I don't know. And then the emotional tagline with the "I'm an only child, my brother wrote this" kind of idea. Yeah, I do like the second one a lot because of the eyes too. Yeah. Dun Trilin, yo, what's up? How's it going, brother? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Scoozy. But yeah, should we get into 9 character mistakes that people make? The final bit of the day. What was that? What was what? My thumbnails? Or what I said? It's probably what I said, right? It's always what I said. Alright. Here we go.
If characters are the lifeblood of fiction, then screwing up your character is the fastest way to ruin your book.
Yup.
In this video, we're going to go over the 9 character mistakes that you definitely want to avoid in your book. And the most common ones that you're thinking of right now, those aren't the ones we're going to be talking about. Let's get started with number 1. Only focusing on half your character.
Yup.
Now, you
Okay.
probably know Chuck Palahniuk because of Fight Club, but he has a writing method that he teaches authors that's called the head method and the heart method. He says that if you use both sides of this method, readers will love your character, but unfortunately, a lot of authors only do one or the other side. So the heart method uses frankness and vulnerability to create this emotional bond between the reader and the character. And for an example of this, Palahniuk points out his novel Survivor, where the protagonist reveals that he runs this suicide prevention hotline just to find people who are as damaged as he is. Now, the second way that a writer can make sure that their character is connecting with the reader is what he calls the head method. This is where the narrator demonstrates competency, some sort of deep knowledge or ability that makes the reader think, oh, this is the best person to tell this particular story. And Palahniuk says that Tom Clancy actually does a really good job of the head method because he's using these dense thickets of technical details about military and governmental operations, and it makes you think like, oh wow, this guy really knows his stuff. If you're writing something like sci-fi, you can lean too far to the head side and then forget the heart side of things. If you're writing romance, sometimes you lean too far to the heart side of things and then forget the head side of things.
So my thing, for instance, for head for Husai is his scientific nature. His heart is the fact that as a mentor, he is like too fatherly and too like overprotective of the people that he's mentoring to the point that it's a detriment to them because he's technically holding them back. What's you learning? Right now we are learning about the mistakes people make when they're creating characters in writing. So I usually use this as a test to say, do I do these things? And then give an example. And I say, yes, I do these things because my example is with my character. He is competent and understanding, and he's like the head of the Adventurers Guild, and he's super intelligent, and he knows what's going on, and he's trustworthy. But him being too personable is a problem. That's his major flaw in the story, is getting over being a fatherly figure and being more like a teacher, and being able to let people, you know, wind up in their own mistakes kind of thing, so that they can learn on their own. Yeah.
Just make sure for your character that you're including both the head and the heart when making the reader connect with them. The second mistake that a lot of writers make with their characters is that they write too likable characters.
Yep, and that was the main reason with Husai too. But Husai is like this kind of countenance where it's like, for instance, he comes off to the other characters as an arrogant, self-righteous bureaucrat trying to play at being an adventurer. But in reality, he's trying to, like, he's worried that there's spies who's basically going to tell the enemy what the fuck is going on. So he is pretending to be a certain way to prevent information from being spread about, like, his actual capabilities. So specifically to the character that he basically falls in love with, and, like, their, like, romance kind of thing, is she thinks of him as an arrogant person, and that, like, they have this conversation that's, like, he basically unloads all this stuff onto her, saying, like, the reasons why he is the way that he is, and it completely changes her perspective. So it's supposed to be this moment in the book when, as the reader, you're like, this guy is kind of, like, way too full of himself, to being like, oh, I understand now. He's literally putting on this facade because he's a leader. He has to have this facade. So there's this moment in time of breakdown with the character where you're like, oh, he's actually a relatable character. He's just putting on a show, which is like a huge point of getting to the character. So it's like, we do have this almost the opposite of this, where it's like, why is this character the main character? He seems like a complete dickbag. And then it's like, oh, it's because we haven't seen what he's actually doing.
Sometimes I find that authors
which is super
write
important.
characters who are far too likable because their protagonist is kind of a reflection of them.
Mhm.
And so giving them flaws is like admitting that they have
Yeah.
flaws. So there's this hesitancy to make them a fallible person. But look, I mean, Tony Stark has way too large of an ego.
Tony Stark is fucking Trump. Except if Trump was like an intelligent, like, if he didn't get in a Tesla and say everything's computer. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Do you also write? Yes, I do write. I write a lot. We're actually writing a new story called Rebel Weapon, and it's a continuation of our extended universe of the story called Lisa Lives Forever, and it's about basically a character who invents the ability to upload their mind into the computer. Where can I read it? Well, most of it right now is just on my YouTube. So if you want to go check out the videos, I have an entire playlist called Lisa Lives Forever. And then I have the extended universe of Lisa Lives Forever. And it's like, this is the main storyline, and then these are the side story arcs. So if you want to go check those out, feel free. And if you want to... I haven't updated the Google Docs yet, but at some point in time, I have to update this Google Docs with all of the rest of my stories. But all my other stories are on here too. If you want to check these out, feel free. But yeah, Tony Stark is like Donald Trump if you take away Tony's intelligence.
And Leslie Knope has zero boundaries, and she just kind of steamrolls over people. And Raymond Chandler's Philip Marlowe, he is a drunk. So do not be afraid to give your protagonist significant flaws. Now, I want to give you a very unusual strategy for how to save your character from being too likable. Have them kick a puppy. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking like, wait a
I love that shit. Just, this guy is too nice, he's too good, and then out of nowhere, he just kicks... Like I can see that with Husai. Husai gets, like, fed up and, like, maybe grabs a chocobo, because it's, like, a Final Fantasy-based book. He, like, grabs a chocobo by the ears and, like, pulls him along, and the other... And it's, like, because it's first person from this perspective, so it'll kind of just be, like, this moment of lapse in time, and he's just, like, slaps a fucking chocobo or something like that. Everyone's just like, oh... And then he looks over and he's like, oh, no. See, she likes it. Look, that gets her in the mood. And then I get her over there and she gets down with the other chocobos. That's how we get them to mate. It's like our mating call kind of thing. Don't worry about it. We understand what's going on.
second, that's what a villain does. I don't want my main hero to kick a puppy. That's a horrible thing to do. And you're right, it is a horrible thing to do.
That's why you should do it.
Look at Janine Cummins' American Dirt. She has this nearly flawless character named Lydia, and I was thinking, oh my goodness, this character is just wonderful. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, she kicks a puppy. And my jaw dropped. I was flabbergasted. Because as an editor, I'm like, I tell people, oh, like, have villain kill a puppy. What's the hero supposed to do? They're supposed to save the cat. And then I'm like, how did she get away with that? I think she got away with it because this was a character who was almost too perfect. And she needed to give her character flaws. And so she said, oh, if I have her do something a villain would do, like kick a puppy, then the reader's going to understand, oh, this is a person who has a flaw, who this is a person with a temper. And just a quick note here about how I
temper is actually, that's a huge thing too, because my main character is a berserker. There's like the two sides of him, because the duality of reality is kind of the theme of the book, but it's like he's a strategist, intelligent, long-term decision maker, but the second he gets into the fray of it, he becomes a fucking berserker, and you can't be anywhere near him because he will cut down his own allies because he just goes into, like, rage fucking mode. So it's like he literally can't be on the front line unless he's, like, at the front of the vanguard charging the other army because of the casualties. And then when he comes out of, like, his super, then he's, like, you know, regrets his actions kinds of thing. So he always prevents... He took up the strategy line in order to prevent himself from being on the battlefield. And that's why he put himself in the back line, and that's the reason why, like, that's the main reason why he decides to become the leader of the Adventurers Guild instead of leading his party through the 100-Year Quest. Because he's worried that he would be the reason that they would fail the 100-Year Quest, because he would go into Berserker mode and there wouldn't be enough room in the dungeon for everyone to escape him. So it's like... And then, so it's like every decision he makes is like, it's logical and it makes sense, but it gives him guilt because he still wishes he didn't have to deal with that. But he can't fix that, and he can't change that about himself, so he has to embrace it.
I can help you. One is Book Fox Academy. This is a collection of 10 writing courses that I lay out.
Yeah, that's the kind of characters I love to build.
How to write better dialogue, how to write characters.
Because I have a fucking temper, but I consider myself a saint.
In improving your skills as a writer.
And that one time I will fucking kill someone.
This
Whew,
is my
it's bad.
one-on-one coaching and
it's literally
mentorship
red.
program where you get feedback on your writing every single week. You get to meet with a mentor and talk about your struggles and talk about your book and your aspirations for it and how to
That's why I'm here. I try to provide something like that for free with amateur quality, right?
Amazing.
I have no actual formal training in writing. I'm just going in there. You can grow your Kick channel with these VODs. Exactly. That's kind of the whole point. Only it's like if you look at Kick, I'm the only person that streams in the writing category. No one goes on Kick to go to the writing category, right? So it's like I would probably, if I went into just chatting, I'd probably have a bigger channel, but there's something about being the only person streaming in the writing category and it being my own fucking category, and I'm literally the only person on the entire website that's in this category. There's something special about that. And I would take that any day over growth.
Writing a third wheel.
I'm just
character.
weird like that.
Now, no one likes to be a third wheel, that odd person out in a relationship, but some writers, when they write their sidekick characters, they end up making them a third wheel because the sidekick characters really don't do anything in the story. They don't have a role to play.
And that's the main thing. It's like my side characters are so ingrained into the story. Without them, you can't tell the story. Since when you've been streaming? About a year and a half now. Since June 2023. Good times. We had our 1-year anniversary 24-hour stream at the beginning of July. That was pretty fantastic.
Here's a test for your book. If you took your sidekick
what I was going to say is, so like for instance, there's one point in time in the book where I kill a character, and this death of this character reveals basically the entire enemy, the reason why the main character was framed for murder, and like the entire unraveling of the plot. And it breaks this character so much that like the next 3 chapters are the main character like studying, looking through all the notes of the dead character, trying to like unravel this secret that the character was trying to tell them, but they would never listen to them because they just thought they were kind of stupid, and they really regret that. And all the other characters are like coming in trying to like cheer the character up, be like, yo dude, it's not your fault that Zayd's dead, man, like come on, you can't put this on yourself, like no, like You're the leader of the Adventurers Guild. You have so many people to take care of. You can't focus on one single person. So there's in the book, plays, songs, dances, and poems are extremely important because they are the history, the culture, and the entertainment of this society. So the two side characters decide, because they're both bards, well, one's a paladin bard, the other one is a bard, I don't know what else, maybe just a main bard. They decide to make a play to immortalize the character that died. And then you have this, like, fantastic, epic play that plays out that, like, totally exacerbates hyperboles, like, what Zayd actually did and the death of it. But you got a job, too. I am currently unemployed to take time off in order to write. So I'm financially stable without a job currently. And basically, like, through this play, it unravels the entirety of the story because the characters have been building this play through third-party interviews with other people, and they've been gaining information that hasn't been publicly available or people willing to talk about until this point. So all of this information comes together in this play, and it's just this entire fucking massive exposition play of the entire unraveling of why the world is the way that it is and who's pulling the strings in the background, just not why they're pulling the strings in the background. And the rest of the book is finding out why the main enemy is pulling the strings the way that he is. Talk wears the same clothes every day. Yes, I do, Callie. And every Tuesday I do laundry. Or should I say, I throw my laundry in with my mom's laundry, because I only wear the same 3 things. And it's a fucking waste to do laundry with just the same 3 things. So I just throw my shit in with my mom's shit. Yep. Super easy. Anyways.
At the crucial moment of the climax, would it make a difference?
If you removed your character.
Would the plot fall apart? Because if it doesn't,
then that character
is
doesn't
unnecessary.
yeah.
You can just delete them, and they wouldn't matter for your story. Your goal is to think of every single one of your characters as a piece inside of a Rube Goldberg machine, where if you removed that piece, the machine wouldn't work.
The next piece wouldn't go because that piece is not there.
Most often is usually at the climax, where authors are focusing so much on their protagonist that they forget that their sidekick characters need a role too. Look at Star Wars,
and that's like the difference between fighting inside of the shield around the monarch, because it'll be Husai, the diamond weapon, Varius, Gluttony, and the 4 Warriors of Light. All of the Warriors of Light's guardians, all of the other side characters, all of the other party members are all going to be fighting the Viceroy on the outside. So why haven't you made your channel's interface as your kick category, as you do wish to grow and build a community? What do you mean your channel's interface as your kick category? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know anything about kick, so if I'm doing something wrong, let me know. Do all the characters feel necessary in Butterflies with Vertigo? Yes, Callie. Even though Todd doesn't feel that active in it, without Todd, how do we get any insight or any, like, idea about, like, I can't remember his dad's name, but whatever his dad is doing, right? It's like you need that character to tell that story. So it's like the way that you have the characters written together, Callie, makes them, even if they have minimal roles, I think if you remove Todd, for instance, you'd be like, well, where did they get this information from? You'd have to, like, make another character in order to portray that information, right? So it's like, you're using that character as a delivery system, and that's why it's like, it's not that necessary of a character, and their death can happen like that as, like, an emotional prick. Whereas I'm trying to think for nightmares. I mean, adding panels, logos, and then eventually it's easier to be affiliated by Kick. I don't think adding panels and adding logos is going to get you partnered or affiliated on Kick. Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But my gut instinct tells me that's not what's going to grow a community. Is having panels and logos. And the reason for this is because no one ever talks about this. And no one ever uses any of these functions that I have on Twitch. So the fact that I have these on Twitch and they're just basically empty means that if you go over to Kick, the only thing that I have down here... can I just go to my profile without being live? Fuck if I know. I don't even know how to do that. No, not just this, man, but your consistency and efforts too. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like, what I'm getting at here is, you guys. Hey, I might be popping the bubble here, you know, but when I see someone saying that, my AI girlfriend is gone. No, Callie. But this feels like this is like a, hey, you know what you need? You need panels. And you know how you get panels? An artist. And you know what I am? I'm an artist. I'm not gonna lie, Dunn, that feels like that's where this is going. They're trying to sell you art. Yeah, see Callie gets it too. It's kind of too obvious, right? Like you gotta not lean into it. Like what you should have done, what would have been actually like 5-head IQ is when I pulled up the thumbnails, you should have been like, oh hey, I'm a thumbnail artist. You want to buy thumbnails from me? $10 a thumbnail, I would have bought them. You have to know your audience, and you have to know what they want to buy. So you gotta worm your way in and subtly find out the things that they want, and then work with those, right? That's how you sell, right?
The Last Jedi.
But hey, you know, I'm just spitballing here, right? Who knows?
Obviously, is the sidekick.
Oh my God, become my coach, please.
The storytellers are good enough to realize, wait a second, BB-8 is useless unless he...
Okay, I'm down. What do you need? What do you need to know? What do you need to know? I'm good at this shit, okay? I'm good at gaslighting people. Like really. Yeah, no, like really. What do you need to know? Wait, Queen, did you see my graphic? Yeah, Queen, check this shit out. This shit is fucking epic. This is Callie's graphic. And then imagine like, so take this picture, right? And then reverse it for this. So it'd be like on the one side of the picture, whoops, you have like the crow and the vampire, and then on the other side of the picture, you have like the person and then the wolf and the crows. So if you put both pictures together, right, it'd be like each side of them. It's so cool. But yeah. So the first thing I would say to do, Dunn, is go into the Discord, right? And in the Discord, there is the self-promotion channel. Now, what you do in here is you take any of your links and anything and you put them in here and you say, hey, call to action, does anyone need anything? And then you throw it in there. And then what you do is you go to the general channel and you say, hey, I'm an artist. If you want to check out my stuff, go to the self-promotion channel. Check out the self-promotion channel. You can also go to the art you made and drop art in here as reference work as well, just to know that anything that you post in here, you know, there's a chance a retard's gonna come in and steal your shit. But hey, you know, that's always a chance you gotta take, right? And then, if you got, like, pictures or something like that, you can, like, stick them in here and stuff like that. So, you know, that's what I would do. Get on, like, the main medium. So find out, you know, does the streamer that you're going after have a Discord? I might have... You got socials, so I can ask later, my coach. Yeah, sure, if you want. You can follow me on Twitter. And then you can just, like, DM me. And that's probably a good way to get a hold of me. DM you? Hell yeah. I can run you down with some stuff like that, you know? Make it so that, like, your sell is, like, this is what... If I do it right, this is what will happen. You will enter stream, you will learn streamer, you will converse with streamer, and then streamer will beg to buy stuff from you. And you will not once have to say, oh, I sell stuff. You will have them eating out of your palm before they even realize what they're doing. I don't want people to assume that I'm a bot. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's people's biggest problem. Let's see how many books I've sold. Oh, Callie, I logged into Kindle, and guess what? I made another coach how to do that. Yes. How to do that. You find what category are they in. What is their interest? First of all, do they do YouTube as well as streaming, right? Like, don't just say, oh, and never start with, like, things that are insignificant. Always start with, like, you go onto a VTuber's channel or someone who's like, man, you know what? I want to be a VTuber. And you're like, dude, I got all your stuff right here. $20 right now, I'll make you a VTuber in the next 20 minutes. And then you get them to promote you, and then the next person, you double it. And then the next person, you double it. And then you figure out what a good price range is, and you'll be dropping 120, 150, 250 bucks a fucking doc. It's fucking crazy. You just have to know how to sell to people. So we got another $1.35. We sold one more book and 130 pages, which the book is only 24 pages long. So that means someone read my book 10 times over. So that means 10 people read my book. So I first have to build a bond with a streamer. Right. Exactly. But you can build a bond with a streamer over the course of like 25 minutes. You just have to make sure that you're finding streamers that have a non-interactive audience. You talk about them. Don't say anything about yourself. Just say, hi, how are you? What are you doing? Oh, do you really like doing that? Oh, that's really cool. What other kind of things do you do? Is like, do you play other games? You know, do you have any other hobbies? And ads, and then you'd be like, oh, you know, that's exactly what I do. But no. See, you do it. You do it too, like, on the nose, right? Like, let's go back and let's look at exactly what you said, right? And I'll point out the three things that got you. So, you did one thing right. You asked what I do, and then you acted and feigned interest. That's important. The second thing, now this is where it gets bad, you were talking about growing my community. Never, ever talk about growing a community. That's the #1 red flag. Do this, get bigger community, instant boot. Stay 100% away from that. Never mention that. Never mention followers. Never mention the size of the channel. Just specifically talk about the person and what they do. Because if you hadn't said, you can grow your kick channel with these vibes, and then said anything about, oh, you can, you know, grow your community by putting these interfaces on there. It's like you're leaving breadcrumbs that lead directly towards art. Instead of being like, ooh, a piece of candy. 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 Oh, what the hell? You're selling something? Wait, I can buy that? Dude, that's fucking awesome. You gotta distract them. You don't know. See, that's the thing, Dun. You never pitch. You wait for them to come to you. Right? Like, you make them talk about something that they're not good at, right? So you talk about, oh, what are you good at? What are your hobbies? And then they'll say something, and then you'll be like, well, for instance, say like, oh, I've never been really good at this. And they'll be like, oh, you know, I'm not really good at this. And you slowly turn the conversation from what they're good at to what they're not good at. And when you find out what they're not good at, that's when you can start being like, well, what are you doing about that? That's the first red flag. So you got to be very careful with that. Because the first thing is, well, what are you going to do about that? Are you going to try to improve? You know? And you want to be the one asking questions. You don't want to leave it open-ended for them, right? Because you want to be purposefully making sure that they're in their head saying, is this guy going to sell me art, the next thing he says? You never want that to enter their mind until they realize that they need something, right? Like with me, with the thumbnail. Since I've been making thumbnails, you say, oh, well, why do you make thumbnails? Oh, well, because the ones that I'm doing don't work, so I'm trying to get better at it. You say, well, maybe I could give you a hand with that. And they'll be like, really? And it'll be like, well, I could critique it for you. It'll be like, well, maybe you did this, 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 and this, and if you did that and that, then it would look like this. And they go, oh, shit. And it's like you're feeding them your expertise. So when that moment finally comes of realization, you've built up this entire repertoire of, I do this, I have this is my thought process. And they say, could with that insight, could you do something for me? And you go like, I mean, maybe. It's not usually something I do, but maybe we could work something out, right? I like helping people and stuff like, and then you're fucking in. You're in. That's all you gotta do. Talks DMs. Oh, come. All right. What is this? That's a good amount of money. That's a good amount of money, Callie. I gotta take a piss, though. I'll be right back. But does that make sense, Dun? It's all about the messaging and the subtleties of it. Because people are so used to people coming in and just selling them stuff. So you need to not sell someone something. But you need to get them intrigued. Because that's what people say. It's like, well, are you selling something? You're like, no, I'm just having some fun. Right? Lie your fucking ass off. And remember, if they call you out on it, or someone else in chat is like, oh no, I know this guy, he like sells art and stuff, you say, yeah, you caught me, fuck it. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do. And you move on to the next guy. Never get hung up on someone. It doesn't work, you fucking move on. Don't, get defensive. Don't, be combative or abrasive. Just be like, yeah, you got me! Bye! Okay, I had like a bathroom epiphany. I had like the greatest moment of realization. So you don't need panels or thumbnail. No, I do need thumbnails, and I'm willing to pay $10 a thumbnail. 100%, legit, 100%. I need it, and that's why I'm saying this. Because if you had caught on to that, you would have been selling me a thumbnail right now. But and then what you do, so you got to do the gaslighting thing, right? So you know how I gave you my YouTube channel, right? So you asked me what I do, and I'm like, oh, here, go check this out, right? Now, what most people would do is they would immediately go to the channel, follow, subscribe, and be like, hey, I followed your channel, I subscribed to your channel, yeah! That's your red flag. If anyone immediately goes out of their way and subscribes to the channel, you have to take a step back and say, okay, well, what are they trying to do here? Are they actually trying to engage? Are they actually trying to, you know, and sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't, but you have to evaluate that. So what you do is you get their information, you don't subscribe, you don't follow, right? You just have a nice chat with them. And then, you know, 10, 20 minutes down the line, maybe then you subscribe, maybe then you follow, maybe, depends on how the conversation's going, right? If you've got the vibe right or anything. And then you do the gaslighting. And the gaslighting will be, they'll be like, oh, have you subscribed to my channel? Oh, have you followed me yet? Oh, have you done this? Oh, have you done this? And you go like, man, you're like really pushy about that shit. I'll get around to it when I get around to it, man. Like, this is kind of like off-putting. Like, give me a chance to absorb your content, and then I'll decide whether your content is worthy of me following you, right? Like, you haven't earned it yet. And then this puts them on the back foot. So now they're the asshole. And if they call you out on anything, oh boy howdy, you're completely innocent, right? And that's how you play the fucking system. Yeah, like that. Oh yeah, I'll check it out later. It's like when you go on a date and you wait 3 days to call the girl back. Exactly, because you don't want to look desperate. You want the other person to be anxious about it and be like, and have that be, and also it's another thing is it's a psychological thing. After the first day, you haven't built up that anxiety of thinking about it. But by the third day, if you've built up anxiety thinking about it, then maybe you really kind of did like that person, right? Or maybe you just wanted to fuck them, or whatever your prerogative towards that initiation is, right? But you don't get that immediate feeling. So if they instantly call you back, you're just not interested. And that's literally the psychology of it. And if they don't think about you after the 3 days, and you call after the 3 days and they're not interested, well, you obviously know that it wasn't real, right? And it was just like an infatuation of the moment, or they had found someone else. And that's another thing too, is if they did it to you, they probably did it to someone else. So if you don't wait 3 days, then you might be jumping the gun and getting fucked over. But if you wait the 3 days, you call her and she's already got a boyfriend, you know you dodged a fucking bullet. Huh. Okay. Which platform is better to chat, Kick or Twitch? I don't get people in Kick. This is the thing. The demographic on Kick is younger. People on Kick are more abrasive. They're more aggressive. They're more, I guess it's like a contradiction, but they're less likely to ban you. They are more likely to interact with you, but it may not be a positive interaction. On Twitch, if they don't like you, they'll just fucking ban you. They're like, oh, you said something I don't like? Even if it was like a quote, even if it was like from someone else, you said AI is good, banned. Get the fuck out of here. That's Twitch. Whereas Kick, like, I find, it's more open to conversation, but you may not enjoy that conversation. But no one chats in Kick with me. That's another thing too, is Kick streamers are botters. More so than Twitch streamers. Because it's easier to bot on Kick than it is on Twitch. As far as I know. But, yeah. So, in that case, you need to do research. Done. Research is like your number one thing. You need to be like, what category of things? Like, for instance, with the thumbnails. Start with the thumbnails. Go to a low... keep going into Twitch streams, and if you go into the stream, right, there's this little thing down here. Oh, I might have to maximize it. Yeah, where it has all this stuff. So you can see if they have YouTube, if they have Twitter, if they have TikTok, and all of that. And what you can do is you can go to those things, and you can look at them and say, okay, what does this guy do on his YouTube? What does this guy do on his TikTok? What does this guy do in his clips? And then say, based upon that, how can I sell something to this guy? What does it look like this guy's channel could use, right? In my case, it's thumbnails. In other people's cases, it may be, you know, B-roll, animation for videos and stuff like that. Like, there's all kinds of sorts of stuff that you can get out of. But it's all about taking it slow and learning as you go. And not, like, getting discouraged because someone called you out on your bullshit. Who the fuck cares? You know you're bullshitting. Own it. Admit it. Live it. We're all fucking piece of shit liars. No one really gives a fuck. They just say that they do, because they don't want you to succeed.
He has a role. So what do they write in? Oh, the weapons malfunction, and therefore BB-8 is
But yeah,
the only
if you create a thumbnail in this style, something like this, I will pay $10 per thumbnail. And the main one right now is anything like biotech horror or like video game horror. Start with 10. So $100. And then from there we see what the click-through ratios are on them. And so, like, if you want to go to my channel, right? And if you look at my channel, I need a thumbnail for every single one of these videos. So if you go through and you listen, you don't have to worry about the long ones. Like, this is like this is a really long story, right? So it's mainly like these, anything under like 15 minutes. So if you like listen to the story, watch the story, and then be like, okay, take notes on the story and be like, what would be a clickable thumbnail that I would click on that would get me to watch this story? That's what I need for like any of these stories. So one thumbnail for every single story. So, you know, pick 10 stories. I'm from Canada. So pick, you know, any 10 stories, make 10 thumbnails for those videos, and then, you know, DM me on Twitter. And we can see, we can go from there.
character in the scene who can fix those weapons.
And never ask anyone where they're from, Dun.
Please make
There's
sure
no
even
reason to
minor
ask
characters
anyone
in
where
your
they're from.
novel have some sort of role to play, or else they just don't belong. The fourth mistake that I see sometimes as an editor is taking too long to characterize.
Yup, I'm so bad at this. I take forever, even in my short stories. I need to, like, the greatest example of this is Gwyneth Paltrow in 7. She's in 3 scenes. She's in less than, I think, 8 minutes of the film. Yet she is the defining character of the film. Because if you don't care about her, you don't care about the ending. And the scene with her and Morgan Freeman, where she is saying that she's pregnant, but she doesn't want to tell her husband. And then Morgan Freeman tells her, if you're going to keep it, tell him. If you're not going to keep it, don't tell him. And that moment sells that character. That's all it takes. One tiny little coffee shop scene, and you're crying over this character. We'll discuss their thumbnail ID next, okay? Yeah, sounds good, done. We're going to be ending the stream in a bit here, and then I got to go to bed. But, you know, hit me up tomorrow, so DM me. I'll DM you back in the morning when I wake up, nice and early, and we can figure something out from there. Because I release one video on one channel on Friday, one video on Friday on the other channel, and then one video on Saturday on the other channel. So every week I release 3 videos. So I need at least 3, minimum, most likely 9 thumbnails every single week. in order to, like, maintain A/B testing and press towards, like, the correct direction to go for what I think my... Like, for instance, if we look at these two thumbnails of my last one, this is up to 49 views. We've gotten, like, 8 views on this today. And I think it's because of the thumbnail. But then we had these things that are like, this got 129, this got 292 in, like, 2 days. So, I think this is our long-term keep it up. We're going to continue to build up views. And maybe in a year and a half, this will have, like, 8,000 views on it. That's the goal, right? And the fact that it's multiple stories, so people can come back and watch it. So retention for these type of videos is not exactly the metric you're looking for. The metric you're looking for is consistent returning views. If people that watched it before and watched the first story came back and watched the second story.
Now, back in ye olden days of writing fiction, yeah, you could get away with multi-paragraph descriptions of a character,
Yeah.
but not so much anymore.
Yeah,
now, there used
it's
to be
way
something
too,
called
like,
completist
short.
characterization. So
Like,
look
attention
at
spans.
this example of Bram Stoker's Dracula, how he describes Dracula for the first time. We have his face, we have his eyebrows, we have his mouth, we have his teeth, we have his ears, we have chin, we have his collar, we have hands, we have hairs, we have nails. Is there anything about this character that he didn't describe?
His
Now,
dick.
if you are writing
His
a book
dick.
in the late 1800s, then you too can get away with this. But if you are writing a book in the 2000s, I would not recommend it.
Yeah.
Instead, the more common modern technique is what I call impressionistic characterization, which is where you just select a few salient details about that character and let that be a
Scar
standing
on the
symbol
eyebrow,
for the character as a whole.
thick
Check
beard,
out this example from
covered in
Anne
fucking
Patchett,
hair.
her novel Tom Lake. Veronica's eyebrows were thick and black, and she tweezed them into delicate submission. She could get more information across with an eyebrow than other people could with a microphone.
Very good.
So that just
You got
focuses on a
Asmongold's
single
eyebrows.
detail. Her eyebrows. What are her eyebrows like? And the second thing that we can learn from this is you don't only want to focus on the physical. The
Yeah.
second sentence focuses on Veronica's abilities, what she can do with those eyebrows, the power of her eyebrows. Only
Indeed.
2 sentences, but still
The gaming eyebrows of the
expression
Asmon.
of this character now. Enough that we can continue reading without feeling like, oh, we don't know who this person is.
Yeah.
Go ahead, try to do it with any one of your characters. Use 2 sentences and only 2 sentences to give us an immediate.
Okay, I want to describe the fact that he used to be buff, but now he's fat. Newly developed stretch marks at the cost of his eating, such things that happen in the tree where food is unnecessary, but the gluttony of one's taste can fully overcome one's mind. And that instantly tells you he's getting fat and he's losing his shit. And that's like the perfect description for Husai at the very beginning. You don't need to know anything else about him. You just need to know that he is like, it's almost like his body is telling that his mind is giving up. That's the state we enter the story in with Husai.
Immediate sense of who this person is. I know I already mentioned Janine Cummins in American Dirt, but I'm gonna pick another example from her and show you how she does this in actually just 1 sentence. She describes a father-in-law as only eating lima beans. He had a 3-inch scar on his leg from a boating accident, and that he sings really loudly at concerts. Okay, we get 3 quick details
Can't
about
DM
a
you.
habit.
It should be here, right? Did you follow me? Because I might have to follow you back. But I don't see a notification. I don't know how to open, like, how do you go to, like, your settings and be like, profile? Or more? Settings and privacy? Where's, like, DMs? Notifications? Where's DMs? Security? No, that's my premium. I don't know. What's your X account name? What's your Twitter name? Because it's not saying anyone followed me. Unless you're verified? No. Mentions? No. I don't know. Maybe go to the community and join my community, Tailforge. Try and join this community. And then post in the community. And we'll see what happens.
A physical description, and then also an action that he takes. And yeah, it gives us a sense for who he is. This next mistake you want to avoid at all costs. It is number 5. Forgetting to counterbalance your character.
Yeah.
So let's say you start your novel with the main character
done trialing. See, and that's a bad thing too. You shouldn't have streamer designer here, because people are gonna see that and all of this stuff, and they're just gonna think you're a fucking bot. So I would like remove all of this. And I would put that in your pinned comment. So if people actually come to your profile, they'll see all of that as your pinned comment, but they won't see it immediately on your thing. Because people will hover over this, like over here, right? And they'll see that and they'll go, oh, this is a bot account. I don't fucking care. Ignore. But if they see something that's like an actual like description, streamer, gamer, writer, editor, base Final Fantasy player, here's my thing, positive, you know. Nothing about this is like promoting. I'm just like, oh, here's my YouTube, right? And it's like, oh, here's my Twitch. And then it's like you can get everything else from that. So it gets people to lower their guard, right? And when they lower their guard, then you sweep in. I'm like, did I follow you or am I fucking retarded? I followed you, right? Yeah, I followed you. Okay. Yeah, so you should be able to DM me now.
doing something bad. Now, that's a problem because the reader might not want to go with them on this journey if they think this main character is evil in some way. So what you have to do...
That's like the Viceroy. You'll find out nice and quick that he's pretty evil, but at the beginning you think he's pretty innocent, but it's like, how did he spend 50 years in fucking, whatchamacallit, 50 years in politics and not wind up like a complete piece of shit? It's because he is a complete piece of shit. He spent his entire life in politics. He knows how to hide it.
Is you have to counterbalance that in some way. Look at a character like Aladdin. When we're first introduced to him, he is a thief. He is stealing. So automatically we're like, I don't know about this kid. It doesn't seem on the up and up. But just remember, it's always fine to have your character do something bad, as long as they do something good to sort of balance out the scales and give us a sense like, oh, this is a character who does both good and bad things. So after the chase where Aladdin steals bread, do you remember what he does at the end? He gives his stolen bread to some starving kids. So immediately we're on Aladdin's side, like, yes, yes, you are the hero we need. And I should also say that when you show your character doing both bad things and good things, then they seem more like a real human being rather than this fake imaginary person on the page. So this next point might surprise you, and you might very well make this mistake already in your book. It is number 6, using ghost characters. Sometimes you need an unnamed character because they need to do an action that none of your main characters can do. I get that. That makes sense. But as a broad principle, I want to say that if you can give that action to one of your...
See, this is like... I have, like, side characters, like the chieftain of the main village of the Sahagin, for instance, whose entire existence is literally just to say, hey, by the way, yeah, the Beastman War has started, and then he dies. But I don't think that's... You can't necessarily, like... His actions are tied directly to Varius, because Varius is the one who's collecting and is, like, basically, like, infatuated with the Beastman and loves the fucking Beastman, so he's, like, best friends with this guy, so he has to watch, basically, his, like, best friend die in his arms. Well, his best friend says, like, yo, dude, we fucked. I tried. I'm on your side. This is what they did to me because of it. And it's like, fuck. So it's through a character with another character, but, like, I'm trying to think, is there any character that I, like, even with, like, Hildebrandt, Walker, and Yap, like, their whole thing is tracking down Fafnir. But that drives them into being actual main characters. Like, they don't disappear. They come in, and they're like, yeah, we're the ones who saw it, we're the ones, and they're like, okay, well, you come with us, and we'll see what happens. And then eventually they just get as members of the party. So... an action that a character does that's a faceless character. Yeah, I can't think of anything. I'm sure it exists. I'm sure it's there. I just can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Main characters, it's always a good idea. Let's say you have your two main characters go to a food truck, and the food truck worker, for whatever reason, makes fun of one of your main characters. Let me just tell you that you have squandered an opportunity, because guess what? That food truck worker is never going to appear in your novel again. He was just a one-off character for this scene. What that means is he has no relationship with the main character. What that means is the reader has no relationship to them, and this isn't going to build. It's not going to go anywhere. He is a ghost character.
Yeah.
So get rid of ghost characters. Instead, what you want to do is you want to focus on one of your main characters insulting the other main character. You don't want to give precious dialogue and page time to some sort of ghost character that's never going to appear again. No.
And that's the thing. This Sahagin is extremely important. So he may be nameless and faceless in a way, but he has an extreme impact on Varius's character from losing him. Because now Varius is in a position where before he would be neutral to both sides of the Beastman War. But now he'll fight to stop Fafnir. So this is like an extremely important character development moment for Varius of changing his opinion about what he wants to do about this conflict, which is extremely important. So maybe this isn't actually a ghost character, now that I think about it. Because he'll be mentioned multiple times before it even happens, so you'll be building up to it, so you have this connection with him, and then he'll be dead. And you'll be like, oh, fuck, it's one of these kinds of books. And then the next thing will be Zayn will be dead, and you'll be like, fuck! What is this shit? Oh, it's gonna be so good. I'm so fucking excited. Every time I talk about the book, I just get fucking pumped as shit. But we're in the middle of ads right now, so we're just gonna take a toke, sit back a sec, and just be like, yo, bro, we got this. Just chill. Just chill. Aight. I got you. All right. 3, 2, 1, toke. Oh, done. If you're still here, there's one little thing I'll add that you can do right now. Research. Go find 5 channels. Don't say anything in the chat, just lurk. Look at their YouTubes, look at their TikToks, look at their Discords. Just lurk and evaluate. And when you have a basic understanding of what their channel could use, then you start to build an internal script of like, how do I lay the foundation of these crumbs to lead this streamer or content creator down a path that they will beg me to buy my work from without me ever having to promote anything. And then you should be extremely creative with how you can come up with that scenario. And the more you do it, the better you get at it. And you're going to fail. It's going to suck. People are going to call you out. You just move on. Just move on. You go back to the same person twice. Oh, well, you know, if they banned you, at least you know you're banned in their chat, right? Some people won't even fucking recognize your name. Make a brand new account, right? Just have a ton of throwaway accounts that you can use just to promote. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? I'm terrible at self-promotion because I think it's cringe as fuck and I hate it. But you gotta do it. It's probably why I don't grow, because I don't promote, because Twitch isn't exactly like what I'm putting my energy into, right? Like I stream to create content on YouTube and hold myself accountable, but I don't necessarily stream because I'm trying to get 1,000 viewers. I think it would be fucking hectic as shit having a fucking 1,000 viewers. Having people consistently fucking draw. I'd rather be big on YouTube and have like a nice small community of streaming. And then it can be like a personable, interactive, tight-knit community. And then I can just have like, you know, my monthly 100,000 views on YouTube on my stories of people that are not interested in the creative process. They're only interested in the final outcome, for instance.
You want to give it to your main characters to continue to build them up and shape them into people that the reader really connects with. So your goal in your novel is to cut out as many ghost characters as possible. Don't have unnamed characters or even named characters who appear for a single scene and never appear again. But just remember, this is general advice. This applies like 90% of the time. So if you do have a ghost character, like, don't beat yourself up over it. The second awful, terrible, no good, very bad mistake to make is missing perpendicular or parallel characters. So some of you might know Chuck Wendig, who wrote Damn Fine Story, which is a collection of
and that's like
fiction writer.
Hildebrandt and Husai are like that. Yap and Walker are like that. Gluttony and Varius are like that. Friviska and Destura are like that. Avelard and Ume are like that. Chalcom and Jimcall are like that. Atharg and Torg are like that. Chalcom and who's the other healer? Fuck, I can't remember her name. But yeah, so I've like tons of characters like that I literally made the characters in groups of saying, like, for instance, like Atharg and Torg, like these are the two. Atharg's the absolute leader and has like all the responsibility. Torg is just there to record everything. He's like a journalist. So like the complete two perpendicular spectrums where you have like Jimcall and not Chalcom. What's the other guy's name? Kelmosh, who are the two tanks, who are like basically like Rambo and I don't remember whatever the character name from fucking like Arnold Schwarzenegger's character is from Predator, but basically like, you know, Rambo and it's like Stallone and Schwarzenegger basically. Those are like my two tank characters, and they just complement each other super well with like, you know, picking up each other's like downfalls and weaknesses and stuff like that, right? So it's like the two tanks are like that, the two frontliners are like that, the two healers are like that, you know. And then we have other characters like, for instance, like Torg and Atharg again are on opposite spectrums. You can have like the healers versus the damage dealers or supports and stuff. So they're all made in like groups of characters in order to make each character fulfill the other side of the other character, and that's why they're like such good friends and like have such a good connection together, right? As well as like intermediate other connections, right?
And in it, he talks about parallel characters versus perpendicular characters. Perpendicular characters are characters who are at odds with each other.
Yeah.
Think of Sherlock Holmes and Professor Moriarty. They are diametrically opposed enemies.
Yeah.
And then parallel characters...
Just like with Aetharg and Torg. Like, Aetharg is there to get the job done. Torg is there to record having the job done, so he's not there to do anything. So it's like they are two opposite sides of the same coin. But without either one of them, the task wouldn't be able to be completed. Because the whole point is to record the 100-year quest being completed. So that they have proof, and all of the people that have done it before can have their souls basically put to rest of knowing that they've been avenged. Right?
Are characters running alongside one another. Think of characters like Luke and Leia in Star Wars. So what Chuck Wendig says is that you want to make sure you have both parallel characters and perpendicular characters in your novel.
Yeah.
Some authors tend to only focus on the perpendicular
And that's like,
characters 'cause
even with like Husai and Zaid, right? Zaid's his apprentice, but Husai treats him on the opposite spectrum because Husai is the leader of the Adventurers Guild, and Zaid is literally not even an adventurer yet. He's like honorary adventurer, like librarian, essentially. And then I guess there's also Sid. So like Husai and Sid, or Husai and the Viceroy, where the Viceroy contrasts super easily with Husai's opinions about bringing Zaid along because the Viceroy's acting like a fucking child. And he's like, the whole reason he didn't want to bring Zaid along is because he's a fucking child. And he's like, well, shit, I mean, I brought a child along anyway, so it's like, we might as well go grab Zaid, which builds up Zaid being a part of the party, but then he dies.
they're like hyper focused on having lots of conflict. And then other authors sometimes have a lot of parallel running characters, and so there's not enough conflict in their book. Your goal is really to come up with parallel and perpendicular characters and balance them throughout the book. And I should also say that characters don't need to solely remain
I was gonna say characters throughout a period of time. It's like Zaid and Zaid and the Viceroy seem to be parallel characters, but then you realize that they're actually perpendicular characters. And it's like, ooh, that's not good. That's not good at all. But it's like, no, wait, that's actually a good thing, right? And that's even before you see the Viceroy turn evil. You can just see the difference in the way that they act and what they would do based upon the Viceroy's actual engagement and interaction and like his decision making and stuff like that versus what Zaid would actually do, which you can see through the works that he's working with when Husai is trying to solve the mystery that Zaid solved without Zaid being there.
More girls.
He basically has to use all the ciphers and everything, but the idea of like graphs and stuff like that is something that Zaid literally wholly invented. He invented like the Dewey Decimal System and like graphs. And no one understands what the fuck they are, and Husai has to like figure it out while finding out like what the hell they mean, which is all 50 of the top adventurers are actually 4 people, all using fake IDs. But no one would listen to Zaid when he figured this out. And he said, this is bullshit. We need to get this like fixed. This is, you know, and Husai's like, dude, if it's a bureaucratic issue, we'll deal with it when it comes up. And he's like trying to explain to Husai that it will never come up because this is a broken part of the system. And Husai just didn't believe him. But now Husai's being proven wrong. And he's like, fuck, I should have listened to him.
In and out of parallel and perpendicular relationships. Oh, they're in conflict. Oh, they're fighting. Oh, suddenly things are great again. And back and forth. Or look at Prince Zuko in Avatar: The Last Airbender. At first, he has a perpendicular relationship as the antagonist, but over the course of the show, he
becomes Aang's teacher!
Parallel to The Last Airbender. Okay, we have 2 mistakes left, and you don't want to miss either one of them. Let's look at number 8. They all enter a room the same. In order to write good characters, you have to make sure
everyone. This is I call this the Kramer effect. If you guys don't know Seinfeld, this is the Kramer effect. Wait, is it EI? I don't know if it's EI or IE.
Hey, we're ordering Chinese food. If you want anything, let me know what it is, and I'll order it.
Every time Kramer enters the room, he just enters the room like crazily. Like, that's his thing. He, like, rushes into the room somehow, or it's like he just, like, opens the door.
Hey, man.
Hey, Jerry. What's doing?
Nothing. What's doing with you?
Same old, same old. Hey. Hey, how was your date with Phil Totola?
And it's just like every time he comes in, he's like, ugh, does that whole thing, right? And it's like, it gives this very specific feeling to that character. So I would call that the Kramer effect, and that's something I take it very seriously.
From the other characters in your story. And obviously, if they're too similar, then that doesn't mean you really established them as unique characters.
Yeah.
So let me propose a little test. How do your main characters enter a room? Show each one of them entering a room, and then ask yourself, do I think the reader could tell who my character is just by the way that they moved and entered a space?
Yeah.
Look at this example of a BBC adaptation of John le Carré's Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. So Toby enters in a very precise and organized manner. Roy Bland enters and he's a slovenly mess, just completely disorganized. Percy enters like a commander, like he's used to being in charge, very authoritative. And then Bill Hayden enters a little wobbly. You're kind of afraid this guy is gonna mess up in some way. So if you can distinguish your characters simply by the way that they move inside your story, then I am sure you have gone such a long way towards making them individual people that the reader's gonna know and be able to distinguish.
And this is where it's like,
and lastly,
I take like 90% of my inspiration from real life. So I'm like, how do my friends enter rooms? How do I enter a room? How does my brother enter a room? How do my parents enter a room? How does my sister enter a room? How do my niece and nephew enter the room, right? How do my friends' kids enter the room? And it's like these small things that you should always be paying attention to in real life to bring into your writing. And I think that's probably one of the most powerful things you can do as a writer, is even if you don't have, like, let's say, a large amount of creativity, you can take simple aspects from the real world and just write them into your book. And no creativity, pure plagiarism, and pure copying allowed, because you can't copyright fucking action of a person, right? Go into Walmart and watch how 3 people pull things off of the shelf and notice how they do it differently. And then take those 3 things and write them into a character. Boom, solved.
Look at point 9. Forgetting to have your character in conflict with themselves.
Yup.
A lot of authors
That's a huge thing too, right? Like every single one of my characters has like a moral internal reason for the reason why they're going to be doing the story and going along with the adventure, as well as a reason for why they're not going to be going along with the adventure. And depending upon the nuance, the feeling of the period and time in the story of what the characters are doing, they'll be at odds with, dude, we shouldn't be doing this. I know it might be the only way we can win, but if we win doing this, is that really worth it? And like an example of that would be like the Viceroy. When the Viceroy comes up with an idea, it's so dark, twisted, fucked up, and just utterly final that you're just like, how the fuck did you come up with this? Like one of them is like, there's 2 species, and it's a hint at genetic manipulation, and it's like chocobos and avians, and they basically have like the same type of egg. So the idea would be to steal the children of one of these people by replacing one of the eggs with a chocobo. And then when a chocobo hatches, they're like, what the fuck? And then you can take that even to the next stage of being like, gaslighting them and blaming them on fucking a chocobo and being like, dude, what the fuck? How did you have a fucking chocobo as a kid? And you just take everything to the absolute extreme where everyone in the group is like, dude, you should have stopped 3 what-ifs ago. Like, why are you taking this so fucking far? And you have to realize as the reader, like, this is the world that this character lives in politics. You can't take half measures. You can't go slightly. You have to annihilate your fucking opponent. Destroy them. You don't kill them. You kill their image to the point that nobody wants anything to do with them. And you make it so convincing that even if there's no evidence, doesn't matter, your story's just too good. That's my characters.
Instead of not having their character's inner self and their outer self in conflict. So, quick example of this, let's look at House.
Oh, great character.
His outer self is a grumpy person who seems to hate everyone. However, his inner self is a devoted doctor who wants to save every person that he can. And really the thrust of the entire show are those two selves of
Yeah,
his working against
conflicting,
each other
yeah.
and in conflict.
And
with
then
each
his
other.
drug
But when
addiction
you do
as
this
well.
technique, I have 3 really important pieces of advice.
Okay.
One, you want the readers to feel the strain of that character maintaining
A
the
false front. Yeah.
You want to create scenes where the character is almost breaking character. For
Yeah.
instance, look at The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. The main character there, Esther Greenwood, she has a very successful life as this New York editor. On the outside, it looks really good. That's her outer self. But then her inner self, she is super anxious and super depressed. So it's a real struggle for her to try to keep that inner self hidden and not let it creep out into her outer self life. The second thing you should do is give the character a kind of private space where they can express
That's
this
awesome,
inner
because
self.
I
'Cause if
also
we
have
can't
this. Like, Varius has his office. Gluttony has the kitchen. Husai has, like, the soulscape in the Roots. Like, his dream world that he goes to. Like, Varius has almost like an inner self that he can, like, pull himself into, which is actually, like, Gaia and Anima, and that has a whole other lore thing to it. Or, like, Husai, or Hildebrandt, Yap, and Walker have, like, a guild hideout place that they go to, right? So it's like characters have their own, like, and these are all origin places of the characters before all the characters come together, right? Like, Sid's is the workshop, right? So it's like everyone's got their places, and eventually over time they're all going to lose their places and have to come up with new places throughout the story.
See the inner self, then we can't really care about that inner self and understand how it's in conflict with the outer self.
And that's
HBO
how it's
has
like,
this great
despite
show.
being in first person, that gives me a way of other characters. When one character enters another person's private space, you know shit's gonna fucking go down. Because this character, like, isn't supposed to be here. Or you get the feeling that this character isn't supposed to be here. Just like when everyone enters Husai's office and, like, sits down beside him. It's like, the first times they come, they don't enter the office, they sit at the door. And, like, leaning against the wall on the outside talking to Husai. And then it's like standing in the doorway. And then it's like finally entering the room. And then it's like sitting down on the floor. Sitting down on the table beside him. And it's like you're slowly inching your way to getting closer and closer as it's like as you physically get closer, you're getting emotionally deeper closer to the character until that breaking point of the play being announced. But I love that aspect of it, especially when it comes to, like, character creation and how that interaction can show that there is a overarching conflict that can't be, like, simply ignored. It has to be something that's coming to fruition. So you know you've been building up the tension for this, and then that moment they enter the private space, you know that tension is going to be released in that scene. And it's just fucking peak.
Called In Treatment, where for 4 episodes, a therapist meets with 4 individual patients, and then the 5th episode is him meeting with his therapist. So we get to see his outer self in the first 4 episodes, and then we get to see his inner self, his struggles, his doubts, his own issues in that 5th episode. And then the third advice I'd give is push this to a breaking point. The inner
that
self and
destroys
the
the
outer self
character.
can't be in tension for the entire
It has to be
storyline. At
like
some
a complete
point, one is
destruction.
going to break out,
Yeah.
something's gonna fall
Yeah.
apart. There needs to
And
be
there's going to be a
disaster because of that
reconstruction
tension.
of
Hey,
the
don't forget to
character
check out
with, like,
Bookbox
new
Academy if you're
values and
interested
new
in
aspects and new
self-directed
attributions
courses.
to
It's
life.
over 230 videos. You will love
So this
it.
was a really
And
good
don't
one,
forget,
and fleshed out my
Bookbox
characters a
Lab
lot, and the whole
will
time I'm
help
thinking in
you
the back of my head,
one
like, the characters I'm going to
and
build,
really get
because
a
for
high-intensity program.
Rebel Weapon, the story we're going to write tomorrow, the 5 main characters, is one of them is Ken, the guy who escaped the other facility, who has Morgellons. Then it's going to be the 4, like, kids of the 4 bodyguards that broke him out. So it's going to be this connection to, like, the guy that saved him and got him out, and finding Trevor. Because this is going to be the story where they finally find Trevor and Sam, and they take the brains. And that's their weapons. Trevor and Sam. Because they have all of the information that they need. They can tap into that. They can activate the flaw that Trevor created in Lisa's system. that he's been basically waiting for someone to take advantage of. And now, with the cordyceps and everything, with all that research done as well, because that's the building they're infiltrating right now, so that everything will come together with that of being like, okay, well, now we have the cordyceps and our weapon, and we have a way to deactivate them. So we have a way to deliver the weapon, essentially. And then that comes to the head of the final conflict between the network and the rebellion. But yeah, it's another BookFox video down. Go give him a like, give him a follow, give him a sub, give him a like, give him a comment. Always appreciated. Sending the love to those guys. They deserve it, man. He is teaching me so fucking much. It's scary. But anyways, we've had a pretty good day today, guys. So we're going to call it there. But, you know, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. You know, don't forget, we'll be back again tomorrow, as always, every fucking day. So, remember, never stop being you. Keep creating. And, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, boys. Who we rating today? Where we going? What we at? What we doing? Who gets the Dunkin' today? Here we go. We got another one. We got another one. Let's go. Get your wheels ready. Here we go. Alright, we'll see you in the next one. Peace!